Yo guys, welcome to another stream, and it's already started, so just tune in now. And as you can see, I've already earned 25 points by just guessing the correct answer of who have won previously World Finals, that was Zeta Division, and for that I have just got 20 points. And as you can see, now I'm gonna claim it. For the first 25 points is already here. For that I need to just go. I have already have Brawl Stars. Need to claim it from here.
That's going to be a team in match number 1 that I'm super looking forward to seeing. And if they advance, they could be a sneaky one to win. And free agent Hashira is another one
that I claimed, and it will be in our inbox.
Away from really making a splash and
hello GLX, what's up?
So those are a couple of the more dark horse teams alongside with free win agents, who I think is the favorite here today.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, I feel like free win agents have surely got to make it to the grand finals today, but I'm all for upsets. Got to put it out there. I was chatting actually yesterday to Kuta Ace, who really did speak very highly, actually.
Konnichiwa.
A team which, of course, did have a great amount of success towards the end of last year, kind of getting their momentum going. So very keen to see whether that is going to prevail into this year and have them have that good kickstart to things. But again, let's talk a little bit about some of the changes this year, because there are a lot of really fantastic changes to the format. So Pal Match, you know, that's a whole new kettle of fish. Draft and having no repetitive brawlers, no mirror matchups, they're all gone. How do you find that going to be impacting things moving forwards this year?
I think it changes a lot of things in the format. You know,
hello Vedant, what's up?
To know your stuff before the match even starts. A lot of the times, if your strategy is not good enough, you're going to fail going into the match. And when you're playing the best of the best, you know, all 8 of these teams are insanely talented, really great mechanically skilled players. You don't really make it here by accident. And if your draft strategy, you haven't practiced enough, you haven't seen the types of brawlers that do really well, you're not going to exactly know what you're doing, and it's not going to pay off for you unless you really know.
PC okay.
Strategy, just overall in general, you know, if you have to win and strategize more beforehand, I think that's extra helpful.
Is this good?
No doubt in viewers' minds and the players' mind who was the better team that day.
Yeah,
which region's team got second at World Finals?
To have a little bit of an edge actually over teams that maybe they're a little bit less
21.
over.
Which
so
region?
I'm very keen to see how those strategies evolve, how we see those.
Kaun tha bhai region second kaun tha?
Well, and got to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room, that is Siege being removed. You know, are you a big Siege fan? You know, when you're playing Brawl, because I feel like I'm gonna miss it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'll definitely miss it too. I think there's a little bit of back and forth in the professional scene of how they feel about Siege, but for me personally, it's a great mode of strategy.
Oh, easy.
When you have the robot coming in as an extra party, it always spices things up a little bit, keeps things interesting, and the strategy for Siege is arguably
okay. Are the predictions locked? Nahi. Aana shuru ho gaye questions. Just tune in and keep on guessing and get the rewards.
Brand new experience on our end.
30 points ho chuke hamare.
Excited to see how that plays out, especially in a draft format.
Yeah, I cannot wait for our first 3v1 moment where the player just gets the ice and comes in clutch for their team. That is going to be really fun to cast. Absolutely cannot wait for that. And gears as well. I mean, that is a huge change from last year. Having the ability to really kind of like, you know, tweak your brawler here and there and make it map and mode specific in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. Obviously, gears coming into the game just prior to the World Finals, but we didn't have them in play. So this is going to be the first time today that we're going to see gears in full swing in the BSC. That, to me, is a hugely exciting thing. And yeah, any gears in particular that struck you as being quite strong in the current meta?
I think the speed gear has been used for a while now, and depending on map or mode, you know, especially say the grassier and bushier maps like Sneaky Fields, the speed gear is almost a necessity. But we saw a recent work with the health gear as well, so I'm kind of anticipating seeing that a little bit here. Maybe some professional players testing it out a little bit.
Sky versus
that's what I'm kind of looking out for in my mind.
Esports,
but in general, I think the speed gear
South Asia
goes a long ways. And depending on the brawler too, each one's a specific build, and I think
these are the predictions locked. Nope,
Stars,
not yet.
I always love seeing the more strategy.
But if you want to lock, you can lock
so
it
I love seeing
right
what
now.
goes through these players' minds.
However,
how they craft their brawlers.
it will be
Yeah, absolutely.
start in few minutes.
Speed did get a nerf. but still incredibly strong. So I think it's probably a good thing that we got that nerf when we did. We have just had a bit of a rework to one of those gears as well. So we're now gonna get rid of the idea of healing when you stand stationary, which to me never really made much sense anyway. So really pleased to see that rework coming there. So now a faster regen, but players have had, at least to me, a really good response to that rework, and so that it's not too overpowered, which was a nice thing to hear coming into the monthly finals, because it would have been a shame to see a gear kind of be a bit too overpowered. So really keen to see how that kind of plays a role, and whether we see much of that today. It seems to me the majority of pros would kind of lean more towards the shield and the extra damage when you're low on the HP side of things, more often than not, just simply because they're pretty good. I mean, they are the best in the world for a reason. So when you're low, having additional damage, keeping yourself dangerous, a very key thing to do. But we've also got to talk about a load of other things regarding the actual meta itself. We've had so many balance changes, a lot of reworks in the most recent update, as well as 10 new gadgets coming to the game. So talk us through
what's up?
a little bit, Kenny. For me, there's a couple that stand out as being particularly strong. I mean, roundhouse kick for Fang, as if Fang wasn't strong enough already. Being able to stun your opposition for an additional second, quite strong for me, I would say. Rotten Banana, I think, for Ashe as well. We're going to probably see a little bit of a rise for Ashe coming back into the mix. Any others that strike you as being pretty favorable when it comes to competitive?
I think Colette's new gadget is somebody that you could definitely consider, having the ability to heal, and I think Colette being somebody that's seen a little bit of a resurgence in modes like
I can't the prediction
keeps her a little healthier in fights. I think one of the issues she's always
prediction's not yet started, bro. You need to wait.
The ability to stay up just a little longer, I think that can go a long way for a brawler.
Just log in
main job
and go for it. What is this?
Is to get a lot of damage.
This is a tournament.
You can stay at the
quarterfinals where you can actually win prizes like these,
being very helpful,
like coins,
so with
star coins, tokens,
80% damage.
but most of all, if you get to the 1,000 points, you get this spin,
back towards yourself.
this spin right here for free.
I've got to say, I think really
Just watch and select the options available in the screen, and you can actually win.
When it comes to that, and swapping places, maybe getting some clutch goals. Cannot wait. Does that for sure. So definitely a ton of variation going on there when it comes to those gadgets, and not one that particularly strikes me as being overpowered either, which is a really nice thing to see. I think it's a daring thing to bring all 10 into the game prior to a monthly final. So that was a reassuring thing for me. But balance changes, let's talk a bit more about those and kind of how things have been shaken up when it comes to them, because brawlers for me that stand out now as being really quite favorable, brawlers like Max, which I think is going to now have a bit of a resurgence back into Brawl Ball. I feel like Daryl got a big knock on the head right when we needed it most, because it was
when will it start?
Actually
it should have started now, but they are having some trouble.
Was another one
Each time whenever it is the first day, it takes so much long as compared to different days. First day is always make it delayed, but as per the schedule time, it should have been started by now.
Right now, that certainly got a big boost.
But I don't know why it is not started. But
a lot of people, and
this is because of the technical issues they are having.
He's going to be somebody like Colonel Ruffs, who for a long time his biggest
even in World Finals,
really interacting.
Day one was very much late,
and things like that. And he's a great.
But in day two, they have just finished in 2 hours or something.
But now that
in day one, they have taken 4.5 hours, and in day two, they have just taken 2 hours.
Very dominant brawlers right now,
So yep,
it's a long-time brawler.
Totally depends on the production team.
Brawlers like Spike, long-range single-shot brawlers like Piper. Those are going to be excellent choices, and I kind of hope to see a little bit more love coming towards him. I think, especially in our draft setting, he can be great to counter certain brawlers. And I think one that's going to remain strong before the update, even I think Ashe was somebody that was already in a really good spot, and now he's got that rotten banana gadget, and I think he just got even stronger. So Ashe is somebody I expect to see be borderline banned in a lot of situations too. So those are a couple I'm definitely keeping my eye out for today.
It's going to be very interesting, actually, to see what those first bans will be. Teams will be making their lobbies and getting themselves into shape as we speak. But I've got to say, Fang was one that eluded those balance changes a little bit, and one that I'm a little bit fearful for. If any team feel daring enough to leave that pick wide open, would not be at all surprised if someone goes straight in as a first pick. Brock as well. We made Brock great again, and that was what I've been campaigning for a while. Had a bit of a rework as well to those on the star power side of things, and now more rockets is what we're going to have as opposed to the incinerary, which was basically
That's why they are
on the map
talking so much. Yes,
maximum range. So
they need to fill it now.
Now being the base kit, which does open the door wide. Actually, to kind of
they need to fill the gaps
there, which
until the game starts.
Have a bit more territorial control. I do like that we're seeing a bit of a rise in this kind of approach from the balancing team at Supercell to kind of maybe make some of the brawlers that are a bit on the weaker side more base kit when it comes to their star power and rework them that way. Tara as well taking a bit of a knock. 460 damage per card down to 440 is going to make players have to kind of question the use of her a little bit more. Again, a brawler which is very, very versatile, very dominant, and pushing those side lanes and having a pressured approach to your opposition. Definitely now not necessarily a go-to. I think still going to be in a pretty decent place and still viable in a lot of maps. I personally have loved seeing her come into places that I didn't expect, actually, like in Hot Zone for Ring of Fire, having a really aggressive lane side push. But as you rightly say, Ruffs, I feel, is actually a bit of a dark horse here. A lot of players saying already they feel that Ruffs...
And you also play matches or watching only?
Ham,
just watching.
Ham is a very versatile...
When matches will start? It should have started by now, but
of game modes and a lot of places.
Day first always been a delayed day, as we have seen in World Finals as well, so it is taking time. But don't worry, it will be back to normal.
She's going to be a really solid pick as well. But, any other brawlers for you that sort of stood out? We had Jackie as well getting a buff. We also had B and various others. But again, it's regional specific, so it's that kind of beautiful moment, Kenny, where we're kind of going to probably be surprising ourselves along the way.
For sure. I mean, that's one of the wonders of watching all of these different teams in the world compete. There's different metas going on in each country and region. It's so interesting to see where the thought process goes. Even before this, I was in a stream and two different pros from different regions were comparing where they would go in a situation for a draft. And it was so interesting to see that play out, and I can't wait to see it play out throughout.
भाई ECA को करना था ना. हाँ, ECA को करना था अगर सही आंसर थे तो.
In a pretty strong spot. Somebody like Gale gonna be a great tank counter.
How to lower the sound?
This balance really.
If you want to lower the sound, just click on this thing. This thing will pop on in their upper left side. Just click on here, and this will be muted. If you click it on again, the sound will start coming again.
That's the difference in the world for a brawler like Gale, to absolutely counter these tankier brawlers, say like.
Or if you just want to lower it down, then you can just
maybe he hasn't seen
go to downside of the
he's already a pretty decent brawler.
Settings. There is a speakers option. Right click on that. On that, open volume mixer. From there, you can actually reduce the sound.
Other team drafts, so.
Only mute. Yes, there's only mute option because you can control your sound by this speakers as well. You can just
wait to see how creative
lower down your speaker sound. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Griff. I was chatting to some players in the EMEA last night, and they are all saying very good things about Griff for sure. So yeah, curious to see whether that's translated across to SESA and ANZ today.
Open volume mixer and just lower down the sound you're hearing right now.
Look today at how the bracket is going to be. This is the lineup. We've got FA Sky up against Raconic Esports as match number 1. Swiftly going to be going into that in just a moment. FA Upper Moon up against FA Hashira will be match number 2. Match number 3.
Bro, मैं which region select नहीं कर पाया.
3 win agents up against.
Reload कर लो भाई. They are having issues, I guess. Sound issues. Totally gone then. क्या मुझे अब पिन मिलेगी? Just watch and link. then I cannot heard you then. भाई तुमको अगर मुझे सुनना है तो मैं तो ऑलरेडी इनकी वॉइस आ ही रही है, तुम इनको म्यूट कर दो. जस्ट म्यूट दैट स्ट्रीम and hear the stream sound from here. Simple. Whenever question comes, just click on the question and give the answer. Simple as that. If you want to hear the sound, then you just make them mute from this thing and hear the sound from my stream. Simple as that. Server change.
I don't want to kind of predict too much too soon on event.brawlstars.com. I kind of just did the quarterfinals, and I'm going to kind of wait.
Yeah, for sure. I don't blame you at all.
देखने पे पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं, नहीं देखने पे कोई पॉइंट्स नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ बाजू में क्वेश्चंस जब आएंगे तो उसका आंसर करना है आपको. Just focus on the questions coming onto the right side of the screen.
A little bit earlier is free agent.
Those are the important things. Other things are not important.
I think they did a really great job.
Even if you just pause the stream, it doesn't matter. But the thing important right now is the questions which are coming.
Those are ones that
right in the side.
Matches, especially, I think, could be very sneaky. And match 4 is going to be very interesting too, just to see two newer teams with the players that aren't as familiar in the BSC, getting that experience and seeing how they handle being in the big stage. So I think there's a lot to look forward to here. And of course,
but anyone knows who to vote.
Is the
so can we reduce quality in Chrome?
Is a lot to handle.
Quality in Chrome. Let me check.
Cannot underestimate them
no,
in that respect.
There's no option there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've gone all the way,
no.
You've probably got some decent experience under belt. But we're going to be soon going into our first draft of 2022, or first draft ever in the Brawl Stars Championship.
Now it's time to vote. Come on,
up against
vote now.
WATCHPARTY Esports, and again,
who will win?
I was chatting to Coop to Ace yesterday.
Tell me, guys, which team to vote?
About FA Sky, who did have
which one we should vote?
Run towards the end of last season, cutting it a little bit.
FA Sky or Reconic?
I think coming into this year,
27 seconds remaining.
Bang on time, realistically, and
bro, who did you pick? I haven't picked. Come on, tell me which team to pick up.
I'm kind of gonna lead it towards my prediction.
Sky or RCN?
Reconic Esports, I know a little bit less about. Their
Sky. Okay, Sky 1 or N1.
He was known as Toxic in 2021. Played 7 monthly finals with Kick's team. So they do have some good credentials that can't.
And Sky got 65% of vote.
For me,
RCN just got 55%.
I'm gonna put my sort of favorite prediction with them. What about yourself for this one?
I'm going to go with Free Agent Sky too. I think they're a very underrated team. And anytime Coop to Ace says that there is a dark horse candidate, it's somebody you obviously have to pay attention to. If anybody knows their stuff, it's going to be him, since he's playing against them on a frequent basis. But they had really great success towards the end of last year, especially the last 2 months. They have that team synergy coming into a new year, and especially in a first month with a brand new format. Really,
I picked this guy myself, but
you can rely on your team.
Ryu
I think it's a
may
really
win.
huge deal for them. So I would go with Free Agent Sky as well here.
It's Ren, nah?
Okay, well,
whatever it is. RCN was the name.
Line of thought, Kenny, which is
RCN is the name.
I expected nothing less. What I will say as well, though, is that it is going to come down to that draft. If Reconic Esports can just kind of find themselves in a place where they are a little bit ahead of the game, maybe they've got some insight as to what FA Sky like to kind of go towards, and if they can get their brawler bang on. I'm personally.
मैंने भी red team को दिया है. It doesn't matter, bro. We don't know about the teams now.
Nonetheless,
so it's just a guess.
Got to bear that in mind.
We don't know about the history of these teams.
The game is as we go.
So just get the idea from this thing, because in World Finals, this experience will help you to choose
FA Sky in a position
in earlier on stages
to find themselves and maybe take it to that set. But again, you've got to be so careful. One of the big feedbacks actually that I got from the players in EMEA during their qualifier was that draft process may seem, when you're kind of doing your scrims and you're doing your power league and that kind of thing, as something that's quite a casual process. It goes by quick when it comes down to competitive. You are placed on the spot, and things can obviously happen in real time that you were not necessarily expecting, so you've got to be prepared. And it's a great thing when you can just kind of think to how the players are reacting behind the scenes. It's an ever evolving process, and sometimes you can prepare as much as possible for every eventuality, but then something comes up and it's not what you're expecting. It throws a curveball, no pun intended, towards the spike star power, and you've got to rethink everything through and kind of play it as it comes. But you know, in regards to that draft, you know, when you've been playing yourself, Kenny, like, you know, what kind of tips to the viewers at home when it comes to making those all important choices?
I think just getting as much repetition as possible. I'm sure a lot of these pros have had to scrim against each other and see exactly what the mindset is. I think the more drafts that you get into, the more situations you find yourself in, the more matchups you find yourself playing up against. And again, just scouting out and doing that strategy beforehand, taking the time and making sure you're drafting appropriately goes a long ways. I mean, like you said, Reconic Esports
might lose.
Okay, cool. But if they out-strategize the other team, I mean, they're definitely enough players in these 8 teams for that matter are good enough to pull off an upset if they make the proper draft choices. Understanding how each brawler plays into your opponent and understanding when to draft brawlers.
Brawl Stars में live हो रहा
something that was really strong, but now maybe not quite as strong. And drafting
भाई वो जो आया था क्वेश्चन who is second region करके वो मैं नहीं कर पाया, क्या मुझे पिन मिल जाएगी? हाँ भाई, क्यों नहीं मिलेगी?
That the other team could pull out a Gale, an Ems, a Griff, and immediately
देखो इतने मैचेस हैं, ये इतने सारे मैचेस.
So I think understanding
साथ ही साथ यहाँ पे क्लिक करते रहो.
Strengths and weaknesses are so important coming to this process.
5 मिल के points.
Okay, well, I think we're going to go straight into the matchup then, and they are going to be valuing the plan. Love to see that from Reconic Esports. Gonna say Byron as well, so doubling down on the healing, but it seems the FA Sky are doubling down on their accuracy, pinpoint at that, and giving themselves a healthy lead. But now it's Reconic that retake the mid. Pretty close matchup so far, about 10% each, but it is now Reconic Esports to have that sense of control.
Yeah, and we even see Colonel Ruffs in here as well, which is somebody that I don't think a lot of the viewers at home really expected, but with that jump in damage, I think it's a lot more justifiable to pick him here. And right now we're seeing Sky get a little more mid control here and bringing themselves to a lead in the moment.
Well, there goes down another supply drop, going to be giving that damage boost over to Loay, and there is some great taps there. It's going to pay off well on the Tara takedown, but there, we saw there a little cheeky. You love to see it already on the Byron side of things. Okay, it's going to be almost 50% now, but FA's going to have lost that mid control. There's a nice black hole there connecting.
So much damage. Oh, nice.
Homemade Recipe doesn't connect, however, but a healthy lead nonetheless over towards FA Sky.
Yeah, they were doing a great job of holding this mid control, but one really big benefit with
strategy
is they have a Pam.
Nice.
Playing into Piper is such a favorable matchup for the side of Reconic. If they have that heal turret down, they can place it. Pam can stay very beefy and healthy, especially with the Byron is on their side. But right there, we see get some takedowns, and this is looking right back into the favor of FA Sky, who have a pretty favorable lead right now.
Yeah, but they've lost the control again. If they can just hunker down now, Reconic Esports can really get there. Oh, lovely Darrow and a great takedown there. Let's see as well whether that will pay off. Sky very low as well. Oh, the Piper
shots that is going close.
But now that Pam healing station is blocking things off just a little bit.
What a comeback, bro.
This Darryl aggression is paying off so well for Reconic Esports, and this might well be enough.
3, 2, 1.
What an amazing comeback as Reconic Esports
take
that first game there. Obviously, we're going to have the best of 3 play itself out, which is great, actually. The best thing I find about having Power Match, having Draft now as our format is that we go straight back into the next game as well. So,
Brawl Stars कल से play नहीं
FA Sky in a
कोई दिक्कत नहीं. बोली भाई आप क्यों नहीं खेल सकते Brawl Stars Championship? उसीलिए टीम चाहिए, bro.
The aggression, that's what we.
It's unfair. Sky should win. RCN should lose. Why, bro?
Sides too. I really do think they have brawlers on each side addressing opponents. For example, I'm sure Taro was a pick into Daryl here, but now we see Askachat already moving in, gonna be rolling in, getting a takedown there, and now he grabs 2. Luay gonna be weak as well and forced to back up. They had an early lead, but this is the chance Reconic Esports needs to once again take a big lead. They came back by nearly 30% last time, and holding this mid control early in the game is certainly gonna favor them.
Oh, GG's.
Yeah, that's definitely going to prey on the minds a little bit of FA Sky. They're going to want to take on some of those learnings because they had some great moments, but They just dropped the ball just a little bit, but look at that right-hand side lane. A great takedown there
come
from
back.
Huna, coming in, allowing his teammates to push through the mid. A great use of that Tara on that lane again, which
Players are my friends.
just before coming in. That's
Nice.
It is a very aggressive thing to have. I do like the use there as well as the support from beyond. Oh, the double stuck as well. Beautiful play there from Hyunda, leaving RCN there all alone. Goes down. White goes down. That is a fantastic moment for FA Sky to seize.
Yeah, and now another benefit of Colonel Ruffs too. They have dropped the super. Iuna has a super on his side. The extra damage coming in is now they grab themselves another takedown. Aska Chad has something to say about it though. They might be able and managed to get that takedown. This is actually going to be a huge lead here for Sky, even bigger than the one we saw last game. And with only 10%
this
remaining,
one
it's
is
looking
for
pretty
the
good
Sky.
Aska Chad and White going to be moving forward here, trying to
Yeah.
get the takedowns they can at the last second. It looks like they've reclaimed control. It's going to be very difficult with only 3% remaining to keep Sky out of this.
Well, Hyuna went for it, didn't quite pay off as Askachan comes in again. This is just rinse and repeat. Raconic are only 3% away from losing this, but these hills going to be numbers now. The Pam
Come back
shooting the ball
or
in the
what,
mid.
bro?
I think it might be literally deja vu.
No.
But no, Askachan still remaining. A jump in.
Oh, GG.
Just
What a match.
3% in it. FA Sky.
Nice.
Just about in the nick of time
Nice.
there, but woo, they were cutting. That's one fine, Kenny.
What a
Nice,
intense
nice,
last second
nice.
comeback there. I
Good
really,
one,
really
good
thought
match.
Raconic
What
might
a
end up
comeback.
grabbing it, but the side of Sky just hanging on for dear life. Only needed 3%.
भाई मैं यश ओपी ये मेरे भाई की आईडी
It's just some beautiful,
है यार ये
beautiful
लोग
Brawl Stars right
हार
there.
ना
It's
जाएं
nice. I love to see the intense
bro
competition.
3 सेट का मैच होता है if you win 2 sets
I've got to be
then
honest,
you gonna win
I was not
अभी
expecting
first set
something
का
as close
first
to
match
that
चल रहा है
as our second match, or first for that matter. But now things are really going to be getting interesting because we've seen both sides having a pretty equal battle. Actually, when you look at it, I mean, the Piper's always going to have a bit of trouble because the Pam healing station and there's a lot of heals and a lot
ओ
of
भाई
tankiness on the side of
ये लोग
Raconic,
इतना
which,
डिले क्यों दिखाते हैं भाई
just gotta
ऑलरेडी रेड टीम में
as we saw there, Hyuna getting a
40%
lot
लेके
more
रखा
value
हुआ है
there
ऑलरेडी
as the
कवर अप
car
कर
race.
लिया
Gotta make sure to
40%.
continue holding that right hand side lane for his team, allowing Lawai there in the mid to cap it. There's another black hole and another takedown as JJ goes down. Aska Chad there continuing the pressure, but it's a bit of a position where actually Lawai and Kayan able to really capitalize on their range there.
Yeah, now they've got the sandbag set too, and it looks like JJ's gonna be moving forward as Aska Chad gets a nice roll there, take down onto KH, and Raconic Esports claiming a good chunk of this middle area here in order to claim their hot zone. The way though, getting very close range, gonna go ahead and break open that side.
Oh,
The more this
both teams
map
are on
opens up,
equal
I really
terms.
do like it for the side of Lue and FA Sky. You know, the more free range that
Byron
has to land
Hill.
shots, as now we see JJ at a very weak point as well. KH being forced to back off too. This has just been a back and forth the entire set.
I love the use of the body blocking there, using the Tara Spirit from the Beyond to just keep those HPs ticking over and keep the healing process coming in. Look at the scoreline, 71, 73, 73 now. Final push in there, potentially from Masker Chad, but now 80%. Oh, the black hole connection is fantastic, allowing then FA Sky to take the middle podium. It is still neck and neck. I feel like Raconic have not done yet,
90.
though. This
90.
genuinely.
So much HP, only a couple percentage points on the line, and
GG, Sky won the match.
100% FA
Well done.
going to take a 2-1 victory there. They're going to have the first map of the entire year, and what a set to open up our matches this weekend.
Oh my word. I mean, when we go back to last year, having Hot Zone come into play and having that be like the big
Bro, free win agents में sergeant है.
to start the day.
Best Indian player. Byron को क्यों support कर रहे हो?
Most
Byron को क्यों support कर रहे हो? भाई हम तो मैच का enjoyment कर रहे हैं भाई. दोनों टीम का ही support कर रहे हैं हम तो.
and again, the reason why
We are enjoying both the games, just enjoying the game. Nothing. It doesn't matter whichever team's winning.
level out the playing field. That's a fantastic thing for me.
भाई हम लोग हार गए. अरे bro, if you're just for the pin, then you can just wait and watch.
We'll be moving shortly over to Crystal Arcade, but give us your thoughts before we do, Kenny.
You don't know about the
How that went
team.
down,
Team से बारे में हमको कुछ
really
पता
quite
नहीं है. Just आप तुक्का मार
I think
सकते
you
हो
love
अभी
to
तो।
see it. I think
अब
with
मिलेगी नहीं मिलेगी वो
rock,
तो
paper, scissors,
बात की
there's
बात
no
है भाई।
doubt
अब
in people's
मुझे
mind.
तो
It all
पिन
comes
से
down
इतना
to
ज़्यादा
the
कुछ
balls
होता
you
नहीं, मैं
choose
तो
and
पिन
how you
ब्लॉक करके
execute your
रखता हूँ।
strategies.
तो आप
And
अपने
honestly,
हिसाब से
I think
जो
the
आपको
close
सही
set
लगता
there
है
really
उसको
reflected
सिलेक्ट
how
करो
strong the draft was for both sides. Each side
और
tried to address the
guess
enemy
करो,
brawlers.
simple.
And if you're somebody at home taking notes on maybe how to get better at your own power league matches, that's the way to do it. You want to address what the other team picks. Sometimes it's not
Naruto,
always
two
about picking the
broken
number
Tara.
one brawler
Yes.
available. Sometimes it's about taking what's the best thing to address my opponent.
But
I think both sides really incorporated that in that last match.
most
And Crystal
healing, look
Arcade,
at the
I'm
most
sure we're gonna see
healing.
some phenomenal
Naruto
drafts on both sides
12,000.
and another great set.
Now
if
it's
anything
Gem
like
Grab
the last one.
Crystal Arcade map.
Yeah, and Crystal Arcade as well was a map that players have had to kind of like renew their minds to. It's been out of the map pool for a while, so it's definitely a bit of an OG map. Actually, I've got to say, I mean, I do remember back in the day, as the boomer I am, playing this map into the early hours of the morning. But what I remember about it in particular is that greatly, if you throw open a bit of cover, the map becomes incredibly open. So I'm very curious to see as to like how that's going to go in terms of the draft. Are people going to be going with the wall breakers? Are they going to be going with the close up and personal brawlers? I think Spike is a great thing to have personally on a lane.
अरे भाई इसको कोई ब्लॉक
That
करो
kind
रे।
of does go down.
ये कौन आते हैं, कहाँ से ये bots आते हैं?
A very long way, and it's a great actually deterrent of Fang. So if Fang's left open,
Bro ये championship night को भी होगा क्या?
actually if that's a response
Championship
to that,
हमेशा इस टाइम से शुरू होती है और शाम तक चलती है।
any brawlers that particularly stand out to you as being something to ban, something to kind of pick? But as
आपने किसको दिया है? मैंने रेड टीम को ही दिया है। RCN
is incredibly important. Yes, you can swap with your teammate, but you got to think through exactly what kind of brawler mechanic you'd be placing into your arsenal at what time.
स्क्रीन फ्रोज। अरे स्क्रीन फ्रोज नहीं हुआ है जब मैं थोड़ा विंडो चेंज करता हूँ और अलग चीजें करने
I
आता
think
हूँ।
there's a few, especially
जैसे वो जो
for
bot
all
आया था,
indie
link
names
भेज रहा
out
था,
there, somebody
मैं
that they've been
उसको
very familiar with for a little
off
bit
करने
now
गया
is
था तो
Ash,
screen
and
froze हो
somebody, if
जाती है।
anything got better with that rod
ठीक है, अभी जैसे मैं फिर से करता हूँ देखो, मैं
he's just a really
किया,
strong brawler here, I think, in the
मुझे
lane.
कुछ और
Gonna be a
करना है
great
तो
option.
screen
There are
froze
really
रहेगी
good
तब
ways to
तक।
address him and counter him, but if you can get Ash and say Byron on your side, that's gonna be an awesome combination. Another brawler for me that I feel like really deserves to have a chance on this map, somebody that got buffed recently, is going to be Max. She's going to be a really great option here. The extra damage, making her an even more viable option as an offensive attacker, doing damage to the other team, but also the utility she brings to the team is huge when you get the extra speed to just really aggress onto gyms, the enemy team, whatever you need. And I think those are two that I'm certainly looking out for in this draft.
I think Pam as well. I wouldn't be even opposed to a Pam ban. Actually, got to be honest. I feel like having that healing station just behind those areas to cover in the center of the map is a great thing to have. And in the eventuality that that cover does get destroyed, if someone wants to bring in a wall breaker, well, you've still got something to hang on to in the mid as a bit of cover. And I think that that's definitely things that teams are going to have to consider. Do they want to kind of double down and hope for some good cover, or do they want to kind of like come prepared for that to kind of all be blown away? I think as well, Leon is a great brawler. In fact, I was writing a list last night of just kind of brawlers that I felt were pretty all-rounded. Like, what could you pretty much bring in anywhere? And the list went on and on. I was actually kind of really pleasantly surprised that we've got so many brawlers in the meta right now that are in a fantastic place. As you mentioned as well, Byron, I think is a brawler which has kind of been a little bit missed off in terms of balance changes. I think a lot of
मेरे 100 points हैं आपके,
the stronger side of things, and
मेरे 55 है bro, दिख तो रहा है screen पे।
then
ये इधर
if players do want to consider Pam as a ban,
55
bring him
points.
instead. I think gone more or less are the days of Poco now as that kind of like healer kind of role. Maybe in Brawl
This guy, he will win.
more so than others.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's definitely interesting to see a kind of shift, heavy shift actually, over to kind of Pam and Byron for those roles. I'm going back actually to Ring of Fire. Very interested to see Daryl still getting some airtime into oblivion, more or less, from what we've kind of seen in the previous domineering way that he entered the last balance changes. But it seems like players are still able to make it work. So even some of the brawlers that did take a bit of a nerf hammer, showing some promise, it seems.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think there's a lot of different strategies with the special Crystal Arcade that we could see implemented too. Another one that I really like to see in general in the mid is 8-Bit, somebody who also synergizes really well with Byron. I think there's a lot of versatility, and honestly, Byron and Pam synergies, I've seen it on a lot of hot zone maps recently. It does really well too. We saw in that last match as well that it worked pretty well, having Pam already as a very healthy brawler, a lot of HP.
भाई चूज का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा, वो टाइम रहता है, टाइम से पहले अगर आप करोगे तो ही आएगा, बीच में नहीं आता।
and then adding on some Byron heals too can't hurt anything. So I think
55 क्यों है यार
versatility.
यार इन दोनों को चुप करो, गेम प्ले देखना है,
somebody like Leon,
इसलिए रेडी करना पड़ता है ना लोगों को.
So I think there's a lot.
ये थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं, ये तो fillers हैं. They are just filling up time.
Coming in here
चलो टाइम ये आ गया, ये साइन आ गया रेड वाला. That means
somebody like Ash,
they have started playing.
Somebody I expect to see less today, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the pros still value him a lot. Maybe that super nerf did not impact him as much as we speculated he would.
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, when we have a balance change, it's not always clear cut, but we are going to see the Pam on the side of Sky. We're going to see also the Rosa, which I didn't expect, and the M's counter there, obviously for good reason, on the other side of things. So I like the positioning, but over time, I do worry a little bit for Sky. The Max as well is a dangerous thing to get M's right into the thick of it, and already, yeah, I'm not sure this draft is going to favor Sky, from being completely honest.
Yeah, having Rosa, depending on when they drafted that, might have been a tough decision there. You know, having Ims as a direct counter to that is going to be awesome. I will say having Spike going into a Sandy lane isn't too shabby, not the worst, but right now they're getting some great pinches as a takedown comes into the way, and Askachad has remained in this mid the entire duration of our game so far, already having 6 gyms to his name alone, now adding a 7th. I mean, this is looking like a very favorable lead here for Reconic Esports.
Oh, bhai.
Start, and again, I feel like this was what we expected to see, you know, with the way the draft was played out. And look at just how JJ there is just not leaving Hyuna alone at all there, keeping on top of things, but now a little opening there, the super pop, pushing then Askachado to the left-hand side. It's the only opening so far that FA Sky have had, and it did not prevail. Reconic will get the countdown. I just cannot see how FA Sky can contest this.
Yeah, I mean, Reconic with the insane lead right now. Askachad, I don't think's really been touched this entire game as they pop another super. 3 seconds to go, and it to really seal the coffin. That's going to be our first game in favor of Reconic Esports. And honestly, I think their draft just went really well there. I feel like, you know, having Ims to address the Rosa immediately kind of addresses that situation. And Rosa, who's been
screen part go is like,
when you have that hard of a counter going into a great player, it can be a really tough time to
full screen tha aur dikha nahi raha tha wo team and stuff.
I think,
and by the way, Red is which team? The Red celebration.
So cautious.
Red is RCN.
You know, what you're going to be taking in, and I think that range here would have been a much better play just to cover all bases. Now, I don't want to call it too soon, but Reconic Esports are definitely, it's fair to say, have got a good advantage, especially when you consider how close things were in Rate of Fire. This could definitely go to a third and final set here. Speed coming in from Askachad there. Just keep JJ moving around and keeping his firm eye on Hyuna, but it's got to be said, FA Sky this time have got 2 gems. Maybe they're learning from some of their mistakes.
Yeah, a little bit of a different strategy here in where they're placing the grass and stuff. They may have learned their lesson from game number 1, and even a Pam healing turret now being placed down, but RC in going to be moving forward as a unit, trying to address that situation. White kind of held back here, though. I do feel like this spike lane is going well for Lue, but the closer it gets here as White approaches, it's going to get tougher. A sleep being put upon Lue there as they get another takedown. It's going to be 7-3 once again. We are seeing Reconic Esports nearly go down there. They managed to stay up. Askachad still holding on to the majority of those gyms.
Yeah, 7 gems, 8 now in the pocket, 9 there, a nice spawn on the side of FA Sky, but I like the way that Hyuna is actually going to the right-hand side and trying to stay as far away from the M's as possible. Nice shutdown as well from the left-hand side. The Pam healing station in a great spot to go super on the aggressive. If FA Sky can keep this up, it is actually going to be possible for them to get some good mid-control.
7-8, 8-8 hone wala hai.
Up as they go. If they keep this up, this could well be tied up in this set.
No, 9-8.
Yeah, this is a great little momentum swing for them here. We do see 9 gyms on the side.
9-0. Okay, down.
A little phase shifter still manages to go down, though. This is going to be a great opportunity for Sky to hold this middle ground and tie up the gym count. They now have 9 of their own. It is going
9-9. Come on.
Approach the final minute and a half here.
I've got to hand it to FA Sky, but they're not out of the woods yet by any means at all. As the speed coming in from Askachad there, but doesn't prevail much. White goes down. Oh,
GG.
So long he gets taken down himself. The team wipe is there. FA Sky have honestly exceeded my expectations here because I did not expect them to do as well as they did. They've honestly, in my opinion, been outcomped here. They have not got the best draft at all. In my opinion, WATCHPARTY Esports have got the better
RP and
draft.
OP है, I think was thinking around 150 RP पे करेंगे, but then light went.
Can they do that again? It's going to be a big ask.
No, not an issue.
For sure. I think they made some great adjustments, though. We've now seen this in 2 different sets. You know, they've had to adjust after game number 1. I think that's a lot of the learning process coming into this power match style. You know, it may be the same brawlers every time, but obviously it didn't go Sky's favor in game number 1.
Whoever wins this match will win the set.
Themselves, and right now we see Ayuna get a major takedown in the Ims. I think that's going to be their key to winning this match. If they can get a favorable matchup for Rosa, she can stay aggressive and really hide in these bushes, take shelter, and get really aggressive like we see her do here. Great bounce back from JJ as they get another takedown there. Ayuna, though, kind of wasting a super there a little bit. Going to be tough for them, but it's still going to remain up. It's going to leave a lot of room for Sky to have some great pressure. And now we see WATCHPARTY Esports almost trapped in their spawn. Little max super to get them out of this situation. Maybe they can get a little movement here, but I think Sky is sitting fairly comfortable right now.
A little shout out there as well to our player cams. No, it was not third caster joining the stream. We got a Hyuna there with Beanie. We also got Askashad there with the headphones on. So don't be at all surprised if you see any of them popping up from here and there. And hopefully some good player reactions as well. A nice new addition this year to the BSC, and I cannot wait to see how that unfolds. At the moment, though, 7 gems are with FA Sky with the lead, but that mid control and those side lanes shut down really in full force from WATCHPARTY Esports.
Close matches going on.
Exactly
Nice.
where they want to be right now against a really tough comp from FA Sky to push back
both low,
upon this.
both low,
FA
both
Sky
low.
showing that they can make this comp work, but they've got to have that mid control.
7-7, 8-7.
On the spawns. At the moment, WATCHPARTY Esports looks to be on the way to a countdown, especially if that team wipe has got anything to say about it.
WATCHPARTY Esports have just gassed up the pedal here. I mean, they are getting super aggressive now. Pam going to be trying to get any kind of takedown they can, but JJ going to stay up. Ayuna going to be on the left side here, trying to work his way forward. They've already scouted them out, though. They have enough gyms. The only chance they have is getting a takedown onto Askachad, and now we have Ayuna with a super here. 4 seconds remaining. Can they get up close enough? JJ has something to say about it.
Well done. RCN came back, and it's now 1-1.
WATCHPARTY Esports, a great job as we see Askachad here. He is razor focused in the middle of a match here, and they are going to be at 1-1 now.
I love the fact that we're going to the third and final set already. Askachad there looking very deeply focused in the zone. Got the AC on as well, just to keep him cool in the eventuality that things get hot and heavy. I've got to say, I felt looking at the draft that it was going to go this way. But FSI did still surprise me. I know they took the loss there, but they did show some great promise in a comp that was clearly outmatched. So it does say a lot about them in terms of skill. Now, Sneaky Field's up next. How are things going to go into this draft? Because this is in my opinion, one of the most challenging maps actually to draft for.
Sky.
Considered here. So many brawlers.
Bro, it's so unfair. RCN should lose. Sky deserves to win, bhai.
The fact that we now have the speed here.
Who deserves to win, bhai? किस लिए deserves to win? जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो पहुंचेगा उसमें क्या है?
Max now.
ऐसे तो पिछले बार में ट्राइब एने जो था वो deserves to win, भाई. सब कितना ट्राइब एने कर रहे थे. नहीं खेलेगी अच्छा तो क्यों खेलेगी?
Shelly.
ये भी ठीक है भाई. दोस्ती तुम जिताना.
And kind of pretty much every year, I think it's fair to say, in the BSC. But I don't think that this is that year. I think that Shelly is actually a really decent pick to consider to have a hard counter to a lot of tanks. So,
now it's a ring of fire, hot zone.
This could well come down to a draft. And as we saw in that previous set,
Sneaky Field
able to get the edge there.
Brawl.
Actually cause an
Brawl. Yo.
I mean, this is such a hard map to really put.
भाई ऐसे तो मैं भी deserve a girlfriend लेकिन नहीं है.
Strategies, and especially in last year's format. I feel like a lot of the times it was teams really considering only 2 to 3 certain types of compositions, but here you get to see a little bit of everything. And
भाई कितने points हैं तुम्हारे पास? भाई देखो upper right hand side में ये देखो. ये यहाँ पर Goldirock लिख के आ रहा है. वहाँ दिख रहा है आपको points 70.
Hidden in the bushes, it's really hard to get up close to you to deal with them. But I could also see this going in the direction of say brawlers like Ims or or Gale or Griff who are going to be able to address those tanks more. And I think it's going to be a little bit
sneaky
of back and forth. I'm
fields,
sure it'll be
brawl balls,
balanced compositions, right? And you know, Max is somebody you mentioned too. I could easily see a Max mid here. It's something we've seen in the past for Brawl Stars. Maybe we get those old tried and true types of compositions with something like, say, Max, Sandy, Ems, and Tara, who have all been intermingled in the past a lot, especially when it was in more of the traditional format that we've had in past years.
I think you've made a really valid point, actually, is like, you know, brawlers like Griff coming in with the piggy bank. If the bush and the speed gear and all these things stacking up is a thing to consider, get rid of the bush, you know, just get eradicated. I don't think we're going to see Brock, but you know, I still think there's a definite liking towards the fact that he's going to be coming back into the mix a little bit more than he was last year, for that same reason. Like, you know, brawlers that can really eradicate a lot of that unknown in sticky fields are going to go a really long way. Ems, we saw there already. What a strong counter she was in Crystal Arcade. I think maybe not going to be as good in the sticky fields, simply for the fact that I think that it's easy to get crept up upon in sticky fields. Still very good if you're able to keep your distance and really keep an eye on where your opposition is. Ems is going to be like the best brawler to counter the tanks, no doubt about that. But again, I feel like Shirley, for that same reason of being able to destroy some of that cover, could be more the go-to, actually, when it comes to some of those counters, and just being able to creep up, and you know, you're basically just getting your super and then just like waiting to find someone, and it's a one button tap. So but again, you know, that drop could be playing a very key important role here. I do personally like a lot of Rico, but I'm biased. I don't think it's probably the best brawler to play. It's a very fun one though. We have seen a bit of a drop off actually regarding Rico across the board really recently, since the balance changes and such. His super bouncy star power definitely hit him pretty hard. But you know, again, I think that Max here is a worthy ban in my opinion. That then opens the door, doesn't it, to brawlers like Fang that have been showing no playtime at all yet today. I'm sure the players are definitely considering him as being right up there in terms of those bans for that exact reason. So, you know, do you ban Fang? You know, do you ban Max? You know, do you ban Rosa? Like, what are your thoughts going into the banning process, and where would you take it? Because inevitably someone is going to get missed out of the mix there.
I think it depends a lot on how much these guys value tanks, really, because somebody like Ash is somebody in other regions that I've seen been picked here a lot, even banned. And if you have that first pick, a lot of teams are kind of looking out for that tanky brawler that can get really aggressive. But to me, it also makes a lot of sense to say take somebody off the board like Max, or somebody that's a really great tank counter, or somebody that's just different brawlers. You know, if you ban a tank,
Twitch से देख रहा हूँ, YouTube से भाई मैं तो direct पे देख रहा हूँ.
if you choose not to, and they end up drafting it, and you just
event.brawlstars.com
draft a
से.
lineup full of anti-tank counters,
मैं कहीं और से
like
क्यों
the
देखूंगा
Griffs and
भाई?
the Gales of the world, you know, you have a way to address them. It's still on the table, and if you know that going in, I think it changes your mindset. It changes the types of brawlers that you're picking, and some others that I'm kind of curious to see how they play out here. You know, in our monthly qualifiers, when we got to see these teams most recently, Grom and Daryl say were two brawlers that showed up a lot on this map, and we even saw Daryl earlier, which is something we were a little surprised to see. You know, I'm not anticipating, especially to see him on a map like Ring of Fire, which to me was not something I feel like we'd see him
भाई मतलब वो
unless he was as strong as he was.
Brawl Stars से server से देख रहा
Played a lot here
हूँ.
on this map for his ability to scout out the bushes, be really pesky,
US वाले.
behind those walls.
भाई कौन सी टीम पिक की भाई? मैंने तो RCN पिक की है.
Somebody, of course,
Red वाली टीम बोले
very
तो.
aggressive brawler, up close and personal in those bushes, easy to get to the enemy, deal a lot of damage and back away. So I'm kind of curious to see if those still remain here, or if they decide to go a different route with some of these newer brawlers that say got a little bit of a buff in our most recent balances.
Yeah, I fully agree with Daryl. I think that Tar Barrel as well is a great gadget to have, that additional slowdown, and definitely, you know, the bushes do lend itself well to kind of those assassination brawlers up close and personal to close the gap and have that kind of additional cover along the way. I kind of wonder whether we might see as well any of the new gadget Squeak Residue coming in and having some additional visibility in the bush. I'm not too convinced, but I've got to say, at the World Finals, I was really impressed seeing Zeta Division showing us that Squeak is a really underrated brawler. Again, I'm not.
भाई वो वॉल्यूम के नीचे दबाओ एक बार. अरे भाई बताया तो सही. US server Brawl Stars.
Terrible with Squeak, and B, it's Squeak. It's super annoying. I prefer it to not be on the field almost to save my ears, but at the same time, you know, that's it is a brawler that could be considered here. I think that again, we are in such a position now with the current meta where everything is up for grabs. I think Power.
Why they take so much time for one match?
Something like Mother Squeeze on the star power side of things to have tick damage if someone is to enter the radius. that is something that you've got to consider, and that could lock down a lane.
Bhai, maine KBC.
Pretty key moment in keeping things shut down.
KBC.
Brawlers like Jesse be actually kind of drafted in this position here as well, and I think that,
KBC
she's not as much of a meme as she has, and
कहाँ की KBC? Sky team है, पहली टीम का नाम तो Sky है,
that's considered. She's
दूसरी का RCN है,
kind of gone past the edge.
KBC कहाँ से आ गई भाई?
But I think that
कौन बनेगा करोड़पति यहाँ भी पहुँच गया क्या?
So cautious around the draft process and really making sure to consider your strategy. Yeah, if you want to really go in with an idea that you want to prevail. Now, this is interesting already. Okay, we've got the Shelly banned on the side of FA Sky. We've got the Spike banned.
Spike is banned and Shelly is banned.
Already, it seems like the tank counters are really coming out to play on the ban side of things. We just opened the door wide. Behind has come in with the coin toss there on the side of FA Sky. That is exactly what we were discussing playing out in motion, Kenny.
I almost like having the second pick here, particularly in this situation, but a lot of times like having the second pick here, particularly in this situation, but a lot of times on this map, I feel like it's very solid because now Reconic Esports is in a spot where they've seen Rosa get picked. They can address the situation by either grabbing another tank that they like of their own, say somebody like Ashe, which I'm a huge fan of here, or they could go the route of just taking 2 straight tank counters, which is looking like what they're going to do.
देखो कार्टोपी तुमको नहीं देखना है तो तुम स्ट्रीम बंद करके जा सकते हो धन्यवाद
lane or in the mid here as an option. And we do once again see Daryl here, somebody we mentioned might not see as much today, but I think these teams definitely value it, especially the side of Reconic Esports. So now it's going to be thrown back to FA Sky to really take a stab at what they think is going to be
there's definitely
some brawlers they could go for. I imagine we'll try to address the Daryl here with, say, somebody like Gale or Griff, which are going to be 2 great options still on the board that directly counter tanks. And one that we didn't mention, B has been a mid here in the past that does really, really well to tanks. That might be somebody that does well into IMS as well, just because of the extra range, can do a lot of damage as well, and somebody that is made to be a tank counter. So I think B might be a great mid here for the side of SA Sky if they really wanted to address both the brawlers already picked.
Yeah, fully agree as well. We have that little buff as well to Honeycomb now, going from the 20% increase of
भाई Brawl Stars select करो बताया तो सही Brawl Stars
Tara as well coming in.
Sky deserves to win because I deserve the points.
Very cautiously played by
White. Sky deserves to lose because you have told me to select REC.
No speed. Max would actually be a really.
You told me to select REC, so you should support REC.
Maybe on the tank side of things and really try to overpower.
Hello कर्तव्य पटेल, prediction नहीं कर पा रहा मैं. Prediction अब नहीं कर पाओगे क्योंकि मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है. अब आप अगले मैच का prediction कर सकते हो. बीच में prediction नहीं होता bro. देखो ये प्रीव्यू चल रहा है ठीक है अगर यहाँ इस टाइम तक आपने सिलेक्ट कर लिया होता तो अप्लाई होता अब आप नेक्स्ट मैच जो स्टार्ट होगा जो कि है एफए अपर मून वर्सेस एफए हाशिरा जब उनका मैच स्टार्ट होगा तो आप सिलेक्ट कर पाओगे अब आप नहीं सिलेक्ट कर सकते
and the additional range was definitely something that was lacking on the Reconic Esports side when that Gale pick came up. I was thinking but for me I would have gone with what you were mentioning, Kenny. Actually, I would have preferred to see the B pick here. Would have kind of covered a lot.
मैं तो Brawl Stars से उससे डायरेक्ट देख रहा हूँ.
Revealed a lot of brawls. अगर आपको here we go. There's the unfriendly bushes pop there, but it is already Reconic in a dominating position in the mid as they're looking to close this gap and get this early goal.
This is interesting too. A lot of the times you're gonna see JJ as the Rico be running a lane, but White electing to play on this right side here to try and match with Luay, who gets a stun here, pushed back immediately though. Luay trying to do his best to move forward and goes down there. Ayuna just gonna put the ball in the back left corner. They're gonna pocket it immediately in order to try and play some kind of defense here, because so far Reconic Esports has pushed a lot so far. A lot of early pressure, and Askachat already up on this top left side, but Kayan has something to say about it. They're gonna be immediately taking him down. A Rosa super coming in now too, and it looks like Sky is going to be able to reclaim a good portion of this map now.
I feel like Sky have had a rough start, but this is where their comp can really thrive. Genuinely, the Gale pick getting so much value there as well. And now Hyuna, I'd like the patience from him. He didn't go in with that black hole earlier on when he was under pressure. He waited on it. He knows the importance of what that super can do. And already Reconic now in a position where they were not at the beginning of this match.
Whoa, what a goal.
What a mistake from Reconic there. KH sees the moment, gets the goal, and that was a position that I did not expect to see from FA Sky, considering how this match started.
हाँ तो YouTube सिलेक्ट कर लो भाई, वेबसाइट में बता रहा है तो तुम YouTube सिलेक्ट कर लो, मना किसने किया है?
And I guess they just didn't know he had a super shot available, and that's something of that game awareness you just have to have at all times. Any of these players are going to find sneaky opportunities like that, and FA Sky is able to capitalize on a very, very wide open goal there. As now we see JJ approaching that side, a great super coming in, getting a takedown, and now that's two. Iuna though going to be the only one remaining. They do have the Twister down to block the ball. It's going to be very difficult. Askachad does have a role though. If he really wants to, he can actually get through this and kick the ball out. I don't imagine he will, just considering Gale, Rosa, and Tara are all right by the enemy goal. But I mean, that is something to consider throughout the match. It might be another reason why Daryl could be a little valuable here. The Twister going to be able to block, but it does not.
Bro, मेरा DL rank 31 था.
It's
मतलब
super there from Hyuna. That could be costly, but everyone on the side of Draconic is low except for White on the left-hand side. And again, the Gale in this position can be so dominant. If JJ can get a super here, oh, but the knockback is there, and Hyuna just enough time to get the ball clear. Askachad coming in, not able to make anything of it. Oh, my word. The defensiveness coming into full force.
Set 3, game 1 down.
Oh, they played that so well. They are now on match point. Hyuna there though, still being very cautious to not get too emotional under the circumstances. Got to stay composed. Got to get through this, but I gotta say, at the beginning of that matchup, I thought that was gonna be so one-sided. We've seen this from Sky today. They've been so resourceful when they've been kind of in a position where they're maybe
next match started,
struggling, showing us where they really are at in their heads when it comes to their strategic approach.
Yeah, I think despite early deficits that we've seen in a lot of these games so far, especially game ones of all of these set, they've shown a lot of resilience. They've kept fighting, and they trust in their strategy, and that's something that I think is resounding. I think it's really remarkable that they can hold on like this, deal with the best like WATCHPARTY Esports, and really maintain their positioning. But now Askachad moving forward, they're going to be able to get a kickoff here. A Gale super coming in, the roll, but the big block from the Twister is going to give them a little life here, and a gadget coming through, and the defense coming through. JJ getting taken down. What almost was a guaranteed goal for WATCHPARTY Esports is now a Sky push towards their own goal.
Gotta be honest, you know, I often forget just how dominant that Gale gadget can really be. And look at Lawai coming in here, getting some pressure to Astra, but a great roll. He didn't get the ball the way through. There's the tar battle coming into play, allowing him to juke around this and get out of peril, but does go down in the end. White now is all that stands between KN and Lawai as JJ comes back into the mix. That Rico pick again, not giving him the greatest amount of value. Can he make something of it here? But look at the way that Lawai is able just to push up upon it and keep him in the bottom corner there with the super bouncy coming into play. Not able to be enough. He will go down.
And is it going to be goal? I think so.
A super coming in here now too. This is a wide open goal. Sky already on match point.
OP clutch by Sky, dude. Hello Mukesh.
Semifinals. And this setup is
how do you join? Give the link.
Like between the Twister.
How do you join? Event.brawlstars.com, bro.
Chad to specifically address KH, and they've done a great job on defense here.
Event.brawlstars.com/Ian.
Trying to make something of this push going forward, and now we see Askachad with a super. Will he make something of it? He goes for the shot, and unfortunately the roll is not enough of the way. Gonna be able to kick this off and get a super of his own. White going to be forced to move back, and I imagine with about 15 seconds remaining, they're going to be looking at to try and push forward as a team.
That really was the door wide open. Askachad there with the pin. He knows the frustration level there. That was the moment. Can they make another one with 5 seconds remaining? There is time, but not if the Gale knockback has anything to say about it. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. No, what's the line?
Well done.
Sky have done it just in the nick of time. I've got to say that blunder came around, proved too costly, and what a moment then as FA Sky take the victory there.
Who hell's the MVP of this match?
I will look back in that moment and feel like, yeah, maybe he should have done better. The Gale was down. That was the big issue that they had all the way through. It wasn't quite enough, and yeah, FA Sky just doing what they needed to do, but a much closer game than I personally expected as our opening, gotta say.
GG's.
I mean,
155 points done, guys.
I just feel like FA Sky found a way every single time, and I feel like a lot of was not necessarily going to be the best one.
I don't see an option to vote. Do you see it?
Very much there.
Game has already started, so you can't vote in the middle of the game. Whenever the new game starts, that means FA
So clearly, a
Upper
game that is
Moon
almost
and
in right there,
FA
getting up to
Hashira will
in
be
the
playing,
semifinals.
then you
This
can
really
vote.
could have gone either way.
In the middle of the
So
match,
I
you
think
can't
we can
vote.
definitely
You can
anticipate
only
this
vote for
being
the
a
optional
really,
question
really
like
good
this.
day. I mean, we're
Who was
already
the
through-
MVP of this
it's only
match?
match number
Like
one.
this, you
and
can
we, I
vote
feel like,
and
went
get the
through
points.
just
For
so
now.
many roller coaster of emotions just watching both
Right
these
now,
teams
I have
battle it out. So
155
if that's any reflection
points.
of what today's competition is going to be, I am so incredibly excited for this region.
Let's go.
Absolutely. I think
Hello,
a great
Zach.
testament again to what we were saying earlier about Power Match
What's
being
up?
our format for this year. I feel like that is just going to blow the doors so wide open when it comes to the BSC because, again, getting that draft right, really thinking through strategically how are you going to approach it. I thought very interesting to see there. We shall
Keep an eye on the questions coming onto the right side of the
teams
screen
went in with that same
and vote
strategic
for
approach
it
there
to get
of getting
the
those
rewards
king counters
earlier
out
on.
of the way. I mean, when would we ever have seen the Shelly ban last year? It just would never have happened.
One more question came in.
It just definitely means that in terms of the meta, everything now.
Which CISA and N's team was ranked first in
It's coming down now to
2021?
Specific mechanics rather than brawlers, and that I think is a really, really interesting.
Team Flash, I
to see.
guess.
Sometimes we saw when FA Sky, in my opinion, had the lesser
Yes, Team
being
Flash
able to show that they can
was
still
the
make
right
that
answer.
work and just trying to
Choose Team Flash
their
and win
aggressiveness to their advantage and
25 more points. Now I am having 180 points for now.
Again, fantastic to see.
Like I said, keep an eye onto your right side where the questions are coming and get the prizes early on.
Upper Moon.
Hi, Mom.
As Shira.
Next
And,
game.
I feel
Hi,
like,
Mom.
again, if
Okay.
that opening match is anything to go by, that we
Blue teams are good.
on this one, Kenny.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
I mean, I think FA Upper Moon is probably the favorite coming into this, but FA Ashira is somebody definitely I've had my eyes on. And if that last match was any indication of what we've got going on today, I think, again, anything can really happen. I mean, if Shelly can get banned, anybody can win in this format. And I think a lot of the times, things like those targeted bans like we saw last year, sometimes you just don't want the enemy team playing a certain brawler, or maybe it's a brawler that they really enjoy playing, are really talented at. And that's just something a lot of teams aren't going to want to deal with. And that's something I could very well see still happen.
Who will win this match?
It's very much
Upper
a
Moon or
case-by-case
Hashira?
basis. Every single draft's going to be.
I like the name Hashira. I'm voting for Hashira, bro.
And I think FA
Oh,
Hashira definitely
close
has that in them to
competition.
be able to deal with a very, very
53%,
strong team.
47%.
And FA Upper Moon to make this a really, really competitive match.
Yeah, and I've got to say, FA Upper Moon, they've got CZK on their team, and of course, a player with a lot of experience coming from the Team Flash roster of last year and transitioning over. So that is a key component, I feel, to this roster. Orca as well. I've heard
Upper
very good
Moon
things
done
from
from
a lot
my
of players
side.
in the EMEA
Cool.
about that particular
Go
player.
for it.
So definitely one that I'll have
chosen
my eye
Hashira.
on. They did win the September monthly finals while playing with Kick's team last year. So definitely some big front runners there to take into consideration. And again, as we saw, my predictions, not normally the best, Kenny. Got to say, not normally the best, but did get one up with FA Sky. So I think for me this time round, gonna keep with my gut feeling on this one. Gonna side a little bit more with FA Upper Moon, in my opinion. Where are you placing your bets on this one?
I'm going with free agent Upper Moon too. I really, really like this free agent Hashira team. JK being a longtime player that's
I
proven
choose
to be
Hashira
really good in
because
the
it's
past
a
as well.
Japanese thing. Yes,
That's
I
where
know.
my heart is too as we hop in.
That is why I've chosen Hashira
Bands are
as
going to
well.
be Lola and Piper. We're seeing how this all plays out. Looks like we can see each time. Fang
I also
finally getting
voted
introduced. It's the
Hashira
first
because
time
of
we're getting to
Goldie,
see
so
him.
please
And
Goldie
right
by
after that,
be
we do see
correct.
CZK.
Wait,
Instinct
bro, why are you
to
voting
collect fire
the
in
team
combination, which
I
is
am
something I really
voting?
anticipated seeing here. And
Electricity
even
gone,
seeing
very
Lola
nice,
banned.
very nice.
Somebody I saw a lot alongside you in the EMEA region during qualifiers on high snaps
I
in general.
guess
So these more mid-range
we need
fights.
to end
Looks
the
like
stream
the team
because
with free agent
electricity
Upper
is
Moon
gone.
not wanting to deal with that whatsoever. So I do really like their
Match
draft
is
in
being
general.
started
Let's see
now.
how it plays out here.
Yeah, I've really got to say I love that ban of the Lola, but we are going to see for the first time Fang coming straight in with the roundhouse kick. The new gadget again making an appearance, and it's great to see as well already those gadgets coming out to play. Now, I had this discussion with EMEA about 8-bit here. I personally love it. They didn't like it, but this is SCSA and ANZ. This is not their region, so I really love this, and already you're seeing just how much damage is going down as a result of that pick. A nice 32% lead already with FA Hashira.
Yeah, great start for them. And it looks like the 8-bit pick actually paid off pretty well.
You should have allowed us to join the VC. Then we should have reacted together.
Instinct trying to get.
Bro, I'm just gonna end the stream because electricity is already gone.
Another super coming in from Instinct. They are just rounding out tag after tag, but JK able to remain up, going to apply this pressure on the left side. Now Instinct is forced to move from the middle onto this left side to deal with it. And another great benefit to the side of FA Ashira right now is the Bell kit is going to be super strong in order to lead these nest eggs down. That's going to trip up and prevent the side of free agent Upper Moon from moving forward. And also,
is Upper Moon strong?
Instinct got tagged.
Every team is strong. That is why they are here.
Free agent Ashira is going to be able to do that extra damage. And what a super coming in there from Orca.
Orca absolutely just started things off with Fang. Yeah, absolutely. He knows it too. That pen says it's all a great mechanic to see. And I think Fang this year is going to have many of those pop-off moments. Absolutely, for sure. Like the healing station on that, the damage booster on the right-hand side there, allowing Rizal to have a little bit more maneuverability, and JK doubling down as well to help him out. Instinct not going to get much value there. Is marked up as well. Let's see how that play goes.
And 3, 2, 1.
Only 1%
And GG.
Can they hold on? No!
Ashura won the
It's not
first
gonna be
match.
FA Ashira
Offset one.
the first game.
Bro, please stream the whole tournament. It is not up to me, bro. Electricity is gone. What I can do.
At the side of free agent Upper Moon drafted, but right there, the way that free agent Ashira implemented their strategy, more of a less traditional, maybe
If electricity comes now, then it is okay. Otherwise, what we can do.
Really paid off there, I think, as now we see them hopping into game number 2. Once again, JK going to be laning against Orca, and that's going to be a match to watch. If Orca can get a lot of value, that supercharge it up.
Please tell why my site glitching and showing invalid code or try later.
As Rizal comes in,
Remove the
well,
cookies,
and the whole entire side
clear
of
the
playing
cache memory,
looks like they're
then try again.
some base race, and this is all 3 of them are pushing forward. Nobody's playing
3% on one lane.
damage.
Nice.
Just came in there, the 8-bit booster from the super, allowing them to do a ton of damage onto that safe. What an early lead, and so quickly too.
I gotta say, I feel like Orca was to get mad value on the left-hand side lane there, but it was not the case. The push through was there, and they are now finding themselves in a tricky position without that super to Orca's ability here. They are going to be in a lot of trouble. Instinct doing his best there to come in and get some damage done, but everyone from FA Ashira staying in position. The bell shots continuing to rain down. There is Orca with a nice round hit kick as well. Not going to stay alive long enough though, and this is a dangerous position for Upperman. They've got to come back here.
Bro.
Yeah, another
All damage.
as long as they land one tag, it's going to be able to bounce off in between brawlers as we finally
How to remove cookies and cache. If you are using
super coming.
Chrome, just open the settings. There you will find
Orca going to stay up, and now
privacy and security. In privacy and security, there will be
percent on the side of
cache option
to really get this job done. A minute left on the clock, and somehow, some way, Moon is going to have to find some opportunities and really play some insane defense here, as we see CZK with only 360 HP. Good takedown though, 2% remaining. Instinct somehow remaining alive with 2 HP, and now Rizal already pushing forward. They only need to find a little extra damage here.
I would love to see this happen, but it's a big ask, isn't it? Only 2%.
GG's. First set win by Ashira.
Side lane, that is going to be it then. They take that first set very convincingly so, I've got to say. Definitely a bit worried about my prediction now, but it's going to be another draft to come, so there's that going to be there as a cushioning. But
come on, electricity, come back.
The new collect gadget there and play the gotcha gadget for those additional heals, but it seemed like all those hills there to their disposal were not enough at the end of the day, and the aggressiveness prevailing there, massively so on the side of Ashira, coming very well prepared. It seemed like the draft that they did was one that they were very familiar with. Again, 8-bit's not necessarily the most go-to idea here on a bridge too far, but one that I really favor and love, and Pam as well. Who's expecting to see Pam in
website glitch?
Again, a brawler with a lot of versatility, one that seems to be evading the bans, but we're seeing a lot of playtime for Pam. I wonder when teams will start to kind of consider her. Great.
How are you so smart? How did you know Ashira will win by
evading the
please teach me how.
It's
instant guts, bro. It's guts, gut feeling.
when he did.
And this was a first set only.
Punch for me.
This is not the match win. They need to win one more set actually.
It felt like it
भाई electricity नहीं आएगी तो हम stream end कर देंगे.
into those longer range brawlers especially, but it's very hard for Colette to win those 1v1 unless she's directly facing a counter, which she addresses, like say tanks, for example. And I feel like even there with the new Gotcha gadget, it really didn't do too much to sway the tides. I think it's a good synergy in general. It's one I've seen a lot in especially other regions like EMEA on maps like this and Hot Potato. But right there, it just really didn't seem to pay off too much. You know, it can do pretty well into somebody like Pam, who has a lot of HP, which is typically Colette's specialty. But when you've got the constant heals coming in from your turret, it still can be really difficult. I just feel like that was a lane that they didn't win nearly as much as they probably wanted to. And now we're going to hop into parallel plays and see if they can change things up. Looks like a Fang ban on both sides. Nobody is messing around with him as we approach this map. And I can't say I blame them, Mark. I think it's a really, really tough brawler to face right now, especially as you're trying to hold down a hot zone. And it looks like we're actually seeing
website glitch, nothing wrong with your internet. I know, not my fault, but electricity is gone. My PC is gonna be shut down in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Excellent defensive option, especially for that left side zone.
Yeah, one that we didn't really see necessarily played as much
even for me
last year, but again,
coming.
as we discussed earlier, Brawl
It is coming. Okay,
some good reception.
It's a website glitch. Everything is working fine. Your internet. भाई मेरे में भी आ रहा है. वो उनकी साइड से glitch है.
I think
लेकिन मैं स्ट्रीम इसलिए बंद नहीं कर रहा हूँ. मैं स्ट्रीम इसलिए बंद कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जा चुकी है. चलो आ गई. इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आ गई है.
12% increase there for us in his recent buff. And again, you know, having that supply drop over to his teammates there could be quite decent in terms of
electricity
on the side. We saw so strong today in Sneaky Fields. Will it be strong again in parallel plays with Pam, which I do really like. Rizal,
bro, then how will you get your points? Which so it doesn't matter
in the meta parallel plays. So I do like the way this draft is forming. I've got to say already,
electricity OP.
Bro, I prefer a little bit more.
The main feature of living in India is
it's interesting
electricity, internet,
preventive choice,
and your water supply
to address any tanks
can be cut off anytime.
For the final selection for the side.
There is no any time limit. There is no any time schedule. It can be cut down anytime.
A lot of different
combinations, but main thing about living in India.
And even Gale into brawlers that aren't.
And the traffic is always awesome.
Pretty well as we see ZZK for the final selection go with the Tara here. I imagine that is to try and address the Stu on the side of Rizal. So I think back and forth they're going to have some pretty good counters. I think the Ruffs is going to be a very balanced brawler. I'm sure they wanted to prevent anything like Stu or Pam or any long-range single-shot brawlers from really getting a lot of value. So I imagine on the side of Hashira, they're going to be trying to lane that Colonel Ruffs on the left side of the map while Rizal moves forward to be more of an aggressor.
I'm still worried actually a little bit for FA Hashira here because that Gale pick is going to be a tough one to shake, and distinct lack of range, I think it's fair to say, from Hashira. I'm going to be very keen to see how they're going to handle this. They're actually not going to put the Pro on either yet. Pro going to be taking the mid lane, and Rizal going to be doing his best to advance up here, and ZZK having to come into support just a little bit. I really like how Rizal's going about this. He's able to get on the zone already, very aggressive.
Oh, bhai, OP. Look at this too. Guess so heal.
Quite well.
So heal OP, bhai sahab. Yes, so heal OP.
He was able to gain off the back of that. Obviously, there's been capped on the right-hand side from Legend X as well, but nonetheless, very rare to see that kind of aggressive play from a Stu on that left-hand side lane in parallel plays.
Yeah, he was just bobbing and weaving through all these different shots, and I think Hashira has a real understanding of how this map is meant to be played as we see Rizal go down there, unfortunately. But if you can keep tapping onto the enemy hot zone, it's going to help you out. You want to hold yours as long as you possibly can, as we see Legend X attempting to do here. A little bit of a break coming in there as he gets a takedown on the CZK, but the side of Free Agent Upper Moon has not been able to advance forward to the right-hand side of your screen to really get to the enemy side. Also an interesting choice, too, to use the launch pad. That's not something you see too often these days with the Gale pick, so I think that was actually a very creative and interesting choice there to see that come in to get to the safe. A little bit.
Stu with Gesso heal OP, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Did AQM lose?
I think I prefer to
AQM, bro. This is not world finals,
and it did work out very well in those opening moments to get everyone in quickly. But the pressure, it seems, still continuing from Hashira. JK on the zone now, and Instinct can't contest this, so CZK coming in there to help out just a little bit here. Quite a close scoreline. In fact, as now Rizal coming in to try his moment as well. Definitely seems like FA Upper Moon are requiring more support when it comes to the defense. But look at there as well. Orca doing a fantastic job on that top right-hand side and staying alive.
Come back, 71-71. Nice.
And now Upper Moon are in a fantastic position.
Yeah, they've got this zone on the top right in their hands. They now have a lead on their side. It's going to force JK and Rizal to move forward. They can't advance until they take these enemy brawlers down, or else they're going to lose. Orca has another super on his side, but he gets taken down by JK. Phenomenal takedown there. That's going to be huge for the side of Ashira. They now need to find an opportunity to try and push forward through the safe a little bit and do some damage here. If they don't step onto the enemy hot zone, they're not going to be able to make a comeback of this 16% right here. Now we see JK going down once again. Free agent Upper Moon going to be at a really good spot here. Only 30 seconds remaining, and they're going to have to act fast on the side of Ashira.
And
It really is from Upper Moon as they approach now. JK, all that stands between
23 seconds remaining, 90% done,
captured
and I guess Upper Moon won this match.
94% now creeping in. Instinct as well.
कितने points हैं आपके? 200 something.
I love the use of his star power. Bloodstream blow getting so much value there from the stun as ZZK going to tie things up and end this early. A great performance, it's got to be said. A lot of teamwork, a lot of synergy there.
Now I am at 210
In the
points.
black shirt, it's gonna be red shirt, the JK. So if you see that shirt change color, that's the man that will be in the red shirt. But ZZK, we met as well again at the World Finals. Very, very nice guy.
Second match.
Still looking incredibly focused. He knows that this one is still all to play for. So going in yet again straight away as the power match format lends itself so nicely to not missing out on any of the action again.
Wow.
Chance for FA Shira to make good on this set.
A little different approach, I think, from Free Agent Moon off the start here, too. They're going to elect to keep Tara on this bottom side alongside the Gale. We're going to play defense here as Pam moves up, and I honestly don't hate this option here. I think Pam is a really great brawler with versatility, can be really an aggressor or a defender, depending on how you want to use her. It looks like it's
Now they have just
the only one left standing.
captured the whole area.
Any angles they can to take out CZK as the side of Free Agent Upper Moon. It's a really, really good
Oh,
of hot
Gelso heal is awesome, guys.
Orca there with a lovely little cheeky shot. He was low himself and wanted to heal, but knew that he could afford it. Rizal there just dancing forwards, trying
भाई
to
मेरे 178 ही हैं, मुझे नहीं मिलेगा.
different bit
अरे
of a switch
भाई,
around. It's going to
क्या
be
नहीं मिलेगा?
leaving Orca actually now.
अभी तो start हुआ है.
Coming into more of a mid roll. I don't know whether I prefer it, but let's see. I mean, it seems to be working out, but it is just a narrow lead. Rizal now finally going down to Orca. That's going to allow actually Instinct to come from this left-hand side, pinching things nicely. ZZK there with a nice healing station, and again the stun there coming full force. FAF and Moon look to be very much in control, Kenny.
This is looking really good for him right now. I imagine one of the other reasons they ended up picking Crow here was to try and siphon off the amount of health with the poison attacks from Crow on how much healing this team can get, as JK gets taken down immediately right there, right off the respawn. Instinct getting another one too. That increased damage, doing some good work
Set
there.
2 is for Moon. I can see that thing Upper Moon is leading, and they will get it easily.
It is looking really, really good for the side of Moon, who only needs to stay up and along with this healing turret have enough time, I imagine, to do it. Orca still remaining alive here as well, 5% remaining, and now some attacks coming in here. They get a few takedowns, but with only 50 seconds remaining, they're gonna have to overcome a huge deficit here. Ashira is gonna have to move quickly if they want to make a comeback here.
And again, this is where Gale on defense is such a strong asset to have. It's going to be a lot of work needed. FA Shira running out of time, and also men as again Rizal goes down here. Instinct coming in, has that bloodstream blow to hand, gets it off onto the Legend X.
And GG.
Struggling to stay alive. That is going to be it. Upper Moon will take the second set and tying things up in a very nice way, because again, Kenny, this year is different. We can be biased casters for the first time ever, and I'm getting good value here. My predictions working out well for me. If you at home want to be placing your predictions as well, head on over to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you'll be able to earn those rewards, and also an exclusive pin. The Brawl Stars Championship Rosa pin exclusive is up for grabs. Go in there, log into your Super ID, get that all going. Again, there's a lot of rewards along the way leading up to that exclusive pin. But again, earlier today, you know, I had some good fortune with FA Sky.
Bro, make all your matches predictions now itself.
Kenny there for an out.
Now itself, why?
Yeah, it worked out so far. We'll see if we go 2 for 2 here, Ark, because now we're in a 1-1 situation, and we get to see Knockout for the first time in the BSC, which is kind of crazy to think about a brand new game mode coming in. And I feel like Knockout is a mode where the draft is a little more on the straightforward side compared to some of the other modes, but I'm curious to see how other regions say that kind of adapt to it. You know, I feel like there's a lot of different strategies, and especially on a map.
Nice. Whoever win this set will win
several different lanes. You know,
match.
there's a
Whole
few different
match.
options, but I feel like in terms of brawlers, I see some played pretty frequently here, I would say.
भाई कैसे क्लच किया अपर मून ने बढ़िया ब्रो instinct is
great to have.
Indian by the way.
Can definitely
Okay,
turn the tide,
push.
allow some of those healing puffs to go towards your teammates. So something along those lines is always a good thing. Pam, good for similar reasons, but I think I prefer the Gene myself, despite the Pam healing station being a good deterrent of that magic hand. But you know, healing definitely an important factor. Fire for that same kind of reason can play a big role, but Tick is a great thing to have for that kind of slow-paced.
Still it's showing invalid code, try later. What do I remove cookies and cache?
Knockout and definitely range, I think, is a consideration, as well as tankiness. We didn't see a lot of Daryl in the knockout meta, but Daryl
Then it means you are doing something wrong.
Kind of continue
That is why
a dominant force, or are we going to see
both of them
Sprout ban on both
Sprout
sides? So
ban.
it seems
Nice.
like both FA Upper Moon and FA Shira show that they are both on that same line of thinking. Draft, though, still to come through. Going to see that first pick, and such an important pick as well, Kenny, to get that first pick just
Dynamite
right.
choose करेंगे.
Definitely going to be an important thing to have.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Sprout's a pretty wise ban in personal opinion. I think Sprout's a very sneaky brawler here. A lot of the times you'll see teams prioritizing
Wikipedia and I follow the Brawl Stars scene.
Grom first, which you could anticipate.
Still it's showing in remove cookies and cache. How do you know Kush
It's
Sharma?
more favorable to you to pick towards the end. If you don't want to get really countered here, I think there's a few great options though. With the first overall pick, I could see something aggressive like Leon being picked, or a solid mid here, maybe like Gene or Bell is somebody that one of these two teams favor.
Tikki, aloo tikki, bhai, फिर से आ गया aloo tikki.
A great brawler overall for this map. Very pesky, very annoying to deal with, as he can stay up behind these walls. And we see Rizale going for a Stu pick, JK going for a Byron. Now we see Fang and Gene, and I'm really liking this composition from Upper Moon. I think it's a very balanced composition, and they ended up getting Fang very late in the draft, which is always a good thing. We see
Hello Summer, what's up?
getting the Bell pick as well. What are your thoughts on both these sides, Ark?
Yeah, I do like the Fang. I mean, that's always
Yeah,
a
it
good
started.
thing. But I did see with that Stu pick coming into play from Ever Hishira, the idea of having breakthrough to open up the map to allow those long-range brawlers to thrive
Whoa,
with Bell
what?
and the Byron. So definitely some strategic side of things going on here with Hishira. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing whether they're going to be able to put that into play. But, you know, FAF Moon have got the advance of having, you know, a longer game approach. And, you know, as the smoke starts to advance on the map over time, it definitely lends itself a bit more to FAF Moon if they were to stay on their feet in these early moments. And getting that Fang Super is going to be such an important thing on the side of Orca. He's going to be very much hitting everything that he can possibly hit. And Rizal low, but should be enough to retreat here. But ZZK feels that the moment is right to push, and he's even considering a magic hand there. I don't know that's the play, but he's going to need a bit of support, and that support is there from Instinct. Orca going in. Oh my word, Orca! I didn't give you a word, Kenny, because that happened so quick.
Yeah, pretty crazy there as they hop into round number 2 here. But I mean, that's one of the things with Fang, one of the most dynamic brawlers you can possibly pick. They're going to have supers on that side, and if you know, the Gene and the Fang can have those super intense supers. Now we see a gadget coming in, the roundhouse kick being demonstrated there.
And Upper Moon gonna win or not?
And I just love
Let's
this
see.
late pick of Fang. I don't know how he slipped through the draft for so long. I just feel like the side
And yes,
now getting another takedown as well. They're putting these supers to work. The kills are just racking up, and now JK gonna be all by himself in a 3v1 situation. This is gonna be so tough for Ashira here.
I would cheer for JK. I'd love to see it, but it's not going to be enough. FF Moon will take the first game then, and again, you know, knockout stages of rounds. So if you look at, pay attention to the like upper part of the scoreboard as well. It will tell you which round's been won by which side. But yeah, as we kind of anticipated, if FA Upper Moon kept their composure, they had a really great opportunity there going into the swing of things to really you know, cause an impact. Fang in those later moments is going to have so many great moments in Orca, just showing us how it's done. A lot of pressure then on the side of FA Ashira, but Rizal going in, super aggressive, getting some great value, just coming out in the nick of time, ready to stick with his life. But let's see whether Hashira can push this one back even more so.
I mean, CZK is just hitting pull after pull. He's not missing right now, as now Razael gets taken down too. And Instinct, Orca, and CZK can move forward to Legend X, who is all by his lonesome hero. Thumbs down coming into, as he is left all alone. And now it is match point and 1 round away for Free Agent Upper Moon from taking this home. I mean, I just really feel like this side of Free Agent Upper Moon has dominated this set so far.
Yeah, it has. It really has. I got to feel as well there with that Bell star power positive feedback. The shot's actually giving more value from Legend X over to FAF Moon to earn their supers going into this round. I don't think that is going to necessarily go at all for the side of FA Hashira here. Oh, a great magic hand there from CZK from the absolute maximum range.
GG's.
Orca going into the round kick. This one.
And that's it.
Kenny. Oh,
GG's.
leave them alone, guys.
Orca
They're
won.
already done.
Orca won.
Yeah, and you see ZZK. I think that's the most emotion we've seen out of any player today. I think he even gave it a good chuckle. I mean, the impact of those supers just goes such a long way, and I think that was by far the most dominant set we've seen today. I mean, CZK
GG's 295 points
the max
done.
range there, like you
Nice.
saw in the final
भाई
moments of
जब
that round. I mean,
पोल आए
absolute
तो जल्दी
craziness to do it. And
करना
I think this side of Free Agent
जब पोल आए तो जल्दी करना क्या जल्दी करना
they're really strong brawlers, good in the meta and everything, but I just feel like in terms of impact, game
GG's
swinging momentum,
Lame.
moments, those are the things that Gene and Fang with the roundhouse kick now just demonstrated that goes such a long way. So in knockout, I'm going to be keeping my eye out for Gene and Fang the rest of the night for sure. Those are brawlers you have to imagine that other teams in the future are kind of keeping their eye out for and being like, hey, maybe we don't really want those in. You know, I don't want to deal with these insane pulls and these insane kicks just deleting me immediately. So I think that's going to definitely impact and set a tone for future knockout maps here through the rest of the night.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's, again, one of those decisions
Fang is
between do you go for
OP,
healing
yes.
or do you go for those
Fang
explosive
is
moments.
OP.
And, you know, Gene, a great thing to have, and Fang for that exact same reason. Great to see some new gadgets coming in from the roundhouse kick as well. And again, Orca just showing us how best to utilize it, getting some
Pick
great value.
FWA by next time they have 70% votes.
You know, it's going to be yet to form as well with some matches coming up. So first off today, it was
Free
FA
win
Sky up against
agents,
Esports. That was
Byro
FA Sky who took
Esports.
the win. So we're going to see them later on today in our semi-finals, taking on FA Upper Moon, who did just get that win there in the game that we just witnessed in match number 2. Match number 3 yet to come. Free Win Agents and Byro Esports up next then, and our final match in the quarterfinal stages will be Grasp Open. And again, I hope they win, because actually I love saying that over and over against a few nervous men. And again, you know, if you
Okay,
know,
time to vote.
that we know little about, and the team name would suggest that they are definitely coming in today with some anticipation, let's say, but nonetheless, we wish them the best in their match 4. But it is match 3 up next. Free Win Agents, then Byro Esports. I mean, I was going to come out there and say, can I start things off? Free Win Agents. I mean, this is a team that we have known for a very, very long time in the Brawl Esports scene, and I think it's fair to say that Byro Esports are going to have a lot on their plate today.
I'm going Byro. I think they can win as underdogs.
Yeah,
Lol.
and Byro Esports is
He
still a
get changer. He cannot see our
they
comment
show
at the
action
time
if
we
they
signed.
make it to the monthly finals. You know, they clearly demonstrated some great gameplay throughout the qualifiers to make it here.
Who has
Free Win
competed in
Agents
the
is definitely
most
a team
world
that
finals?
I think the Brawl community, a lot of respect goes towards Coupe d'Ace and Response.
Batao,
especially.
batao.
And Sergeant being one you definitely can't count out either.
कौन
He's
है
joined
जो
these two
सबसे ज़्यादा
players who
बार-
won World Championships. He's an insanely talented, mechanically skilled player.
कौन है जिसने
I just
सबसे
think
ज़्यादा
Free Win
बार
Agents overall is a very,
compete
very
किया है
strong
in
team,
world
definitely one of the
finals?
favorites
Corey,
out of this region.
Zach
Unfortunately,
Chepo,
Byro Esports gonna have
Bobby
a
Brawl
tough task ahead of them
Stars.
in the opening round. Either way, though, bright side is even if things go south, you get those 35 points to get you some points towards that golden ticket towards the end of the year. So even just making it this far does get you a little bit in your pocket going into future months, and certainly
ठीक
a
है
little confidence
20
too,
मिल गया
as you approach future
25
months.
actually. With that
And, you know,
330 हो गए
I've got
अपने
some great
पास.
players. I mean, Aaron is someone that goes a long way back in the BSC, and for that same reason, then knows exactly how his opposition wants to play. Okay, so the band's already in. Byron on the side of Free Win Agents. It's going to be Gene on the side of Byro Esports going in to our first matchup on Bounty. Layer Cake is going to be that match, and the coin toss will decide who takes that first pick. And I definitely feel like it's, especially with Layer Cake, a really delicate one to consider. It's going to be Ruffs, actually, on the side of Byro. And again, Brawl which did just receive a buff. And for that same reason, I feel like over time, if they can keep their
I went to Byro because whoever Goldie doesn't pick always wins.
Once again, we're seeing Colonel Ruffs being picked first, and I
dive in Estelle.
a week ago we would.
Can we vote now? Yes, you can vote just now. Just go for it and vote.
Layer Cake, I think he serves as a
before time goes off.
good purpose.
भाई मेरे पास 258 points है, मुझे मिल गए ना भाई. देखो
great defense.
अगर तुम्हारे पास 258 points है, अभी 1 2 3 4 5 मैच,
Pam,
और उन 5 मैच में तुमको 800 पॉइंट मिल सकता है. You can get 800 points
really the craziest thing in the world, especially with this
5 matches
coming in here. I'm curious to see how the side of Fluent Agents addresses this.
and try to select
Clearly, the Seiso and AZ region is really prioritizing Ruffs right now.
Oh, okay. Now this is really interesting and not at all what I was expecting. Okay, so maybe this is going to be waiting on that third pick to be a Rosa or something to combine with this Max, and just kind of leaving that till last to see whether Byro will kind of pre-anticipate that idea coming into play. But Carl, I was not expecting him, I've got to say. Which is very
normal delay.
And for that same reason, we're going to see X9J coming in with the Daryl pick, and that's going to be a really heavy counter to response here. Aaron going to come in with the Crow pick to get some of that slowdown. So with the eventuality that Max does pop the Let's Go, having that slowing Toxin gadget would be a great thing for him to consider. Now, what is Sergeant going to pick as the final brawler?
Yeah, I don't know what you quite do here. These are compositions that I really don't normally see. And there's the Fang. That's what I was waiting for. Again, we see Fang going late in the drafts. I'm surprised teams aren't capitalizing on how good he is early, but especially in a mode like Bounty or Knockout, which we just saw. You know, when you're going for kills, that's the way you get your points. You know, when you have a game-changing super like his that can get close to the enemy, deal a lot of damage, and you can deal over 2,000 damage with every single shot you take. I mean, he's like a shotgun brawler, but with karate skills. It's
नहीं मिलेगा. कल भी prediction होगी. कल भी होगी.
Through the sandbags, it could be an option to still kind of get to Colonel Ruffs or anybody on this team. And I do know that speaking to players beforehand, Crow is somebody in this region that they prioritize a lot and find very valuable. So these are two compositions I don't think I would really ever expect to see on this map. So I'm curious to see how it all unfolds here.
It was a very early slowing tonic gadget there, and I'm not too sure whether that was the best of moves, because there's a lot of speed yet to come from the Max side of things. I do agree though, the Carl pick for me is a very, very peculiar one, and I hope it doesn't come back to sting free win agents here, because Carl's not been in the best place in terms of the meta. Definitely got some love, but still I think, you know, in a bit of a precarious position with the amount of brawlers that can counter him. But it is the positioning so far from free win agents.
It is lagging for all or just me?
From the side of Sergeant on this keeping Byro back here, it's going to play a key role. But as time goes on, Jay there with that super on the Daryl side of things is looking to make a role. He's going to want the support of his teammates when he does choose to go in and do so.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting as we're a minute in and really no transactions yet, no huge deficits, no major damage coming in, as both these sides I think are electing to charge their super. I'm sure the side of Response is going to be looking along with Coup d'Ace to combine that max speed alongside with Response's super to try and get one really good push in here, as now the sandbags get dropped. Sergeant going to be able to delete those immediately. Coup d'Ace and Response now moving forward. A super coming in from Aaron. He's trying to get the jump taken down immediately though by Sergeant as Response gets one of his own, and now they've got a 6-1 lead. I mean, what a huge swing here. They make the most out of their supers with 30 seconds to go. They just need to play some great defense and hold this 5-star lead now.
Okay, now this is the thing, that if Byro can do the same in this spawn, there's a lot of stars there for the taking, but do they have the comp to do just that? Again, a fairly passive game so far, and not necessarily so much on the side of the supers of Byro here, whereas on the other side of things, Freeman Agents have got them all. Max speed from Coop to Ace is going to give Response a bit more maneuverability, and roll from Jay. It hits the wall and ricochets away, and more stars for the Free Win Agents, who take that first game. They didn't quite capitalize and seize the moment in the same way that we saw Free Win Agents doing so on their side of the sword.
Yeah, we might see some adjustments here, right? Because they got very passive at the beginning of the game, and I feel like the side of Free Win Agents were just trying to charge their supers, and they knew if they could just get one really solid push in, they could get the kills they needed and almost a team wipe and just walk away with the stars, hold on for that final few seconds. And that's exactly what they did there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Byro Esports maybe try a different approach here, but no, we're actually seeing the Fang super get a team wipe immediately as we hop into game number 2. Coup d'Ace gonna be able to remain in the mid here too, and what a 1 wonderful start. I mean, it is not near the aggression I was hoping Pyro would give this. I feel like they're almost forced to at this point kind of move forward. With 5 stars to his name.
This is the thing, isn't it, with teams that have got so much experience all, but Jay coming in with a nice pickup, a lot of stars there shifting over towards Pyro and just playing it safe and sound, keeping just the star deficit at the 2 for now. But as I was saying, this is the thing about Free Win Nations that is so dangerous. They've got so much experience in competitive that they're able to keep these slow, patient squeezes coming in and pushing back Pyro into their spawn. The call again, I feel like it's getting decent value. Can make some big super plays, and that seems to be
अभी तो पहला सेट का पहला मैच है, गेम 2 है,
into a perilous position, and then just
अभी मैच
everyone going into
शुरू हुआ है, 2 सेट जीतने होते हैं.
Yeah, and Carl does pretty well against.
एक सेट अच्छा जाने से ये मतलब नहीं है दूसरे
Here into Crow as well, but I imagine it was really targeted at that Colonel Ruffs. You know, this isn't really a matchup I've seen play out in other power match formats, but it's really interesting to see how it goes here. Response does have a super alongside Kupte's and Sargent, the entire side of Free Win Agents with 30 seconds to go as a 2-star lead. All of them are charged up, so if they need to get on the offensive, they can. Jay going to be moving in now as Kupte's phase shifts away. He's going to be able to dash out of that situation, and Sargent continuing the onslaught from this right side. Sargent going in for the dash, getting a kill there. Another one on the board as he goes down. 2-star lead now tied up. Somehow, some way, Pyro Esports now has an advantage, and Carl's going to be forced to move in. Sargent going down, and somehow Pyro just came away with a game that looked like Free Win Agents was going to get to take home for free.
Oh my word.
That was a turn of events.
I felt that was going to go another way. I'm going to be honest, I did not see that going the way it did, but we are tied up now. That's one of the return of fortunes now. The Blue Star playing a key fundamental component, so heading into that next game in just a moment then to see who is going to take it all the way. It is going to be one of these two teams taking this first set. What a great opportunity now for Pyro to cause a potential upset in this first set.
Yeah, and I mean, they're 1 game away from taking set number 1, which going against the heavy favorite coming into today is a huge confidence booster. And, you know, however they did it, somehow, some way, they managed to figure it out. And, you know, getting a game in here is huge. As now we see another fan kick going for the kills. They're now up 2 stars. Sargent going to finish that one off as well. It's going to be 8-3 here. He's trying to dash away as Aaron moves forward, popping a gadget of his own. And now we see another 8-3 lead here. Free Win Agents with a small margin, 5 stars for themselves.
Chirag,
they have
how are you,
super
bro?
on the side of Kupte's that they can activate at any time here.
Let's go, let's go, let's
A
go.
little bit of the use of the damage gear there from Sargent, just knowing full well that he can stay on low HP and actually get value from the back of that. So we're going to see that strategy kind of form itself over the course of this year. Actually, brawlers and players intentionally staying low to get more value, but the cost of being a bit more vulnerable. So at the moment now, another rough supply drop going down, giving the buff over there. And that's going to be something which is going to be welcomed in these final moments. But Free Win Agents going on the aggressive, it seems, despite having the lead. Will that be something that's going to go for them or against them? JK has the roll on the right-hand side, but is getting a lot of attention. And yeah, Free Win Agents saw that one up and saw it coming.
Yeah, now as we dwindle down to the final 20 seconds here, Jay trying to make a move. Response with the super. Aaron doing his best to jump out of it. They now have a 12-3 lead. It's going to take more than a team wipe here. They're going to need to give it everything they've got with only 15 seconds remaining. Pyro is going to be forced to get aggressive here. And Kupte's using a super of his own to get a little speed for his team. Pyro going to be trying to advance forward. 5 seconds remaining, and I don't think they're going to have enough time to get nearly the amount of takedowns they need as Response does even more.
Which player has qualified for 3 World Finals?
First set of this match.
Batao bhai.
Full response there again, you know, keeping again calm composure.
How
as
join?
it's fair to say, you know,
Mr. Fake,
already,
just
you know, every
go
match,
to event.brawlstars.com and
so just
watch
shows
and win rewards.
much of a balanced placed already.
CZK,
The power
Scythe,
match formats,
Response, Coup Days.
okay.
Batao. Which player has qualified for 3 World Finals?
Had the better draft. If they were able to
Coup
keep
Days,
themselves in that position.
CZK,
The card was a bit
Scythe
of a weird
or Response, I
I'm not
guess.
gonna lie, but again,
Coup Ace.
I can see it. I can see it. And having that long
And that
range,
was
and
right
just kind of
answer.
keeping the
Oh,
pressure
yeah.
and playing for time. That's kind of what we saw there, wasn't it? It was all about free win agents kind of keeping their positions, closing on the spawn, and then making that explosive move. When we saw it on the side of then the opposition, it didn't quite carry the same weight. It wasn't quite as impactful. The Crow gadget slows were not really kind of in any moment of time to save themselves from it.
Pretty Ace.
Not really enough
Yes.
on their side of things to really make much of an impact. I got a moment of, I don't want to say a lucky moment because it was still a fantastic turnaround in that second game. But I would say that for the most part, that played out the way that I expected it to, despite that call pick being a bit of a curveball there.
Yeah, and I think one thing we're seeing here is Fang is almost a must-have in these knockout and bounty modes when kills are the way to score points and get your team a win. I mean, it's almost necessary at this point. And I think this is multiple times now we've seen Fang come into play, and I don't think he's lost a set here yet tonight. And I think it's very reasonably so. That super is so lethal. He was a brawler that was already pretty strong before the balance changes earlier this week, and he wasn't touched. And I think players are really taking advantage of that. And I'm so surprised that he hasn't been banned more, that he's been able to be drafted as a final pick. Never would I have thought that Fang would slide that far in drafts. And I feel like teams that are managing to grab him are capitalizing on it. You know, we've seen this with multiple different teams and multiple different sets now. And maybe in this next map here, you know, Hot Potato isn't one that I necessarily expect to see Fang all the time. But now I'm starting to second guess myself. I mean, that super could really provide some value. And I'm curious to see what either of these teams end up picking as we see a Colonel Ruff's ban on the side of free win agents to clear this region. It's very favorable.
Who even plays Colonel Ruff's, bro?
Banning him and Crow as well. Somebody we mentioned before we got started with our matches here today, that this region is also
why Colonel Ruff's? Why? Let's go.
Noping just going straight in with the M's pick, obviously trying to deter any
Who even chooses
options from free win agents. But
Colonel Ruff's, bro?
Like you were saying, I was very surprised to see Fang picked so late in the draft, actually, in Layer Cake. And again, you know, I do feel like it could be viable here. So let's see what free win agents are thinking with response to that and how they're going to approach this one. I gotta say, you know, there's definitely a lot of options here. I actually love a Jesse here. I'm not gonna lie, it can be very fierce. It's not the thing that everyone tends to go for now. I was gonna say Rico is dropped off a little bit for me, just a little bit. He's still extremely good, but doesn't necessarily thrive as much as we saw in last year's meta after those recent nerfs. So let's see if Kuteis can really make use of that, and it's still a very strong brawler, don't get me wrong. Response going with the Stu pick, I think, is a wise one. It's going to open up some opportunities potentially to go with the breakthrough gadget to open up some areas if they wish, or keep them there for Kuteis to get more value from that. I imagine super bouncy star power, lack of robo.
Come on, guys, do drop a like and subscribe if you're new here. Let's go.
Maybe go with a speed zone gadget and allow everyone to get into the spawn, out of the spawn rather, into the map as quickly as possible. Now, what will be the response from Byro to this? They got 2 picks to come, and definitely, you know, an interesting idea to go with the.
मेरे 288 हैं, मुझे पिन नहीं मिलेगी शायद.
Options like BB to push through, which was something that we saw a lot actually in recent time, but has taken a little bit of a backseat. But you know, BB rather.
Bro, I lost all my points. I logged out and logged back in and lost all of my points.
Slow.
Brawl Stars is scamming me, scammers. Bro, if you are having any screenshot or something like that, you can just send them out and they will resolve your issue.
Yeah, I think
I can say that thing only.
Pretty much respond pretty well into the side of Stu would be somebody like Spike, who I think is pretty good on this map in general. A great lane option.
First of all, why you have logged out? First of all,
heal your teammates.
We want to know
really
that thing.
sanctions off part of that map, so that Byro could hypothetically, you know,
same happened with me.
And, give response.
Why you guys logged out? First of all,
Daryl, who's
I want to know that thing.
Here. You mentioned BB, who's somebody that's shown up a lot in the past, and Barley was one I was about to say. Barley was who I was looking forward to respond to the Rico pick per se. And you know, they do have that breakthrough option with Stu, but Barley is somebody who's been a long time meta brawler on this map. I've seen him come back a little bit on Hot Potato more recently, get a little love on maps like Super Beach, so it's really good to see our good friend Barley back in it a little bit. It's somebody in power match format that we haven't seen a ton in recent history, so I do like the mindset from both sides. You know, I think the Barley does a great job at addressing some situations, and Daryl just gonna be a very solid pick overall here. So I'm curious here what the side of free win agents are really going to do in terms of strategy. I did not expect to see Stu playing in mid. I thought maybe the Colette or the Rico is a more traditional pick to do that, but Response cycling a good kill there, and Barley going down really early here, so very good takedown there for them. Aaron doing his best, but I imagine that might even be a tough matchup for him just because he doesn't quite have the range of somebody, say, like Rico.
I've got to say as well, I'm surprised we're seeing as much Daryl time today, because my understanding was that Daryl had kind of dropped off quite a lot. But it seems in SCSA and ANZ that is not the case. And I was chatting again to Coop last night about the Crow pick being such a dominant one in this region, and one that I just don't kind of get myself, I'm going to be honest. But it does seem to be playing a big role when it comes to both the choices of Byro in that last match in Layer Cake, and also in the ban rates on this one. Okay, well, a pretty decent defense for the most part so far underway from Free-Win Agents. They're able to collect themselves as time goes on. The Barley going to be struggling just a little bit here with the use of gadgets being used and the map being opened up, but a nice push through as Jay now able to land on the safe.
Yeah, a choice that we can't go without mentioning here is how Colette's going to play into Daryl, but so far so good for the side of Byro. You know, the more this map opens up, though, I imagine it's going to play more in the favor of Free-Win Agents here. So if they can advance forward, you know, you get this wide open Coup d'Ace matchup against a tank like Daryl, who's going to be a great counter response, getting some good dashes there, as now Aaron is left weak. Another super coming in for Colette. As Coup d'Ace gets some damage, it looks like they're going to be almost attempting a base right here. Coup d'Ace can be forced back, and look at all the damage Ems is getting in here. They're down below 30% now, and still climbing.
His Barley shots were pretty disastrous on the safe of Free-Win Agents, and I feel like they've left this one a little bit too late when it comes to the damage. They went for some really risky options early on, and that's proving costly here, as now surely the final push coming in.
Hello, Felix Glory. Goldie, I'm excited to see you in quarter part.
With a nice turn.
Qualifiers next year.
We saw a little bit of a lack of
Just
it in the bounty modes, but this draft definitely working well in their favor. The Barley pick getting some great value.
Yes, I have a screenshot. I will send them. Okay.
The Rika pick, I kind of see it, but I also don't think that the value was there necessarily from Sergeant in that game. Missed a few moments there. I think that Daryl, it seems still a really difficult thing to shake in the mid with that roll through. Again, despite the nerf hammer still being a really prominent feature of Hot Potato now, response getting some nice breakthrough value, opening things up nicely for Coup d'Ace. But Free-Win Agents this time around have got to play this one a bit more cautiously.
Yeah, and honestly, in terms of draft, I really felt like having the second pick on this map would be a little more favorable just in general, and picking the Ems pick first is almost a dangerous one to me, because what happens if they don't go tanks? What if they elect to go with these more long-range brawlers to try and deal with that? Way easier, but it's working out so far for the side of Byro, who just have a lot of ways to deal a ton of damage onto the safe. Barley going to be a sneaky option for that too. That's one of his main goals, is to deal a lot of damage onto the high safe here, as we see him do now, getting almost 10% there for their side. It's going to be a slight margin in the favor of Byro Esports.
Wow, things are looking better so far. Free-Win Agents, a good defense, some good value as well from the Super Bouncy Star Power, Super Bouncy Gadget rather, from Sergeant, and staying on his feet there. Very important, shaky pistols out there as well. This is looking far better. They're starting to utilize a bit more of their positioning power, staying on their feet more often than not. So Byro now going to have to show their defensiveness here for pretty much the first time in this particular set. Now a lot of mid action as everyone kind of clustering together, not sure best moment, but they have to realistically do so in order to gain back some momentum, as Aaron pushing through and Ems on the safe. Not what you want to see. If you're Free-Win Agents, this is going to be a lot of damage raining down, and not a great defense so far.
Yeah, now we see Jay getting to move onto the safe. He's going to get this to a much closer game here.
51.
Even taking a small deficit there.
46.
They're going to make a great comeback there.
56,
now
46.
A slight lead on the side by 10%. I mean, every time Colette charges at that safe, it's an extra 10% of damage, which is so much to deal at one moment. And now we see the side of Byro Esports going to be playing the defense. Now Coup d'Ace trying to find any angle he can. Barley going to be weak here, forced away.
And 46
Barley's such a great
10% down करता
and now they have a small lead here, but the damage raining in on the other side, we can't see it happening. It's down all the way. Byro Esports with a little bit of surprise there, and we even see Jay. He's a little shook by the looks of it, keeping a straight face here, but I think they know they did some pretty good work there. But yeah, a great win there for Byro at the last moments, just to push on forward, and they took it to a base race, and it worked out in their favor.
1-1. So
very
now
much
it's
so. I was looking at the top left
whole
and it was
punt,
going down
brawl
so
ball.
quickly towards the
Whoever
end.
gonna
The
win
damage kit
will
coming into play
win
there
the
as well from the
match.
Barley side, and no doubt many others as well. A subtle thing, but when combined all together, can just make a huge impact there. And yeah, I just didn't feel like, for me, we saw the result that we needed to see. I feel like maybe the meta's shifting away a bit more from Rico on Hot Potato. It can work.
Will it work always
also
go
good point
opposite
how
of
good to
Goldie?
see
That's the
Collect
tactic.
coming back in,
Okay.
despite not having a balance change as much, but just more of a new introduction of her new gadgets. Gotcha. I mean, it's something that I didn't expect to see a singular gadget making as much of a mark as it seems to be making.
Searching clutch is OP.
Well, this is again getting really, really interesting, because we're going to go to a third and final set for the third time today, which is an amazing thing to see. But it'll be pinhole punts up next then, a brand new draft to see. Wow, another Brawl Ball matchup. Always a fantastic thing to see. I've got to go out there and say it. Max here for me, it's going to be a good shout, but as well, B would be another great idea to go in with here. I'm still surprised to see so much playtime from Daryl, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see if someone does want to try that card as well. But nonetheless, definitely not the outcome that I think Freeman Agents were hoping for here. They wanted to probably seal the deal in that second set.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, we're seeing it come down to another 2-1 situation. I mean, every
Blue Team
match
India
has
team
been
hai.
very razor thin, both sides playing super great, and I think it goes to show just how competitive this region is. You can't count any of these 8 teams out. They're all the best of the best in their region, and for a reason too. They're showing a lot of versatility, a lot of creativity, and I think on this map we're going to see it here on a Brawl Ball showdown. And you know, one brawler that I think we've seen a lot even banned tonight, and one that I think does really well on Pinhole Punt in general, arguably one of their best maps, is going to be Crow. I would not be shocked at all. It clearly seems that Sesa and ANC does not like dealing with Crow. That was something before the show even started that I got word on that they really, really like right now. So a ban here for Crow wouldn't surprise me, or a really early pick is somebody that it's just going to really struggle to be dealt with on this map. There's not a lot of hard counters into Crow per se on Pinhole Punt. It's very wide open. There's some bush in the middle. He does a great job of scouting. He has range. You know, he can take down the enemy tanks with a little slow toxin. I think Crow here serves a lot of great purposes. And Ash, another one I'm going to give a shout out to. It doesn't seem this region's really prioritizing him as much as, say, other regions like North America and Latam North.
So we're gonna win this
but I really like
match,
Ash in general. That's
or you can say set will win the whole match
really
and will qualify for
other regions have.
the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's definitely the case when it comes to the regional ideas that I fully see what you say, and I heard the same things as well when I was chatting to various players in this region. Excuse me.
No, you are not
Just
excused.
seems to be something that everyone gravitates towards for some reason. I think it's good. I think it's definitely good, but definitely not the thing that I think is necessarily ban-worthy. I think Fang here is definitely much more of a threat, as we've seen already today how fierce he can be. I feel like that's got to be at the top of the ban ideas going into this next matchup. I feel like, you know, having those moments where Fang has super in itself now is becoming very similar to how we see Gene when he's got super, or Tara. It's almost like having it is almost immediately ringing alarm bells and causing you to play differently. And I love brawlers that come into the mix and do just that. Just have that.
Come on, start the match.
Consideration when it comes to your positioning as well, similar to kind of Bell. Like, as soon as Fang has got super, you got to stay apart. You got to stay separated, and that's it's something which plays between the lines. So I definitely feel like you've got to be a bit cautious when it comes to this ban, especially with considering how much is on the line. Like you say, Kenny, and rightly so, these are the best players in the world. And for that very reason comes a great deal of that responsibility factor and a great deal of additional stress. And you've got to take all those emotions and just leave them on the sidelines. Focus in the now, in the present, and deal with
Come on, Byro, पैसा लगा है तेरे पे.
really want to make their
Come on, Byro, बोलो.
final, and
बहुत ज़्यादा बोर कर रहे हैं.
it's going to be a lot of high energy
Match
plays,
start करो
and
भाई.
a lot of speed as well. And again, as we mentioned already earlier with
Start the
and,
third set.
various others,
सो जाते हैं भाई, बीच में लगता है कि सो जाओ, एक नींद लेके आओ भाई.
but again, you know, in terms of your predictions now, we've kind of come a little bit away from earlier today as to what we were discussing. Have you changed your mind on this one at all? Are you still sticking to your guns?
It's 1-1. I'm going to stick with it. I think at the end of the day, Free Win Agents is somebody that on paper should get the win here. That's obviously no disrespect to Brawl Esports. They've made it 1-1, another really close match that we've seen here. And again, having a really, really good shot here. If they somehow secured a win here, it would set a really, really big tone for this region. Anticipating, winning these matches changed a little bit. First 3 months,
लेकिन इनको पहले सबसे पहले बैन करो. ये जो लोग फालतू के आते हैं
about things like
कहाँ से आते हैं, क्यों आते हैं?
So this is really going to set a tone here, I think, this match for how the rest of the day is going to shape up. If Free Win Agents gets a win, it's what was expected, but I think it goes to show how strong Brawl Esports has been. And if Brawl Esports comes away with an upset here, I mean, it goes to show that anything can happen here, that we should count absolutely no teams out. And this is one that definitely could be scary if they get a win. I mean, what a confidence boost it would be to beat two-time world champion, two players that are, world champions. So
yeah, exactly that. It really is. It'd be a huge upset, but again, this is why the draft is so important to get right. And I'm definitely sticking to my guns. I'm biased, Kenny, here. I need Free Win Agents to pick up this win. Again, if you're doing your predictions, head on over to events.brawlstars.com where you can place those in, earn rewards along the course of the stream, all the way up into that final tier with that exclusive BSC pin of the Rose pin this time round. Okay, the bans are in. Crow on the side of Byro, Spike on the side of Free Win Agents, and a first pick from Coop to Ace of a very bold one being Pam. I do like that. The response is going to be Ems and Ruffs on the side of Brawl Esports.
Address brawlers like
Goldirock is so good
multiple times
that each and every esports team is choosing Goldirock in their team.
I feel like we've seen Ems a lot here tonight too. Again, no surprise. I don't think we were shocked to find out that Goldirock was going to be banned here. And I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Spike because I think he's been. I would expect to see.
और यहाँ पे esports में लोग Goldirock को ले रहे हैं.
A lot of, I guess, tankier options for this. Free Win Agents. You see an Ems there, you kind of have to tread lightly. We've seen.
Hello there, Hadirat.
I know Grom has this ability of his with the gadget to.
I don't know. Goldirock got a buff.
We get a insane max pick.
No, he haven't got any buff.
I feel like you're going to synergize.
जो है वही है.
Ham's going to be able to be a solid choice here too. And Max.
वो तो पिछले अपडेट में उसको buff मिला था जरूर. Attack
a little bit. And Sandy's somebody we haven't seen quite as much recently.
इस वाले अपडेट में तो कुछ भी नहीं मिला. Bro, how we get free skin from this? There is no free skin, bro. Only free pin is in the reward.
Oh, I mean, I've got to say, I do agree. I do agree the fact that the Max and the Sandy synergize so well. And I feel like
free pin
I did. Some avail, definitely. Let's be honest.
Free pin
She's a pretty tanky girl, so Aaron will still get his value, but I think that was more of a deterrent, actually. And maybe that may have been something to save. I think the Spike ban in play definitely itself was also a bit of a deterrent on the ban side of things. But having speed, having that unpredictability, the cloaking abilities of Sandy in that sandstorm is going to put Brawl Esports on the back foot. So they're going to be very, very careful not to feed here. And the Bell pick, I kind of understand, to try to maybe bounce some shots under that cloaking to get some value there and display where their opposition are. But if Free Win Agents play this right, then I feel like they have got the better draft myself, personally.
I feel like Free Win Agents off the bat have really laid themselves properly too, and we see a takedown there. But I think Sandy going into Ruffs is going to be good to address the sandbags. Pam's going to be great into Ems, and having Max, Bob, and weave between some long-range bell shots can be very difficult to hit. So I do like the way that Free Win Agents have started. Now they've got some speed in their favor too. Coop Day is going to be advancing forward. Sarge diving into the goal there, a little 1-0 lead as we take off into game number 1 here.
My goodness me, that you see it, like how Max is propelled back into the meta, especially on Brawl, where we expected to see this, and it is displaying before our very eyes as Response pushes the ball forwards, gets some nice aggressive pinching on that left-hand side with Coop to Ace, who comes through with a nice takedown there on Aaron. Response with the pass-through, gets, actually intercepted very nicely. I don't know if there's enough time now, maybe with the breakthrough here. Oh my word, it's on the line, but it will be done. Free Win Agents take themselves
that was so much aggressive
situation.
Yeah, I think throughout that whole match, I think they just
So
demonstrated for the most
aggressive.
part map control, got some nice easy goals there.
Hello Summer,
Several
what's up?
takedowns that were
I did
key.
not know
Didn't
either
let them
pad liya
go
tha.
down too much. I
Bro,
think
very
the
unfair.
was just
Byro
very
deserves to
clearly
win.
in
Wow.
free win agents' favor. I think they're gonna have to change things up a little bit on the side of Byro Esports in terms of how they're laning themselves. It looks like they're gonna have the
If
same matchups though.
this
maybe just
match
a little bit
is
different.
won by FWA, that means
To the left side, Russ.
the match is over.
Dump it off a little bit response though. They do have plenty of time here. All they need to do is get the ball forward. Sergeant though not able to grab it in time. I don't think they're gonna have a goal quite yet. Maybe fearing an Im's gadget bouncing them back. Sergeant not getting a lot of value there either, but a stun coming in response with a phase shifter, and they go for the goal a little.
That's the end.
Wall even.
That's
to
the
show
end,
off
guys.
The skills 1-0 and a
3 win
match.
agents
This is
won.
looking very
Simple.
good
पहले
for
बता रहा हूं.
win agents.
Chance ही नहीं है. Chance ही
It
नहीं है.
really is. Byro Esports have not had a look in realistically. We haven't seen them at all in the spawn side of free win agents, and now response with the speed coming through. A phase shift there would have been lovely, but he's playing the slow and patient game. Sergeant coming in as well to help pinch, and realistically, the only thing that Byro can do is keep doing what they are doing, pushing the ball through off the defensive line and getting ready for that second wave or that third wave to come in. And every time it just continues that same pattern of recurrence. Free win agents keeping the pressure on, and nothing more than just defensive play from Byro. As now Sergeant can get a ball pass through potentially, but no, the takedown is there, and Jay off the line. But again, just continue, rinse and repeat. We need to see Byro go more on the aggressive, Kenny.
We haven't seen Byro cross midfield yet, I don't think, Ark. And now Sergeant trying to pop a gadget. Another takedown coming in. Jay going to be all alone, looking to get across the field. Dumps the ball off towards the bottom right-hand corner, which does help, buys a little bit of time. But there are no brawlers left standing on the side of Byro Esports until now. Bell has a respawn, but then once again, they haven't crossed midfield yet. They're still on their defensive side. Response, base shifting away, managing to stay up. All 2 brawlers left remaining. Sergeant going to be able to get a kill here, and that is going to be a match well played. This set was just all free win agents here. I mean, we see response now, not even phased by that win there, honestly. Just another day's work for him, and you love to see it from them. I think they played that set super well, and I think honestly at the end of the day they had a better draft. I feel like something we've kind of seen be a recurring theme, at least for me here, is that this region really likes M's, and you know, great on him. That's a very solid brawler, very safe pick almost. But unless you're playing into a tank there, you know, drafting that really early, M's wasn't really addressing it. I feel like that Imps
Byro deserves to win. ऐसा क्या?
but it didn't provide them any competitive advantage, and I think, you know, something like Max or Pam did help the side of free win agents, and that's kind of the draft differential for me there.
I fully agree. I think the M's was to try to put something out early, but that's the thing we were mentioning earlier about the order of which you draft, and kind of sometimes, you know, going with that first pick to try to have a tank counter, well, then the opposition's just not going to pick your tanks. I think it was also them which banned the Crow, which kind of only served to harm them actually when the Max pick was shown, because you want some slowdown in the eventuality of speed. So again, Max for me would have been a far better ban. I feel like that would have been the way forwards, especially in Brawl Ball. I think we're going to see a lot of Max bans now that many are cottoning on to the fact that she is incredibly strong now since the
Bro, did you get the 100 points? I don't know. I guess yes, I have got the 100 points.
Say, but still
Someone needs to just rewind the stream and
again
check it.
My predictions are currently 3 out of 3, so I'm doing pretty well, Kenny. How are you getting on?
Three for 3 so far. We're looking good. Hopefully we can go 4 for 4 here. And I know for match number 4, these are 2 teams that haven't necessarily played in a ton of BSCs yet before. I believe this is the first for a lot of them on both sides. So we have very fun team names for both sides. Grassmid and a few nervous men. I mean,
Hello, Rina Rathor. What's up? How are you doing?
In front of this many people here. So we'll have to see what happens here. A few fresh faces for sure, which is always great to see and shows that this region is still really, really competitive and continuing to evolve every single year.
This is where our predictions could come under heavy fire.
I have 441 points. Nice.
Teams. They're pretty much coming in both for the first time into the BSC. So, I mean, you know, this could go either way, but you've got to be following everything at home as well as we are, because, you know, we need to kind of compare and exchange homework here. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com.
Okay,
that is
cool.
where you can do just that. Earn rewards along the way in game. Into your profile, you log in with your Supercell ID. It's super simple to do. do, just confirm via your email the code that comes through for security purposes, and then head on down those tiers. You try to get towards the end to earn that BSC exclusive.
50 points away
Roy's opinion is
from Goldie,
that can get those
and I have
right
540.
It was a fantastic development we had at the World Finals, and we're really excited to be rolling this out on a monthly basis there. Again, I didn't have any luck at the World Finals, so I've got to be honest, I was definitely struggling along the way to getting my skin, but definitely today going better. But this, again, like I said, could be the moment that we kind of come unstuck.
GMD versus FNM.
I'm gonna go with Grass Madopin here. I think it's very close. Obviously, we don't know a ton about either of these teams. We're doing a lot of speculating at the moment. You know, we get to see a little of them in qualifiers for both sides. But I think having one thing in the side and favor of them is having Wiggly Spoo, who was actually a coach last season for Team Clash, which was super successful here. He's now come back. He's a player. And even if they're rotating players in and out, it's nice to have a mind that's very familiar with how this region plays out. The strategies
the lunatic guy.
and obviously
जीतेगा क्या लगता पता नहीं don't know about that
side for me just to show a little bit of a
okay 570 points now I have got the 100 points
so that's where my head is at in terms of prediction.
570 we have got now. My points are 570
on event.brawlstars.com, and this is what I'm hoping for actually, and that was my mistake last year. I kind of went with what I wanted and my heart wanted, but not necessarily with my brain. And this time round, I'm going with both. I would love to see a bit of a playoff there in the semi-finals with Wiggly Spoo with his former teammates. You know, again, like you rightly say, coaching Team Flash last year, this year potentially playing off against them. So that is what I would like to see. But again, when it comes to unknown teams, that comes with a
I got correct. Now I have 650. Nice.
Hopefully some surprise
Let's go
there as well, because I like a good upset. I would
Manu Brawl Stars, what's up?
See someone go through to a grand final and make a name for themselves. This is what I love about Brawl Esports, and this year in particular, is that it just leaves the door wide open for someone to come in and say, hey, I believe I'm the best. I can prove that I'm the best, and I'm going to do just that. Rising Stars is what I want to see more of this year, and I feel like the draft format definitely lends itself very much towards that very thing. Grasping Open, got to hand it to them for the name as well. Straight up kudos as far as that's concerned. A few nervous men, I think, have definitely got to, again, turn their name.
Time went up and choose FNM. Nice. And I did not vote.
Yeah, and I almost love seeing that these two teams are facing off in round number one. It guarantees that one of these teams will get to face off against a really, really strong competitor, obviously. And we're going to get to see one of these newer teams, one of the more unfamiliar, unpredictable teams, how they really stack up against somebody so strong.
After
like
this,
agents here.
3 more matches will be remaining.
That they laned up in the first round. We're going to see the best of both these teams, how they do against each other.
That means you still can get more than 500 points.
So I'm
from last 3 matches.
Match play out. You know, I think it's going to lead to
excluding this match as well.
We've seen all night long, every single match, 2-1 so far, 2-1, 2-1. So I'm expecting a lot of highlights here, a lot of really good plays, and I'm excited to see some new talent try and make a name for themselves, especially in month number 1. It's going to be a really good time to do it and establish themselves for the year.
Do you have Cat Butler Jesse?
Really is. And like
yes,
you said, having Wiggly on your team definitely can
but
go a
why
long way.
to watch for Silly Pin?
The most known person we actually met.
Much more easier thing to get the views.
Honestly, I gotta say,
I choose FNM. Nice. All in RFH.
You know,
we don't know about the teams yet, so
come into play and
just choose anyone you want and you feel
into the scene
is correct. Just go for it.
Say the advantage point there for Grasping Doppin. But that same reason, you know, with
yes, trash me now too.
They are looking to make themselves here today.
Don't watch.
As lesser knowns, that's not always
nothing to compulsory to watch. If you don't like it, don't watch.
So they've got themselves
simple as
in
that.
a good spot. Okay, the next round might not be that. It is going to be 3 win agents that they face off against. But nonetheless,
it's not compulsory to watch.
To be able to get to that
you want to just go and play, just go the Brawl Stars. Simple as that.
To be the favorites. I think that is what everyone fears, but also wants at the very same time.
Yeah, I mean, even just having that opportunity, it would be a huge, huge moment for either of these teams. I'm sure they both are hungry and looking to prove themselves here. I mean, just the opportunity to play against free win agents would be huge for either of these teams. Obviously, a very daunting, a very scary thing when you have 2 world champions you're facing off against. But I think they're obviously They made it here for a reason. And once again, I think we're going to see some really, really good players from this region try and take a stab at this, really prove themselves and getting, anything the difference from 35 to 50 points.
Yeah, I choose team Howard more percent.
Going to be nice for them as well.
Cool.
We're going to hop in here though to Flaring Phoenix. We're going to see a tick ban and Sprout, two different throwers here. One thing to observe is we haven't seen a lot of Grom tonight, and he also is somebody that showed up for a decent amount, I would say, and wasn't one of the banned brawlers. So maybe he shows up in the draft process, but it really looks like teams are not nearly as fearful of Grom as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it definitely was the brawler that dropped off more so than the Daryl pick. But I'm going to see Fang as the first pick. I'm seeing a lot of recurrence here of the Sprout ban as well. I think for good reason, actually, in Knockout. Again, over time, as the gas starts to evade in terms of the map coming in there, you've got to be very cautious. And brawlers like Sprout can really have more defensiveness in the later stages of the map. And tick ban as well is another recurring thing that we've seen in Knockout. So I'm looking for Jeans, I'm looking for Pams, I'm looking for, again, like you mentioned, the Byron, but it's gonna be the Ruffs and the Jean coming through from Wiggly Spoo's pick there. Pharaoh, they're coming in with the Ruffs. Again, a brawler which can definitely lend itself well to a team over time, and I think just lacking a little bit in terms of the range though, so that could be an option going back over to a few Nervous Men as to how they want to go about their counter to this idea.
I'm curious to see what Grassman are thinking here when it's going to come to their third pick. Obviously, a tried and true combination in general for both and another thrower, say like Sprout or Tick, because Ruffs does have that really passive ability which gives your teammates heal. And now we see a Mr. P coming in here too. He actually got a buff pretty recently. This is one that I've seen a little bit be played, and we see Brock as well. So we're going to see some fresh faces here that have not been in the meta for a long time. Mr. P
playing with the Spider Sonic
2020 World Finals.
Just play with me.
A really, really long time since we've seen him across different regions for an entire duration of a season. These are very surprising picks to me. This is not the route I was expecting at all. Arc, Fang is somebody that I expect to see. The Gene is somebody I expect to see. But these other ones, they're kind of just throwing it together. And I'm really excited to see what these newer players and teams make of it. Maybe these are strategies they've figured out in their scrims and practices that have worked really well, and maybe it's going to catch some teams off guard here. So these are things I definitely was not anticipating to see.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced, gotta be honest, with Mr. P. I mean, yes, did receive some love recently, but at the same time, I was never fully convinced last year. But Lat himself showed me that they really favored the idea and made it work. So I'm open to being proved wrong. Brock, I love. Incendiary now, a base kit now. It's not a star power. So I believe that looks like it's fourth rocket for me, but it might not be. We'll see when the super goes down, whether it's more rockets or not. But I do love the ability now to have a bit more area control when it comes to Brock. The Fang super is there, by the way, on the side of a few Nervous Men, so actually making potentially Grassman a little bit nervous on their side of things. Who seems to be doing a pretty decent job so far of raining down some fire. We'll see what happens as the timer ticks down. Yeah, it is fourth rocket, it seems, for Pharaoh. Oh, but a nice takedown there. Returned in equal measure.
Fang with your move pe rocket de diya bhai sahab.
Yeah, what I was thinking is when in doubt, I'm going to probably pick the side with Fang, but right now we do see Wiggly Spoo with a super of his own. That's also another very game-changing supers. Now he's advancing forward, a pull coming in, not going to get any value out of it, but they only need to take down one more brawler. This round going to go in favor of Grassman here. And I do like what you said. I'm starting to see a little of the mindset of why Brock was maybe picked here, maybe for that wall break option to try and open up the map a little bit and take advantage of just keeping Fang held back. Mr. P can't do as much in this area as, say, maybe if he had some walls. And now we get another takedown here too on the Tara, and it's looking really good here to start off for Grassman in round number 2.
Yeah, I think if they do get to the late
Bro, I want to know why everyone is choosing Connor
Make an impact on the Brock side of things. There goes the Fang coming in. That's to make things a 2 versus 1 though, and I do not like the odds. If Wiggly Spoo can just land this super as well, which he does, so nicely done. That's going to be the first game of Grassman, and yeah, I don't feel like the Mr. P is going to get much value here. I'm very open to being proved wrong. Maybe the idea with it is to try to kind of keep something continuously rolling in the eventuality that people will just play more passively, maybe hiding a bit in the bushes, but that's not the case. It seems like really coming out with guns blazing right now. Realistically, the Fang pick is one good thing going right now for me in terms of a few Nervous Men's comp, and they're going to be maybe reserving a bit more of that aggression for the later stages. It's not always an easy thing. You want to make it a 3 versus 2 as early on as you can, but at the moment, it does seem to be that that's one of the early transactions that we tend to see.
Yeah, my thought process is maybe Mr. P is left to address the Gene situation. That's something that's been a matchup very common in the past, but I still don't feel like Mr. P, like you said, is really too strong of a brawler right now. Maybe they find some value out of him on like pop off here, but we are going to get to see this.
What happened to Mobile?
Both sides being a little more traditional.
What happened to Mobile?
Right there, though, so much being.
No, I don't have mobile.
Now super coming in.
Mobile.
Pop off, and we see Tara being pinned into the back corner, looking for one more kill. Now Wiggly Spoo with a super of his own as well. It's gonna be a really good situation for them. Fang left all alone. Can he get the 3v1 taken down? No, he cannot. That is going to be round number 1 in favor of Grass Madopin there.
Point a bit there of Wiggly Spoo there, just with the white shirt, just keeping his, again, it's so funny that everyone today has been very, very composed when it comes to those player cams, and but you'd expect to see so. I think that it's fair to say we'll see a bit more emotion maybe towards the end. Not always the case. I've seen many players, even after, I think it was Coup de Ace in the World Finals of 2020, you know, and just had the calmest of reactions. I think everyone just left their chairs and was just like, all right, cool, that's another day in the office, as we mentioned earlier, but this is where it comes down to a few nervous men to really rise to the plate. They've got to make this comp work. So far, it has not prevailed, but will this matter? Yes, it will. Flick will get the takedown, making it a 3 versus 2 for the first time here. So can a few nervous men now keep this momentum flowing? Wiggly Spoo has the magic hand. They're going to be very, very cautious. On the other side of things, Rekka also has his black hole. That is a key factor here in this matchup being a 3 versus 2.
Come on.
Going either way, right?
Is it going to be turned around? Oh, by you.
Down his super. They're pretty much nowhere to go, and it looks like they're going to elect to not charge up a Fang super here. They're going to throw in the white towel, and they're not going to give Flick a super yet. I feel like he'll be fairly close, though.
Not to give super.
I think a wise approach.
Got an excellent buff.
Continue on a fair amount as players realize that, you know, sometimes you do not want to feed. If you know that it's going to go one way, well then, yeah, just maybe throw in the towel, like you say, and just kind of like play it the long-term approach, and don't give something unnecessarily over to your opposition. So yeah, exactly right to point that out, and something which some of the maybe the more casual viewer wouldn't unnecessarily understand. So that is the reason why you will see sometimes in that kind of matchup where you're outnumbered, an attempt to not give something further over, but now a takedown and the reversal here, as again another bit of a miss on the Fang super, but a bit of a ability to turn things around as Grass Madopin make that one look incredibly easy.
No, that's the most emotion I think we've seen. Wiggly Spoo just having a little bit of fun there. Seems to be a big fan of those sea critters right there. But yeah, good win for him there. Again, these are some really interesting compositions. That's not something I really expected to see.
Not a super game changing.
We didn't really see any tried and true long range brawlers, which you do decently see on
super game changing.
I think that was just a really interesting transaction. I think it's really fun to see these newer teams and different mindsets from these players.
For the Marvel CMD, come on.
I mean, I think it just goes to show that everyone's just a little bit different. There's so many different strategies that can get the win.
Yeah, and you know, again, those ideas in knockout, when you talk about strategy, you know, just I think it's very interesting how, you know, sometimes teams will just kind of like look to go into the smoke. It's kind of the exact opposite of what you'd expect to see, but it does make a lot of sense, you know. So I think that we're going to see plenty of that this year when it comes to those outnumbered moments. I would like to see that 3 versus 1, still waiting for that moment to happen. It's going to be a very historic thing when someone does bring the ice and turn things around. But again, yeah, great to see that emotion there from Wiggly Spoo. Again, a great character, a real positive energy, having met him at the World Finals. And yeah, hopefully see some more player reactions to come. Everyone so far has been very much kind of contained. But yeah, this is looking good, Kenny. We could be on to a 4 out of 4 prediction here in the quarterfinals. This carries on the way it's going.
I mean, I don't mind that. You know, I would appreciate a nice free pin going to my side. I'm not going to be complaining too much. But again, these have been super close the whole way through. I don't think we've had anything less than a 2-1 in terms of sets so far. So it wouldn't surprise me if, say, Free Universe Men really took a win here too on Dueling Beetles as we move forward. So I'm very interested to see what happens. I think it'll be another fun one for us. And yeah, if it goes like anything it has today, it's going to be some insane competition coming up.
Yeah, this is the thing with drafts, isn't it? Like, it just seems like the team that are kind of struggling in that first set gather themselves together. They have a little bit of a team talk and say, like, what are we doing wrong? Right, let's learn from that. Let's make sure that we prioritize that ban differently. Let's make sure that our first pick is this, or maybe the coin toss goes the other way and they get to have two brawlers to come and really focus on that attention towards how do we counter that first pick. I think that is prevailing.
The next set.
Whether or not it's going to be a 4 out of 4 going to the third and final, we've yet to see. I would say that for me, I want to give the benefit of the doubt actually here. I want to make sure that we kind of see how this next thing transpires in terms of those picks, and whether the draft knowledge is just maybe not quite there, or whether we can
Brawl
see
Stars
some real
club
pressure
named
being applied there
BSC
to,
2022.
the opposition. But Julian Beetle's up next for Hot Zone, so again, a completely different game mode and map to consider here when it comes to that draft process.
For sure, and I think we're going to see some interesting changes here. Ruffs is somebody I could certainly see being played on this map who hasn't been in recent history, and say Grom, somebody who got nerfed here and we haven't seen at all tonight. I don't even think we've seen him banned yet, really. Somebody that definitely used to show up here a lot too, but now I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see him at all. Pam is somebody we've seen a lot tonight. I think a very consistent brawler, a lot of different uses for Pam, a lot of different brawlers she can address. Pam's somebody here that I'm definitely looking
I can't search. I'm not
even in just a week's time since qualifiers that
I've not opened any.
Choices are going to be different as now we hop into the draft
Brawl
screen.
Stars app
we
yet.
are going to see
I'm just watching it
Spike get
in
banned.
the live
Spike get banned quite a few times here tonight, and obviously Fang has asserted a lot of dominance. First pick coming in, going to be Byron. How do you feel about that as a first pick, Ark?
Definitely a bold one for sure. I do feel like Spike being banned here was, like you mentioned, a common recurring theme. If Crow is, again, another brawler which does seem today to be a bit of a flavor pick here in SCSA and ANZ, it could be showing its face relatively soon. I do like to have a Stu coming into the screen, to have a bit more aggression. The option to have either some speed, some breakage of those side lane walls. The Ruffs again seems to be getting just as much playtime or pick time as the Crow idea. But
I am raised. I lost love.
Now, do we see the pattern come out? That's the question. Probably would be an idea to consider actually for a few nervous men. Double down on that healing abilities there and really maximize their time on the zone. Having a further range, at least as an idea, would definitely going to serve to counter a bit more of the Stu and the Ruffs. Or I actually quite like a Sprout here myself, to be completely honest. So just to shut down that mid and focus primarily on the side lanes. If that's not an idea which a few nervous men want to go for, then that could be something which Crossmodopin actually want to consider having in the eventuality that a few nervous men do not go with any wall breakers. So they've got that option to kind of wait and see now as to what a few nervous men will do. Mr. P again, I don't know, Kenny. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not too sure. Tara, sure, a bit of side lane pressure, but Mr. P, what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. P, I'm not too sure about here. I don't really know what they're trying to address. Maybe there's a good combination here where Mr. P can address brawlers like Stu pretty well, but I'm not sure. Tara was the first one that actually came to mind as being a brawler that could address both Pharaoh and Wiggly Stu's picks here. Tara gonna be a great choice to into Stu. We now see the Sprout pick coming into Mr. P. I'm not really sure what the region is seeing so far in Mr. T. We've seen a few nervous men.
और सोचने वाली बात है कि अपन खेलते हैं नॉर्मल वाला मैच और ये लोग खेल रहे हैं
wanted to in that
Power 11.
We'll see if there's anything different here.
All the star power equipped gear,
much value. I think I really would have rather seen Sprout on the side of a few nervous men here, but hey, we'll see what happens here. Brawler. They're not going to get a ton of healing value out of him either, though, since there are no tanks on their side. I don't know. I'm more interested in the draft on the side of Rasmodopin as being a stronger one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm favoring as well, for sure. And I do, like I said, love a good Sprout. Really shutting down the lanes. It's a difficult thing. And that was, again, another thing which we didn't see much consideration for on the side of a few nervous men. Just that Tara super realistically is all they have on their advantage to break open things. And Sprout is going to love that situation. A nice placement, though, it's going to be said, though, on the side of Lepop, on the left-hand side there for the portal spawner. So if they are able to make that work, and they seem to be doing just that, now with some sense of control, maybe this Mr. P pick is not as clear-cut as it seems from our side.
I think it's really interesting that Pharaoh chose to go for a wall break there too, because WigglySpoo's entire strategy is going to be to hide behind these walls, to use them as shelter, to get these nice easy tags. And now there's one side of their spawn that they can't necessarily do that on. And I think it's going to allow for a few nervous men to really apply some pressure. Typically, that's not the Stu gadget I see run here. I see a speed turret being run to give a lot of range for some extra quick movement on this side of Grasmodop. And I feel like that would have been a better way to take advantage of Stu. And I think one that the side of a few nervous men is definitely capitalizing on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A few nervous men, as we mentioned before coming into this matchup, trying to capitalize down on the fact that they are below where they want to be performing, and they are rising to the plate. And look at this. Probably
मैं पनौती तो नहीं हूँ, Stu is already easy win.
I still feel
अरे भाई उसने जो ये है Stu ने,
yeah, like you rightly pointed
Stu ने
out,
तोड़ दिया ना, कहाँ से जीतेंगे वो लोग?
on the side of breaking
Sprout की favorite जगह तोड़ दी बेचारे ने.
Sure that was the play there. I think that the Sprout would have preferred to have thrived better. So I
Sprout जो था वो अच्छा option है जरूर, लेकिन
got the better.
तोड़ दिया Stu ने उसकी जगह
Men
को.
are making it work at the time that they've got to do so. I think Grasmodop need to sort of like just rethink things through a little bit more, because if they play it better, then
उसका नाम क्या है? Biggly Poo.
easier time of things. If you notice, men, with me again, like that drop,
Biggly Poo, Biggly Poo.
putting more effort into making it work.
Yeah, I think they've just played their strategy better than Grasmodop has. I think there's several things that have kind of went wrong for him in that first match. You know, just because you draft a better team, you still got to play it right. You still got to execute the mechanical skills to get the win. And now we see WigglySpoo getting some really good tags here, Wrecker getting it weakened. And that's the strategy that the Sprout's going to try and incorporate. They're going to try and pin the enemy brawlers either in front of that wall or behind that wall to either advance forward or find these easier tags. WigglySpoo going to be cycling out another one too, and it's going to leave Pharaoh an opportunity to go forward. He's going to be moving towards Flick, getting a takedown there. This is going to leave an opportunity for Cryptic, even with low HP, to just kind of hang tight on to the hot zone there and tie things up.
Again, some of that bush gone down, and WigglySpoo's running, I assume maybe Garden Mulcher there, but not First Simpsons, so like it's not necessarily going to impact them too much, but it will possibly be a bit. Obviously, Sprout is a grass dweller, so I mean, ultimately something to consider, but it does seem now more like Grasmodop have locked down the hatches and are starting to really utilize a lot of what they've got going for them. Losing that mid control from the three nervous men going to be a difficult thing to retake, especially now as WigglySpoo shut down that mid. Tara coming in from Wrecker, it needs to really connect with this Black Hole. They're going to have any potential to turn this one around.
Yeah, they're going to need to find this quickly, too. I mean, they only need 15% of this hot zone. Some big takedowns coming in there, too. For this, I really do think one of the biggest makers there was Pharaoh not breaking that wall. I know in the first game, he really wanted to take advantage of that situation.
Why they train breaking the wall for this fruit, bro?
Sometimes you have to be thinking in your head, is this
bro,
really
are you getting
for the entire game?
Are you also getting EVO on the first day like me? No, bro.
Open a little more.
I'm not rich.
Take advantage of
like you.
way more in that second game than they were their first. And honestly, Sprout's gonna be a great way to address the Byron, which we see.
Hello, David. Is Sky or Moon?
Byron doesn't have too many.
That's a difficult question.
Can just kind of hide behind these walls. I don't know how Byron can really deal with it. He's just left to heal Tara, which isn't necessarily a brawler that you're gonna be looking to heal too often. Is now Grasmodop and get a nice takedown there. Cryptic going down as well, and WigglySpoo gonna be able to help pinch against Flick here. Pharaoh gonna be moving forward. They get another takedown. Small lead for them, and the cutoff there coming in at a perfect time. Now WigglySpoo's gonna be able to get a few extra percentage points here as Wrecker's left to go around.
A much better start for Grasmodop. Gotta be said. Nervous men now. The pressure really is on Grasmodop on match point here. Coming in with a nice takedown there. Gets the supply drop along the way. The wall now disintegrates, allowing potential for maneuverability through the mid, but we're going to speak.
And I guess
again, and this is the strategy.
Grasmodop just win this
smart final pick.
Game.
Everyone match. Their bit Wrecker didn't get the black hole in time. Now a shutdown of the mid. We're going to a pin to say, yeah, we've locked this one in the bag. We went to the third and final set for it. Nope, not going to be the case. We're going to get this done and dusted here and there. Lovely plays all round. I think this is fair to say now the celebrations are happening. That this is the pocket. A nice attempt though from a few nervous men to really make a difference there.
Jiggly bum, jiggly bum.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got his friends. He's making that clear.
Yeah, and I believe that's actually, I think both of those.
And I've got 100 points as well for that.
Looks like for the
and
Roto, which
it's
is something I didn't realize till just now.
695 points for me right
have
now.
A little bit of a personal attachment to the image they've
I don't
chosen.
want
I think
silly
we'll
rewards.
see,
Okay,
the coaching
don't
side
take, bro.
is really paying
It's
off.
not
I think they just
compulsory
got a better
to
draft
take the
both
rewards.
times. And even though, say, that first game in set number 2 of dealing Beatles didn't go the way they wanted to.
I like the name Bigley's Poo. I'm gonna vote for Bigley's Poo.
Properly, and from there it was kind of a little more dominant, I would say. So I think
GG, yes.
proving
All
they
in
know a little bit more. They're more familiar with that draft setting. I think this is a brawler that, you know, a few nervous men really didn't get any value of. I'm not necessarily seeing the connection there of the value that he can really provide. You know, I know he got that nice buff coming in pretty recently, but I still just don't feel like he's up to the level that a lot of these players are seeking to be, especially if you want to take on, you know, a really strong team in Grassmandapen.
I fully agree. The Mr. P pick.
यार मेरे 374 points है मैं कर पाऊंगा
The greatest of things from the pro scene about Mr. P, despite
क्या कर पाऊंगा भाई तुम्हारे सामने ही तो वोट कर रहा है तुम कॉपी कर रहे हो तो तुम्हारे भी 770 points हो गए होते भाई अभी तक तो
you know, over time
क्या कर रहे हो
appearance of the
किसको वोट कर रहे हो
no, it's a great thing.
Bro, because Brawl Stars removed all my points, now I have only 463. If not, I would have
As far as that
had
matchup,
700 points. Bro, in finals you get around 300 points. Okay.
For the most part,
Semi-finals you get around 150, 150 each. That means 500 points still you can get from here. And if you click on that emoji button, you get around 50 or 60 points from each match.
and what we can expect.
So almost you can get 650 points still.
Really great competition, to be honest with you. A lot
If you
of
are
third sets coming here. Match
350 or above, you can easily still get
Esports
the
come down to the wire.
pin
2-1 victory for the
by
side
choosing
of
the
Sky,
correct
who had
answer.
great success towards the end of last season. This is a roster that you all should definitely be looking out for as they take on Upper Moon, who beat Ashira.
Because you're getting 375 points for guessing MVP. Even if you guess anyone, you get 75 points per match.
Here, but
75, 75, 75.
I think this
That means 225 is still for
some
free.
really great players on both sides. Sky
Now,
with a really,
if we talk about 150, 150, and 300,
years, and with the new format, they seem
obviously anyone can still have
on the other side of our
win
semifinals. We have a free win agents arguably
right now
the tournament
without
favorite
any
here
issues.
today. They've got 2 previous world champions in Coupe d'Ace. And
Meanwhile, if you guys watching this stream onto the
and as we just saw,
YouTube,
have
so make sure to
Rasmussen, who just
subscribe if you're new, and
a few nervous men.
do make sure
get
to
our
like as well.
matchups. So I think these are going to be really good. I anticipate the free win agents will be more favored towards them, but I honestly could see match number 5 going either way. I think it's going to be a very, very competitive one.
Yeah, we've been pretty much on point today so far in terms of our predictions, Kenny. 4 out of 4. I'm pleased to say we're doing pretty well, and you at home can do just that, the same. Head on over to events.brawlstars.com.
Which game mode is new to Knockout?
Just that. You got a bit of time to get those predictions in.
Knockout is the new game mode which has been introduced to PSC
pretty
2022.
much on
So
point.
vote
We're
for
getting
it
right,
and get
Kenny,
25
and,
more
getting our
points.
way,
Simple.
getting some nice juicy rewards, getting that Rosa skin as well. Going to be teeing up the cinematics in just a moment for the up next as well. But give us your thoughts on just like the day so far, and you know, what are your thoughts going into the semi-finals? Who do you think's going to take it?
I'm still going to go with my pick before the broadcast started. I think Free Win Agents has the best roster overall, and they demonstrated they can get a really nice win. That victory over Byro Esports is definitely a tough one. They're not an easy team to defeat, so they're still showing that they've got it. They're a team to be reckoned with, and I think they're still the favorite coming in here today. That's the team I'm anticipating to take this whole thing down still.
Plenty more exciting matches to come, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, referee. Please do another live tomorrow. Okay, sure. Why not? Coincidence, जो भी रेड टीम है वो हार रही है. Okay, so. But this animation was not there. Okay. Very previous animation. Barley. Hello, the new Brawl Stars. Why you have 795 points? I have only 509. There are 3 matches remaining in which you can approximately get approx 600 points. So if you are above 300 points, you can easily get the pin for free. I have 463. बार्ले सटी आ गया बीच में मैं तो डाल ही नहीं पाया ये लास्ट मैच में. ओके बूम ये बम. Sky or moon? I guess I should go with moon, I guess. I should go with moon, I guess. Darling, I can't explain. I have 687. Can I win? Yes, of course. In the last 3 matches you can get approximately 600 points because 150 for semi-finals, and for finals you can get approximately 300 points. So obviously you can get more than 600 points. I have 322. Okay, blue team के साथ जाओ. Okay, हमें to see him. I have 600 points. Can I win? Yes, of course you can win. What do I vote? Moon or sky? I think we should vote for moon, but I don't know. It's your wish, but I'm gonna vote for the moon. Let's see. Bro, say your next prediction. I think moon. No! And why I'm thinking moon? Because look at it.
This is what
FA Sky, FA Upper Moon, FA Hashira. These are from the same group. Actually, FA. Okay. Okay. And FA Upper Moon have defeated
the Brawl
FA
Stars
team.
Championship.
That means
in the
from among the group, he is leading in FA. So if FA have already beaten
today and
FA Upper Moon already beaten another team with FA Hashira, that I guess they are having chance to win this one as well
beforehand
from
the
Sky.
broadcast even started. So maybe some things change.
So I think
4 for 4, so I
it
think I'm
might
gonna trust
be
my
good
gut
to
as
go
we
with
move forward here.
Upper
Pretty good
Moon,
day. I'm
but
feeling pretty good.
it's your
I think
wish,
we can
guys.
get that Rosa pin. I think we can
Don't
do it.
just take my words
Good
as
to
a
hear.
final
I'm rooting
words.
for you, mate. All right.
Whichever you like, go with it.
As a bracket, if you're just joining the stream, this is what you may have just missed and what is yet to come. So first up today, we had FA Sky up against WATCHPARTY Esports in match number 1. It was FA Sky that got the victory, leading into that semi-finals. It's going to be joined by FA Upper Moon, who got the victory over FA Hashira in match number 2 of our quarterfinals stage. That is our next match coming up very soon on the screen.
Because I'm finals tomorrow today. Today only, bro. Everything is today.
Up against the Barrow Esports.
Tomorrow there will be a different region match.
The victory in match number 4 up against a few nervous men.
As
So that matchup
today,
will be free win
it is
agents
going
versus
for a
Brawl
CESA,
Stars
that means
as a
Southeast
second
South Asia,
semi-finals matchup
and
versus
ends.
the FA Sky first.
And tomorrow
up
there
against
will be a
FA
different
Upper Moon.
game for
And,
different
I must
regions.
say, Kenny, I'm a big fan of how this has kind of all transformed, not just because we're 4 out of 4 in our predictions, but simply because I feel like the matches so far have been so close. So by combining FA Sky up against FA Upper Moon, who both went to their third and final sets, as did Free Win Agents, Grasp Monopoly, the only team today so far to actually finalize things in the second set. But we are now moving over to the best of 5. So teams will have a bit of a chance to recollect in the eventuality of any kind of misdrafts and any kind of mistakes along the way.
Now it's time to choose
forgiving in that respect,
Sky or the Moon.
For sure. I mean, now we've got 5 whole sets you have to get through, which is a big game changer. You know, that's one extra. You got to make sure you win, and we're going to get to see every single one of these maps and modes.
Sky wins if I am not Panotti.
Really interesting at
Moon
matchups
and
to watch.
WHP
You know, right off
is
the bat, we have Free Agent
second,
Sky, Free Agent Upper Moon, which are 2 really
what are
good
going to
teams in
pick,
this region.
Adhirat?
And we also get to see Wiggly Spook
I'm
go
going
off
with
against 2 of his former mates when he coached them last year on Team Flash. So I think on both sides, we've got some really dynamic and awesome matches coming up, you know, on both sides of the bracket. I'm
going with Moon. 65% of vote was for Sky.
I think
So if you guys think Sky, go for it.
Team along with Free Agent Upper Moon, I think both of these are kind of right up there in the contenders section for this region. And I'm really excited to see how that plays out here momentarily.
Yeah, FA Sky having a really nice ending to
I
their
have 9 or
last
10
year.
points. I am
If you wanna
close.
look at it in terms of
Nice.
their prospects
I
going
voted
to
Sky.
2021.
Nice.
But,
Well done.
yeah, they've got a fresh slate. They can really make the most of this opportunity now and really show why they are deserving to be up with the very best in the world. And I think it's a great chance for them to really make an impact this year. FA Upper Moon, probably for me, got a few more familiar names. You know, CCK coming from the Team Flash roster this year onto that team, and Orca, a very accomplished player, you know, being joined by TH.
I did not vote. Why?
For me, I feel like, mate, this is a tough
100
one
points
to
for
call.
semi-final, not 150. Bro, you're gonna get
A lot of
75
players
for
and teams saying that
MVP as well,
they're
na?
a real dark horse in this competition. They are not to be underestimated. So it's going to come down to a lot of this draft.
75 for
How
MVP.
both sides
MVP,
go
whichever
about
you
that.
choose,
Do they
it
get their
doesn't
backs
matter.
right? Do they get their picks right? And are they
5,
prioritizing
10,
the order of which
15,
they want
15,
it?
there's
Because ultimately,
45,
sometimes, you know,
almost
your eyes are
45
glaring
points you're
towards
gonna
the
get
pick.
by clicking
Sometimes
that
you've got to give a bit of a
blue or
risk
red
wait on that
emoji
pick
which
and see
comes
what comes
onto
up
the
later.
up,
One thing
lower
for sure
right
is that
or
if Orca gets the fang,
lower
I'm gonna be
left
worried
side.
on the
Just
side of FA
click
Sky
on that
because
thing
he
and
was
you will get
popping up
5
with that
points as
one
well.
today.
Bro, then I
That was
won't
a
get the
scary one
pin
earlier. We now
because
see
Brawl
them picking
Stars
up
scammed
Pam
me.
pretty quickly too, from what it seems. Byron
Sky,
gave me a
Moon.
ban on the side of Free Agent Upper
Bro, next
Moon.
team
And we see
predictions.
Daryl
For next
being
team,
banned,
I will
actually,
go
and
with
that's kind of a
3
surprising one to me. I know
Win
he's still really
Agents.
strong, but I just did not anticipate seeing him be somebody that was a ban worthy on a map like Hard Rock Mine here. I think there are a lot of really good options. I think Max is one that we've seen a lot tonight, and very deservingly so. I think she's gotten a nice buff here recently. Surprise mid,
If
I
I
could see
predicted
happening
this,
here
I have
would be 8-Bit. I
been
don't know if his
100%.
region's necessarily as
Yeah,
about 8-Bit
correct.
as say some of the other ones, but I think Max is a safe bet here to maybe see, especially with Pam being picked. You're gonna have to be a little more weary of picking those long range brawlers, say somebody like Piper, who's also played out here as a mid on a decent amount. Spike, somebody I can see
Bro,
coming
I
in here as
can't hear.
well. And it looks like they are gonna pick 8-Bit
Free
too. Okay.
win
Love to see that little
agents.
variance in terms of the brawlers we're seeing. And once again,
Can you
though,
type?
we see another Ruffs pick.
Bro,
I'm
this
just so
team,
surprised. You know,
free
I know
win
before the
agents.
podcast I mentioned him.
Free
but,
win agents.
I mean, I'm seeing him more than I even
Free
anticipated
win
thinking.
agents. Free win agents.
I agree. Yeah, there's some surprising things recurring today. Again, the Daryl pick for me was one that I just felt like wasn't quite in the very strong place now since the nerf, but strong enough to be banned, like you already say. So, and I see ZK going with the Max pick there. So I assume maybe is it going to be laning with the Pam and having the Max go mid, or maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But Star are going to pick the Sandy pick, which I think is a really, really valid one here. But oh my goodness me, gone are the times where actually Rico in Hard Rock Mine being one of the first go-to brawlers to consider is not banned or picked here, and that's very sad for me, Kenny. I'm a massive Rico advocate, as you
Click
know.
on the emote
But
on your
yeah, big
lower
surprises,
right or lower
big surprises
left
all
one.
around. But
And
I still feel like
just
both
get
comps
5
are
points for
really
that
gonna
thing as well.
cut the mustard here. Both have got some great attributes here. 8-Bit
I
could
see
be
plays Brawl
vulnerable,
Stars.
to
I
speed,
will
but
not
let's
get
see.
the
If he gets
pin.
the
Why?
damage boosted down, providing he's running plugged in as a star power, more maneuverability will be on the side of
No
FaZe
genie.
in that respect. But definitely an interesting drop, to say the least.
Yeah, I think the reason for Tara here too, already somebody does it really well here, but we've seen this time and time again tonight. Tara going to be a great way to address the sandbag gadget on the side of Colonel Ruff. So we're going to see that transaction play out, as now we already see a super being popped by Hyuna, and that's going to be really, really valuable for them. 8-Bit, the reason I mentioned him, he's such a strong gym carrier right now, and I feel like a lot of people out there in the community don't necessarily understand why or see the reason for it. And he's not inherently the strongest brawler, right? But as you see happening right now, he has a super popped, and he has a gadget that allows him to teleport all the way back to that super, so he can get very aggressive for kills or go for gyms, and at the click of a button, he's just all safe and sound in the back of his spawn. So I really like this choice from them, and I think 8-Bit's a very strong one that more people should be considering in general.
Well, Hyuna gets a nice takedown as you're speaking there. I've got to say, a lot of clustering, though, from Upper Moon, and I'm not too sure about it. I think they'd be better off to kind of like stick to their lane. I think they're kind of abusing the fact that Lawai can't really tell who's in that left-hand side lane and just kind of keeps continuously shooting, trying to get some idea. But at the same time, a nice breakage there on that top left-hand side corner. From the Ruffs. Orca, though, coming into a really, really stronghold position. This is where Tara wants to be on Hard Rock Mine. Despite the strong arm that's coming in from Upper Moon, though, the gems are actually quite evenly tied. But it is FA Skull that have got to get out of this position here and start contesting that mid once again. If they're going to be able to get onto that 10 countdown.
They are pinching that.
Somehow Upper Moon has found themselves in position where they're up 3 gyms now. They weren't able to get any value out of that Ruff super either. They do break the wall, but not able to get that very much needed power up. Going to be throwing down another sandbag there, and the Pam
Nice.
super going to counter that and destroy them immediately the way. Opening up this map more and more, which I'm surprised. I think it's going to make it more difficult for brawlers like Sandy, but it is going to help 8-Bit, who's now going to advance forward again. He can get very aggressive.
Oh,
Here.
8-Bit.
Takedown too. That's going to be very clutch. He's going to advance forward, get that teleport now. The countdown on their side. 15 seconds to go and counting. They're going to try and close this one out here.
GG's.
Fantastic
Nine.
use of that cheat cartridge gadget there on the 8-Bit side of things to come out there on that low HP. It was a ballsy move, got to say there, Mahona, but he went for it. But now the pinch coming in.
GG's.
Can
Well
they
done.
survive? Yes, FA Sky will take it. It was a bit of a tight one towards the end, but they timed it perfectly well. You got to be careful to not retreat too soon.
Probably tell कि अगर आज सारे points नहीं मिले तो कल मिल जाएंगे क्या?
They are
कल का अलग रहेगा तो.
ammo or very little.
Tomorrow it will be different.
You've got to keep those countdowns under your fists, towards those final moments. But I think FA Upper Moon, yeah, have got to spread out a bit more. Start to really isolate the situation. They had a great moment towards the end where Ultra got into that bottom left-hand side corner. If they can do that again as an earlier position in the game, it will give them a real advantage to go into this next matchup and turn things around.
Yeah, great start for free agent Upper Moon too. I feel like on the side of Sky, though, this is a longer-term game for them. If they can set up and establish 8-Bit, and that's the ideal wall to do it too, they're going to be able to establish a much more dominant mid-control than having it all the way in the back of their spawn. They've now powered up 8-Bit too, and that's going to be a really nice synergy here, allow them to do a lot of damage, and at any given moment, he can use that cheat cartridge to kind of get a clean getaway. And now we see the side free agent Moon advancing forward. They still have a small gym lead. CCK going to be very weak here. Getting a takedown on the way, though. And Instinct going to be moving forward, trying to advance forward and grab himself a couple extra gyms. Almost getting a little greedy, but he had plenty of HP there. I think he knew he could be safe and sound. And now we see the side of Sky being all the way in their spawn. Good takedown there, though, but they are in a troubling spot, I would say.
Did fantastically well there to stay in the mix in that bottom left, but then overcommitting a little bit. He would have loved to have stayed there longer to give his teammates more time to collect gems, but in the meantime, 8 is still a healthy number to have. I think there's no doubt about it. Just 2 more there, and then FA Upper Moon will be on counter. Look at Orca as well, being such a sneaky sneak, but Star coming in with the Sweet Dream stun onto CCK, but staying alive. He is behind the health, that healing station. Can they get the gems they need? It's a nice favorable spawn here, and the pressure coming in from the side lanes is attacking really nicely on the side of FAF Moon. A countdown is inbound, a let's go speed as well. A lot of utility is coming down on the side of FAF Moon, and potentially a chance to tie this setup.
Booster bros, bro. Super
CCK has already braked it towards the back of the map. 4 seconds ago, Luwei going to throw out a desperation super, and it's not going to do a lot of good there. That one's going to be all in favor of free agent Upper Moon. Very, very different than what we saw in game number 1. Great adjustments coming out from them, and now we've once again something common we've seen all night, a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way that I like to see it. I'm completely honest. It keeps everything at full capacity. Let's see how the lanes play out this time. Loic is still on the right-hand side. He was playing a bit more on the left in that first game. Started to switch over in the last one, and now seems to feel like that worked out well despite the loss. So let's see how that one fares. Hyena looking to obviously get that damage booster down as early as he can. Stars will stay very much aware that Orca wants to continue pushing this left-hand side lane, and if I were him, I'd pop a gadget. I'd pop it like a support for beyond and just power through. Yes, Sandy can take it down quickly, but you can try and bait it and try and get those shots to fly a little bit more. Keep Star under that pressure as CCK doing a great job of capturing this mid, but as I say, that goes down, not the result that FF Moon were looking for.
I love the opportunity here. The Sandy versus Tara matchup is one that I think is going to favor Sky. You know, Tara's going to be somebody that does counter Colonel Ruffs a little bit. And since they got the opportunity to switch that lane up, now Sky's been able to take advantage of it, already getting 2 takedowns of their own here. They've got much more stake in this mid ground here. And even though the gyms are fairly close, I would say it just seems like Sky has not gotten taken down a lot. Not too many HP being taken away from them. And now a nice little cheat cartridge there, able to teleport away, all safe and sound, up by 2 gyms as we approach 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, nice pinch coming in. Hyena just staying alive, but almost there.
6-6.
Wow,
very close.
6 gems to 6, and that one's going to be spawning on the side of FFA Sky, but CCK is flirting with the idea of going for it. Gonna think better of it for now as the shots coming in, but look at that Orca coming in the left-hand side. Didn't quite connect there as well. Done, but CCK will come in for a couple of taps. But again, this clustering that I do worry about on the side of FA Moon, but the Let's Go speed comes in, allowing people to separate. And look at nice, healthy takedown. That's a great steal. And now FA Moon are going back into spawn, and they've got all the goods.
Yeah, they can get a clean getaway here. A little extra max speed never hurt anybody either. 10 seconds on the countdown. They're going to need to find a kill fast. They have no idea where CCK is. He's already preemptively popped the gadget too. This one is going to go to free agent Upper Moon.
First match goes to the moon.
1-0 early on. They made 2 really nice games there and took home set number 1.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Gotta say, after just learning from a couple of mistakes, they were able to make it look a lot more convincing. CCK there.
Nice.
Still, you know, looking pretty collected, pretty calm. You know, give us your thoughts on that one, Kenny, in regards to the draft and what we saw play out, and you know, was it what you expected to see?
I think, honestly, that in at least a little bit here, you know, our previous match, we were brawlers that neither of us really anticipated seeing, but I think that one was a little bit predictable. You know, the Daryl ban was not something I really foresaw. I think he's a strong brawler, but I don't know if he's arguable enough to say ban. But those are pretty typical matchups that I expected to see. I was really happy to see the 8-bit pick there. That's somebody I've seen in a lot of other regions really start to make an appearance. Yeah, and just... You know, in Jim Grab in general, he's a great mid. He has that opportunity, the ability to pop that gadget and get really aggressive when they choose to be, and then back off the second they need to. I think it's very valuable. You know, we saw him play in Heist here earlier today. Bridge Too Far, really the only Heist map I had really foresee him in, but Jim Grab is kind of 8-bits mode right now. You know, for a long time, we've seen Jeans into this world. We've seen Pam start to enter, but I think 8-bits one that really slept on here, and I was glad to see Bros give it a try.
ये
too
पिन दोबारा
successful a
नहीं
little
मिलेगी,
bit. They
ये
did get
कल भी यही
game
पिन
number 1,
मिलने
you know,
वाली है।
game number 2 and 3 didn't go their way, but I still think it was a very fair choice, and I think their logic was pretty sound there.
Yeah, I agree. Again, Daryl, gonna have to keep an eye on him now. Again, we see a lot of regional ideas that sometimes stay within a region, sometimes they kind of spread further afield. Definitely gonna be thinking as to how that will develop. I did expect Daryl to drop off, but again, you know, seeing him banned and played so frequently today, as well as that Crow idea, which seems to have taken a bit of a back step in Hard Rock Mine at least, but maybe we'll see it kind of come to fruition later. Either way, though, again, the draft was pretty decent for me, I would say, for the most part. Some really interesting ideas and a pretty balanced game. I mean, it pretty much came down to realistically the mistakes the players made along the way, which led to those gems being dropped, and not necessarily anything that's too much of a warning sign for me so far in terms of the draft. But obviously, as things continue on, we'll see what the pressure gets these teams and players when it comes to making those picks. But yeah, I mean, it's also far
कल तुमको 10 करोड़ रुपए नहीं मिलेंगे,
a little bit of
मेरे को हो सकता है 10 करोड़ रुपए मिल जाए,
when it comes
बोलो
to
भाई
picks,
बोलो,
the bands coming in, Byron already, Sprout already.
तुमको 10 करोड़
What are
रुपए
your
नहीं
thoughts
मिलेंगे,
then, with regards
नहीं
to picks
मिलेंगे।
coming in with those bands in mind?
Tick was going to be my option, and I think one to keep an eye out for. We haven't seen Grom here tonight, but if there's a map where he shows up, this is definitely one to consider. But I think one of your favorites here, Arc Rico, makes a really strong lane. I love the option of having, say, G
FWA or GMD. I will go with
I think Rico would be a really
FWA.
strong choice for either of these teams, though. I think either could be benefited. And once again, we're seeing that this region really prioritizes Sprout in terms of brawlers they don't want to mess with and knock out, and I completely see why. But I think Tick is still going to be a really great option. Even as the first pick,
मिलेंगे, अरे नहीं मिलेंगे, अच्छा बोलने का है तो मिल जाएगा मुझे।
Brawler like that early on, but I think Tick is somebody that's a very safe option, not the easiest to counter. And we finally see Fang coming into. I'm really liking what free agent Upper Moon has elected to do so far. I think Bell is going to be a great way to regress Colonel Ruffs, and Orca on the Fang. Once again, that's a terrifying thing. They're going to be picking Daryl. I like this comp from free agent Sky, but to be honest with you, free agent Upper Moon is a little scarier to me. You have that Fang opportunity, and Bell going to be a great counter, I think. Going into the team of free agent Sky.
Again,
So I'm really
Roofs,
liking
bro.
the draft so far from free agent Upper Moon.
Roofs is just got
I
stick
like both here.
in each and every match.
If FA Sky can make the gene work and really buy time, that's the thing. When you got that Daryl pick, it really is a last moment thing. That's why the tick from ZZK is so important, actually, for that same reason.
Okay,
it's going to come down to who has got the colder exterior, I think, here, and who is able to stay the most composed along the way. But that Bell pick as well, definitely a great thing to have when it comes to those later stages, getting maximum value when everyone can't go anywhere and is squeezed tight in that gas, and the ticks keep the time ticking over. Everything about these comps, realistically, to me, say the long game in that sense.
Yeah, and I think this is a very interesting map to watch too, because Gold Arm Gulch plays out a little bit differently typically. I think there's a lot more mind games that go off into each round, you know, whether you want to send all three of your brawlers to one side. And often, most Brawls maps play out from top to bottom, you know, how we're spectating, but right now it's going left to right, because the bush is just on either of those sides. So it's very interesting. It changes things up a little bit, and how you strategize and things. And I've seen players mention before that sometimes, you know, they send each to a normal lane, the middle, the left, and the right. But right here, you're seeing that each team's electing to do things a little differently, and that depends on each round too of how aggressive they want to be, how grouped together they want to be. As now we see this storm dwindle down together.
Oh, GG's.
For a super there, taken down immediately, and now this is all disaster.
Oh, they have saved their super as well.
As the storm closes,
Easy win.
free agent Upper Moon.
They
are having super saved as well.
Gadget on that Fang side of things, and I think it's fair to say that because that gadget's come freshly into the mix, maybe Fang is a lot stronger in those moments than people would expected, because Daryl would have been the key component to have realistically there, and it was a
This
great
guy
one. Gotta
is
give
not
credit
having
there.
any person with
So
super.
how they handle it. You know,
These two person already having super, and Tick is the kind of person who can
coming in and showing us why
charge
Fang is still so
super
correct. He
anytime.
continues his rain down, getting that take down
GG's.
there, and almost staying alive. There goes
There
down
goes
the
the
end, but,
trade.
2 versus 2.
Trade
This is
was
getting
done.
interesting.
And now he gonna
big thing
drag
to keep in
someone.
mind too is
I
Lue
guess so.
now
Gene.
has a gene pool on their side. That's such a huge difference maker, especially when you're going into brawlers that aren't as tanky. Fang has the most HP on the side of Free Agent Upper Moon. A great pull coming in there too. An instinct going down. Now a 2v1 for a tick here is going to be very difficult. He does have a super on his side. I guess we'll have to see here if CZK elects to do anything crazy here, try and make it come back, and it doesn't look like he is. He doesn't want to charge a single super, not trying to give away
GG's.
another
Good use
opportunity.
of the
and a very
opportunity
pivotal
there.
pull
Bro,
on
Sky
this
will
side.
lose this set. Moon have Tick and Fang.
Well,
Let's see.
see coming into this next matchup whether those mistakes have been taken on board. Tick hit very
Boom.
early coming in the left hand side. That's going to break up the bush, actually. That's the key moment there to consider here, because any movement between the two will be seen through the strategy. Let's see how these battles. Oh, great ball! That is a fantastic. Oh, Walker coming in with another roundhouse kick, and look at the momentum shift here. Oh, the
Oh,
aggression,
GG's.
it was overly done on the side of FA Sky, leaving Star now all alone.
Yeah, very tough situation. Looks like he stepped on a nest egg there with some great aggression coming in, and also instinct hitting the mark there. Now it's going to do extra damage. CZK going to rain in a few shots, and that's going to be all she wrote. Game number one going
Back
towards
to
a
back.
Free Agent Moon on this
2
map.
wins.
And that's an instance, by the way, where you're not going to see someone go into the smoke towards the end and try to save that super, because that's the the end of that first game. But definitely a strategy we may continue to see in those earlier stages. But at the same time, yep, it's going to be FF Moon getting a nice healthy lead, and definitely going to be feeling very, very good about this one now. Just if they can get this next game in the bag, there'll be 2 sets up, but that's getting ahead of ourselves. Let's see how they fare here and see whether FA Sky can make a comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be another situation where it's playing from left to right. Seems like a lot of the times the brawlers have elected to all go to the same side, which is very interesting here. It's just so mind-boggling to kind of see the map play out. You know, we've had years of Brawl where it's from top to bottom of how each battle plays out, but now we get a little bit of a different angle here, a little diagonal, a little left to right. It's so interesting to see how that kind of changes
That
things a
is
little
very
bit.
much low.
Now Orca has a
Hey,
super charge
wasted
himself, and I
super.
don't know what happened there, but
Thanks,
it's
wasted
completely
super.
wasted. That's going to be a very, very tough moment for them, because Orca's super is something that is a key part of their strategy, so having that loss there is going to be very detrimental to them.
Yeah, he seems to see it in a good sense, in a good light. He goes in now, but again, comes back with a bit saved there for the roundhouse, but not going to be enough to keep him in the mix. A nice mark from Instinct and a good takedown as well.
GG,
Just
still
one
they have
more,
won the
just
match.
enough effort for Moon. Despite their blunders, are still coming out on top.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Very bad
all
comp,
things
Sky.
considered, you know,
Panauti
Orca
pakka fir to.
accidentally dropping a super there from what it seemed, but he's still keeping high spirits, scouting out this right side, making sure nobody's trying to get sneaky here. That's where the mind games really come in here that I mentioned earlier. You know, say they elect to just switch things up. What if they go to the entire right side instead? That would be a free kill for them, so you got to be really, really careful about how you go through it. Hyuna, though, has a super on his side. I think he's going to be looking to get aggressive here. Some nice bell shots bouncing off on this side. Hyuna
What
getting
they
tagged once again.
Daryl
Passing
doing,
over the
bro?
way. There's going to be some good damage coming
Why
up.
they are giving super to each and every person?
Emotes coming in here, and he now has
They have
a super
already
of his own.
decided
This could
they
be a
have
good
lost,
opportunity.
or what?
The group is
What they're doing?
together. Ayuda, though, rolling in and going to get a takedown there. It's going to be a 2v2 situation once again.
Hyuna's really feeling these bell shots there from Instinct, and doing a fantastic job of lending them over to his teammate, and that's only serving to favor FF Moon in this instance. But yeah, not the most amount of value off it. But now it has drawn a bit of a wedge. Hyuna, though, knows damage getting
what
not gonna do much in that
Daryl is
instance.
doing,
And
bro?
this is a bad situation for Star. He'll do all he can
They
hit.
have won
That is
the
not
two
going to be
sets.
enough. It is going to be FA Upper Moon who take it again and continue to rain down upon their oppositions of FA Sky.
CZK on your screen here with a big smile on his face too. He should be proud. I mean, that went very, very well for him, especially considering
What
that
Daryl
hey,
was
a couple
doing, bro.
mistakes
I
here and
want
there,
to
and
know
I think
that.
that really builds confidence.
Why
in the
he
team,
was
you know, if you
taking
can get through those things and
damage.
still execute as well as they did. I mean, I don't think they dropped more than a round there, I would say. So I think it was a pretty strong performance from
Nice.
there, especially in round number 3 there, as we saw.
That is why I've already
in that
chosen
previous round.
Upper
You know, the
Moon.
missed Daryl super at the end there in that 2v2 scenario kind of sealed the deal for him. I think
To
it
the
left Daryl in a
moon.
very isolated situation. He just ran in a couple shots on him and get the job done. So I think Free Agent Upper Moon is simply looking like the better team right now in terms of how things are playing out.
Yeah, you mentioned Miss Supers, though. We saw a lot of that on the other side of things as well. So I think that's that does say a lot, though, about FA Upper Moon. Despite their mistakes, they're still feeling confident. We saw that with the pin drops, didn't we? I mean, that was quite apparent. So they definitely feel like they've got this one maybe already locked in. I would say that for the most part, they've got it right on the money most of the time, more often than not, I would say. FA Sky, sure. We've got every opportunity to come back here. Don't get me wrong. They can draft this right. They can bring this to the 5th and final. But at the same time, I feel like the experience is just starting to shine a little bit more through from FA Upper Moon. But that can also go against them if they get too overconfident. They get kind of too familiar.
Come on, guys, do drop a like and subscribe if you're new here.
Into our next games, then it could prove costly. Let's see how things play out. Again, I've got to say again, don't give Fang to Orca, guys. Come on, have you not learned anything from that? Don't do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just so surprising to me how late these teams are managing to get Fang in drafts. And I'm just so shocked that they're not, it's clearly shown time and time again tonight that Fang is still somebody to be reckoned with even before the broadcast. If anything, I feel like Fang got a buff coming to this. He received no nerfs of any kind, and he got a gadget that is really, really valuable. You know, having the ability to stun opponents for a second in your area is a really big deal. I mean, you can do even more than one brawler if they're clustered up together. So I think that's a really, really strong play. I really anticipate seeing Fang a lot in these bounty and KO modes again, and it's been so dominant tonight, and Orca just demonstrating it so well how good Fang can be right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Corn Fu was the first gadget for Fang, and one that a lot of the process was incredibly underrated.
We want to get Goldie.
For those who know how to play it well, it was getting them some good value, but now it is just
2 million भी चाहिए हमको, लेकिन अभी 2K से काम चला लेंगे.
One of the strong gadgets. We have some others playing a pretty key role today with Colette as well, with that gotcha gadget coming in really nicely to play. But it does seem Brown House is getting the most amount of playtime and airtime, but again, we kind of expected that. I think it's probably too early a stage for Fang to be looked at in terms of the balance changes. I think that everyone saw early on the effectiveness of that super. I think that was the most prominent feature, and one that I actually wasn't sure was going to translate into the BSC when I first saw Fang, simply because it's so weak leading up to getting those moments to have in the first place. I felt like it was maybe something which wasn't going to shine and have, and I really wanted to see Fang in competitive. So I'm very pleased on that side of things, and I'm sure a lot of the pros do not want to see a balance change to Fang because they quite like playing Fang, and we're seeing exactly why today. It's definitely a great thing to have, but I fully agree. I'm surprised we are seeing it able to be played, or rather picked in the draft stage as late as we are. I thought it would be a go-to thing, but again, maybe his weakness is for that same reason is the reason why.
Goldie will not get 10 million
having that first pick there,
thank you so much,
trying to outrange him or try to outplay
the new Brawl Stars.
But again, a draft will come out shortly as the players collect themselves. We go into our next map and mode.
Working on reverse psychology.
Interesting traits that we're already seeing today so far in the SESA and ANZ region.
For sure, and if you're a player at home who loves to game a little bit, I feel like Fang was somebody I was kind of questioning too. You know, it's very difficult to hit his regular shot. It's unique to him because the range is actually wider when you're shooting the shot than the actual shoe is. It's very interesting to see that play out. It can be very difficult at long range
obviously
to really hit those shots, especially when they only do about 400 damage or so. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but he's got such a dynamic super.
Up to you guys, but as per my opinion, I will go with FWA because they are having two players who have already participated in World Finals.
So yeah, I agree. I personally
are World Finals champions.
So I don't really mind.
They know the experience of playing in esports, so I will go with the FWA.
I'm so surprised that he's available as readily as he is.
But now, if you still want to go with another team, that's up to you guys, and you surely can go if you feel confident about going with another team. But if you ask my choice, then I will go with the FWA.
Some important things here today. I'll take a royalty on that one for sure. But yeah, I fully agree. I think that for me, if FA Sky are going to bring this one back, they're going to place a bit more urgency around how FA Moon are clearly favouring Fang.
Goldie can even get
picking 10 billion
subs.
Final stages and semi-final stages now are upon us and could swiftly be
finally Fang is being
into
banned.
the grand final today if they can get a win on Heist. It's going to be safe zone. So this draft so crucial now for FA Sky to get it right. And they are doing so with banning Fang. So I think it's a pretty decent start, as we were literally just discussing that very thing.
22 watching, like, please, 21 likes only.
To pick the Piper first overall. I
Who
don't
are
even
the
know if that's a
person who
brawler
haven't
we've
dropped
seen
the
tonight
like?
more than
Come on,
once.
do
Maybe a
drop a
bridge
like,
too
please.
far a little earlier today. But other than that, you know, that's a brawler that I think definitely can have a lot of value here.
Brock.
And now we get to see Brock in the meta once again with that nice recent buff. They're going to elect to play him here. Oftentimes teams will try and get a wall break option for themselves. You know, Colt and Brock in the past, even when they weren't the strongest in the meta, do show up on this map a decent amount. They like opening up that right side. Now we see Colette and Ayuna electing to go for the Colt, I'm sure for that wall break reason as well. I'm curious to see what this last pick here is going to be. Rough. So I was anticipating a rough score pick just to try and counter brawlers like Colette and Piper. So I think that is an excellent option.
मैं तुमको एज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर पहले ही वर्ल्ड फाइनल से टाइम से ये चीज बताते आ रहा हूं फिर से सुन लो
Once again, I
तुम
think we
लोग के
find
लिए
ourselves
अच्छा
in
है
an interesting situation. You know, a lot of long range finally coming out here tonight. You know, a lot of the times I feel like we've seen
esports
some more
give you
balanced
free
compositions, but I
content,
feel like this is
free
a tried and
content.
true classic safe zone encounter where it's just a lot of range and
you just
really rely
don't
on those
need to
mechanical
do
skills.
anything.
Yeah, one brawler that evaded the draft that I was surprised to see was the
You
Rico.
get free
I do
content,
love
free
that,
views,
and being
and all
able
the
to push him,
things.
that can be a great thing. But
So why
against
not?
a lot of these
This is not
breakers
for the
here,
pin, bro.
maybe
This is
something
for the
which
views
was to be
and the
considered now in
content.
terms of the meta. So
This is the
I can see
strategy.
them working out
Dimag
quite well.
bolte, dimag.
Bags going down on the
Hello,
rocks
Tensi.
to deter the
Hey,
Piper then on the side of
how
FA
can I
up
get
the moon.
points? I just
Instinct
entered.
making
Bro,
good use
you are
already
so much
of
late.
the
You
Brock,
can't get the
incinerary
pin for
being
now.
base kit,
Just try
side of
tomorrow.
things, and I do
Because
like that. It looks to be full of rocket, and that's been
already over for now because
in my time playing Brock, we're really enjoying
semi-final
Brock.
going on.
Nice tap there.
So you are
from Loai and a
little
chance
bit late,
for
bro.
FA Sky to make a comeback. I do feel like they've got a very good draft here, Kenny. This could be the chance for a turnaround.
Oh,
Yeah,
bro,
I like
what
that Brock's base kit now includes Incendiary too, because that's just extra damage, area control, and when you're attacking that high safe, I mean, it's just a little extra kick of damage that goes in your favor, as now Ruffs is moving forward and dealing quite well with Ayuna here. Those sandbags shielding for him, even though Orca is low, he is still able to maintain his position for now.
all
Heal
the
up a
map
little
is
bit.
open now.
Ayuna in a tough spot here. Gonna have 636 HP. It's gonna be a tough situation. Star preemptively popping a gadget as well. They get a takedown, no value there, and we're seeing more and more deaths toll up for the side of Sky. Free Agent Moon doing a great job of just maintaining this mid control, and even though they haven't dealt a ton of damage here, I really feel like they haven't been taken down too frequently or let off the reins.
Star didn't give much value from that gotcha gadget. He wants to get the healing off the back of it, but you got to connect the shots in order to do just that. It's actually more rockets, and I was wondering, actually, as I was talking before with Instincts running it is going to have a lot of damage on the safe if he's able to connect it. So watch out for him on that right-hand side lane for FF Moon. As damage coming down from Star might be the very thing to feed, actually.
Call it OP, bhai, call it OP.
But a nice amount of damage so far from FA Sky. Again, if that Brock gets on their save, I do worry. There's going to be so much damage, especially we can see the Ruffs as well. If Orca can actually give him that buff again as he went down, he's going to lose it. That's going to be a scary thing. It could be a quick, swift turnaround for FAF Moon here.
They've got 15 seconds to go. Instinct no longer has a super, but the Incendiary coming in as well. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a base race here. Your classic Brawl Stars
this is
attempt
going
getting
close.
the most damage.
39,
Back and forth here as the entire side of Free Agent Upper Moon looks to get some damage. It's going to come down to the wire, and they barely get it. 6%
last
being the
second
difference
attack.
maker there. They were able to get all three of the brawlers to the opposing side. Game number one going to go in their favor. And even though I don't think they have as heavy hitters in terms of damage dealers, you know, you have the Colette super, which does 10%. Immediately, you know, Brock with the super can do a lot of damage, but I mean, on the side of Bell and Ruffs, they're not the highest
now,
DPS brawlers, so
Upper
I think that
Moon
worked
win
out
one more match,
pretty well, I would say,
then
for
they're
Free Agent
gonna
Upper Moon, considering
directly
that came
qualify
down
for
to
the
base race.
finals.
Yeah,
So
it was a lot
Sky
closer than I thought
needs
it would
to
be,
work
actually.
hard
Again, I think a
if
lot
they
of the
want
reason
to
why was
still
because
be
the
revived for
Ruffs,
this one.
supply drops coming in, giving the buff, and I was surprised Instinct didn't quite get super. I think he was probably one shot away towards the end, and I saw some very smart body blocking as well, as a nice defense there already, and the pressure then being faced straight back to Loai. He's gonna have to, pop a nice homemade recipe there and continue taps into Instinct. Gets super, oh my word, Loai just absolutely popping up against some shots on the safe for good measure. A nice amount of aggression, but again, so much is going against them right now. FAF Moon on match point and now start to assert some dominance of their own.
Lue making a clean getaway there, but at no cost. Now Moon going to be advancing forward. They get a takedown there on the CZK, but Instinct has a super. They can take him out
he
right
to use
before
the
he's
super, but
able
he
to
missed
let that hit the safe. And Colonel Russ has kind of been hanging out in this bottom left-hand corner for a while.
70,
He's not the highest DPS brawler. I really don't blame the side of Sky for just leaving him, because when you have a Colt super on your side, it can rain in a lot of damage. And that's what I was mentioning before. There's so much damage to be dealt on the side of Sky. If they can just get to the safe, sometimes all it takes is one really good push, as we're seeing here. Iuna still letting it hammer down on the safe. 6% remaining. Can they get the nice body box here? 1,300 damage left. They get the takedown for now, but they're down 50%. This is a very tough situation for free agent Upper Moon.
Yeah, they dropped the ball a little bit there, and I fully agree with what you said, Kenny. They just, why bother even, why just leave the roughs? Exactly, leave the roughs. Let the Colt do all the damage, and they're on 2% now. I was waiting for Instinct to be able to connect that on the safe. It's not going to happen. Why is to pick up the nice snuck there onto the safe? I really want to see more.
They are reviving.
I want to see that for the first time. I want to see that damage rain down. Some mistakes there from FA Upper Moon, I felt. Just kind of maybe getting a bit overconfident. They've got themselves the cushioning, though. It's
whoever gonna win.
They didn't seem overly worried about it.
Moon wins this one,
we might see them be a little bit more.
They're just gonna be qualifying for the finals.
Really like that decision to leave.
But if Sky wins, they need to play one more match.
They let Orca do his thing. He's not a high DPS brawler. They took advantage of that 3v2 situation for the most part and just kind of left him out in all the action. And I think it paid off a lot for him. I mean, they ended up having a 50% lead at one point, which is a very, very huge lead in Heist in general. That is not too often at a professional level. You're going to see brawlers take off like that. So I really, really like the way they played that second game there. If they can replicate their actions, it's going to be great. But I'm sure Orca will not make the same mistake again. I'm sure they're going to change up their strategy a little bit here in game number 3.
Okay, well, going to get the gotcha,
nice.
but going to hit a ball with that gadget. So the healing not going to come up from the sandbags. Now Instinct, watch it go. More rockets on the safe, and that
that was a game changer.
That was the strategy coming into this one with the Brock pick, and yeah, I like the way that everyone now starting to work more harmoniously well together, taking these side lanes a bit more seriously, and yeah, battening down the hatches yet again. A nice amount of takedowns there, and pretty much now everyone focusing their attention onto Star, who's surely going to be following suit. But the gotcha gadget, they're keeping him in the mix there and giving him a ton of value. Will we see now FA Sky start to get some damage of their own?
Yeah, they got a little bit to come back here, but a nice super coming in from Star. He is taken down, though. They were not messing around with that. 10% going their way. Iuna getting a nice amount of damage on the Orca, but he remains alive. Going to give CZK a power-up even, and he's going to come back for that to get that nice extra HP buff and a little extra damage on their side. I mean, every shot counts at this point. They do have a nice 20% cushion here, but again, we've seen it time and time again. This side of Sky has a very high DPS and damage dealing
and
to that
attack
safe.
on the
So if they can just make one really
then
good
that
push here
could
with
be a
about 30
game
seconds to
changer.
go, it could go in their favor.
And
They could
yes,
keep their tournament hopes alive.
GG's.
Great cheeks from Lawai, but not quite getting the same value in the follow-ups of the shots. They were not connecting. That's a problem, realistically, at this moment in time. Maybe the pressure getting to them a little bit. They are under a match point and trying to hang on to their tournament lives here at the moment, as the push coming in from FA Upper Moon is there. The lead so far still just clinging on for FA Sky.
No.
The takedowns are there, and FA Upper Moon now will surely seal the deal and see themselves going in to today's grand final. The thumbs down pin says it all there, and they have done it. They will be in today's grand final, and still we barely see a smile from CK. Just still staying composed, but he's got Bruce there to give him a good old bear hug.
Yeah, nothing like celebrating with a good Bruce hug right there. And he just looked like it was another day in the office. I mean,
and I got the pin as well.
3-0, that's the most dominant I think we've seen today. And you know, that set came down a little closer to the wire. Game number 2 definitely favored the side of free agent Sky. But I mean,
nothing to him now.
Really proving to the world that they deserve to be in this grand final and considered
everything
the number 1 spot in our first month. I mean, great plays overall. I thought their draft was excellent throughout that entire match. Honestly, I think very well deserved.
Yeah, and an interesting prospect now, yeah, because you know, CCK was with that Team Flash roster. So as we start to line up our next matchup, you know, as we just kind of have our reflections here before we do, you know, how's that one going to play out? We'll talk a bit more on that in just a bit, but yeah, very dominant, as you can see on the score lines. A few prospectful moments though for FA Sky. It's going to be said as a team that we didn't underestimate at all coming in.
I have 653. Nice.
A very different scoreline actually, if a couple of those moments had prevailed for them in the sets to see things be a bit closer. But that is the most dominant scoreline that we've realistically seen today. It was a best of 5. So for that to happen and be a straight sweep in terms of the sets, I've got to say, you know, FA Upper Moon going into today's grand final.
Which I was not able to go to but नहीं कर रहा था और I would have got 1,000.
For those of you that maybe just coming into the stream now, this is how today has gone down.
265.
Sure, so we had some intense plays from round number 1. It did lead to Sky and Upper Moon facing off, but we did see, regardless of them both having 2-1s in their first matches, they are going to get the win there on the side of Upper Moon 3-0. I feel like a lot of those sets were a little closer than maybe the scoreboard will indicate, but I think Upper Moon was the clear favorite.
Free agents या दूसरी मैं तो भाई free agents choose करने वाला हूँ because they have played very good match.
Overall, I think some of these guys are about as talented as you can see in the region. Better yet, the world.
Very good
and now we're going to be moving on,
so I will go with the free
agents going off against.
How many Brawl Stars are currently in the game?
54. It was pretty good. They did play a few nervous men in the first round. They beat them 2-0, which was our only 2-1 of the first round. I think they proved they've got what it takes. Wiggly Spoo facing off against previous teammates as their coach, of course, at the time, is a very interesting one to watch. But I do think free win agents is the favorite for the region too.
Come on, give me some extra.
Yeah,
give me some extra.
Sure, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because there is literally now no possible way that we don't see these kind of run-ins with the former
70%.
We've got, you know,
votes for FWA already.
Free
if you want to go with FWA, obviously go with it.
And we've got CCK, who's in the grand final with Upper Moon.
FWA, you can see on the screen, I already voted for FWA.
Team Flash, obviously, the front-runner team for SESA and ANZ last year. A few sort of separations here and there. So, you know, is it going to be
grass mode pin के साथ जाना है
team that
your choice. I will go with 3 with agents
grand final and maybe all the way to actually secure it, or is it going to be Wiggly Spoo and upset, or is it going to be CCK to show his former teammates that he has still got what it takes to
hydrate yourself or go to washroom, whatever you want to do. I'm coming in 2 minutes. Just watch it.
A lot of the reasons why my predictions are not always on point, because again, I tend to think with my heart, Kenny, and what I want to see rather than what I think is actually going to play out. Let's know how you are getting on with your predictions, guys, at home. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com where you can secure them in. It's very important to do so because you're going to be able to earn some in-game rewards, and that goes a very long way, especially with new gears in the game and level 11. I'm sure many of you at home are looking to get to that stage, as I'm still almost there myself, but still got a bit of a way to go. We're doing pretty well here so far with our predictions, but you want to be able to get through those tiers to earn yourself that exclusive Rosa pin, championship pin from the BSC. So yeah, make sure that you are really thinking carefully through everything you're doing there, because yeah, you want to be able to flex that in game, right, Kenny?
Yeah, 100%. And I know I definitely want those progressions too. I am trying to get all the power 11s I can get my hands on, so any little bit counts. So if you're at home, definitely participate. And even if you get them wrong, still a lot of fun. I know I've been there before too. My world championships were not perfect by any means. And even today, I think things have gone a little bit better for us, I'd say. I think we're doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I mean, I like where we are sitting rather than the playing side. I think there's a reason why we're here, and it's the stress and, like, not to mention the skill. I mean, these are the best players in the world, so it's a pretty small net of players that can actually compete at this level. But either way, free win agents up next against Grass Madopin. It's going to be Coup to Ace Response taking on their former coach. You know, are the brains going to come into play from Wiggly Spoo on the side of Grass Madopin, or is it going to be the brute force and skill on the side of free win agents? Of course, free win agents joined this year with Sergeant, a new player to their roster, and one that's had phenomenal success within the region, and is going to be coming in this time round to show why he deserves to be on that roster. Well, the bans are in. Kenny Crow again, that favorite brawler that we've seen all day in this region, banned out early on, as well as the Fang. So these bans excite me quite a lot, and it's going to be double swoosh for the map for Gem Grab.
Yeah, I don't think either of those bans surprised me at all, but a Sandy first pick overall is actually a little shocking to me, considering brawlers like Gene and Max
when
are
you
still
will
on the board
play?
here. Maybe that's the
I will
side
play tomorrow.
that is looking forward,
Not today. Watching this thing.
Time and time again to be a
And
good
this
coach
will end in
for this
about
game, and it looks like they're going to
1
immediately
more
take
hour.
Pam and Gene, which I really like those choices.
Most probably
so far.
we'll play
It's a very
tomorrow.
versatile option. You've got Pam, who can be very beefy and address a lot of brawlers. Say if they want to go tank on the side of grass and then you've got Gene, the game changing super time and time again. Gym grab. Really liking so far what free win agents have done. And again, I don't dislike the Sandy pick per se. I'm just very surprised it was their first pick overall. I think there are other options out there, say somebody like Spike maybe, that if they wanted a lane option, I personally maybe would have favored a little more just because it can address a few more brawlers.
Oh,
but
ये miss कर दिया.
Sandstorm on this
Which
map is
has
really
only
nice.
one team
It does cover
competing
a
in
large area
2022.
of the map. So
वैसे भी नहीं
I
पता.
definitely see where their head's at. Me personally, though, I do really like this start from free win agents.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. In all honesty, I was shocked about the Sandy pick. It's a bold thing to put out there as your first one. I much prefer what's going on with free win agents. I'm not gonna lie. I think Pam lane, Gene mid. I think
today I can't get a lot of points. I have to enter tomorrow. Yes,
or something. Maybe
because it's already semi-final. Second semi-final goes on, and after that there is a final directly. Nothing else is
things I know
going to be happening today. As you can see on the schedule as well. These yellow things, that means they are already done.
See what's gonna happen.
Nothing is going to be
They're gonna go with the wall breaking ideas.
going on now. Only 2 matches are remaining, and most probably you can get maximum all things correct. Then also you will already get
as well. You've got to be
400 or 500 maximum points.
Last moment tanky.
So if you are having more than 500 points, then you can try today. Otherwise, try tomorrow when new event will be there for another region.
Deal with it. If they don't do that and they make mistakes and leave someone else to deal with that,
because you can see for now it's already over.
They've got to keep the grip on
70% part of this day is already over.
Free win agents have got the better draft.
I do too, and honestly, like on paper, this doesn't look close to me. This is one of the bigger gaps, I feel like, and I think it was really smart on the side of free win agents to take both Gene and Pam, because those are two really solid mid options here. And Mr. P does do well in the Gene, but we've seen this matchup a couple times now tonight, and even though Mr. P on paper, if they're even brawlers, should do better just because it addresses Gene really well, it still hasn't gotten the job done yet. And right now we're seeing Sergeant moving forward. We're seeing some aggression coming in from response, and it's going to be really nice to have that aggressive side to deal with 8-bit. I just feel like the overall
you should lower the sound of the video.
I like the buff he's gotten recently.
Sound of the video.
I don't know. I'm not.
Sometimes you guys say increase the volume. Sometimes you guys say decrease the volume.
The thing. Curse last night in the EMEA region was just banging on last night constantly to me about how good.
Is this okay?
I do see it. Now the thing is,
now the sound is okay or much more lower to be done.
Bringing in the grow like gadgets, so he's trying to build the bushes, whereas actually Ferris trying to break the bushes. And I actually kind of feel
bhai, nice.
The magic hand would say otherwise from Sergeant.
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Griff's in a really good spot right now, and the more they open up this map, it does make it very difficult.
Good use of genies.
They are getting
super, bro.
Visibility plays from Wiggly Spoo, so I'm glad they're putting Sandy to work here, getting a lot of value out of it. But Sergeant once again with another pull on his side, and that's going to be such a momentum changer. If they can pull another one off again, they are now going to be able to just kind of hunker down here. They're as a group. Coop Day is going to be looking to probably get another superhero. Wiggly Spoo, I think now throwing down the third Sandstorm, which is a lot of value for Sandy. So that first pick overall coming in handy for them. Gotta respect it. Another pull coming in though. It's Sergeant making the takedown alongside response. Looking very
one more recharged up.
Mr. P has hung on for dear life in the mid here. Response though quickly taking out any of the extra penguins rushing at him as now he pops a super of his own to get some good.
They have got 10.
Sergeant starting the countdown.
It's actually very close, but at the same time, Sergeant has got to stay on his feet. He's got the magic hand.
That's over. That is over.
My word, getting those gems is going to go a long way now, and nothing Grassman can do about it. There was a small window of opportunity there, I did feel, towards the end, where if they just got a few more heals, the gems were quite closely tied. But yeah, that's what we kind of expected, realistically. Free win agents not giving a look in. I feel like the draft is favoring them, but I feel like maybe we all felt going into this matchup that it was going to be very one-sided. I don't think that's been quite the case. Grassman been showing that they've got a little bit of fuel left in the tank, despite realistically having, a more challenging approach. But their strategy for it is working. On some level, it is working.
No, I completely agree. I think we got to give credit where credit's due. They played a very intense match there, and it certainly worked to a very large degree.
Sergeant OP. Yes.
Maybe even going
Sergeant OP,
missing
guys.
one there. I feel like one interesting thing too that we're seeing here is Sergeant on these gene pools, not holding them for too long, which is something you see
They have
the enemy. Sometimes not using the super has a lot of value too. It really forces the team to be more hesitant, be cautious, because they don't want to dump off all those gyms they've worked so hard for throughout the entire game to just go immediately to Sergeant.
7 already.
Interesting choice from him. He's really letting them
8 already.
trying to get
They are gone.
the game is now they're in a really good spot.
Grass Morbidden is gone. Easy win for FWA.
Yet again available, and Sergeant's been really
Just one needed, and
well, the aggression from behind there, the Pharaoh, and yeah, not much that he
come on, one, and that's the end.
Turret's still doing their thing, but Sergeant, yeah, going backwards, and bring it away.
No.
Will there be a snatch here?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think they can get the gems out, but a reset is a reset. Time is key. They're going to do another one, and probably another one after that. But this is the best outcome so far they can hope for. But can they make another one happen? And the reset will have to happen in the next 5 seconds. I don't think there's going to be enough time, realistically, to keep the pressure response. A big tanky brawler. I don't see it happening. Sergeant, another magic hand. And that is all it's going to take. That is going to be it. Free win agents making that one look very straightforward. With what we felt was the better comp, but they had to play it equally as well in terms of their skill.
Yeah, you know, I definitely dogged on their comp a little bit there just because it was so surprising. It's not something that we've really seen recently, but I think honestly they played it better than I thought they would. You know, game number 2, not necessarily.
GG's, well played.
Just the side of free win agents played their composition so well, and I just think it was a little stronger overall. But that's definitely something, if they can get an even stronger draft coming in the next one, I think make it closer. You know, they had a pretty strong performance in game number 1 despite what I feel like was a draft difference there. So even if they can make it even, say, win the draft, come out of this one by
background में spike OP
position that I was so surprised to see. They played it pretty well, I would say. I mean, I definitely want to give them credit for how good
free चीजें हैं ना उनके पास.
Despite what I thought on paper.
चलो, I'm coming in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I think we've got to also really hammer home the fact that, you know, breaking Bush now this year is not a bad strategy at all. Last year it was all about like visibility, and that was the only consideration. But now with the speed gear, that's a huge nerf to your opposition if you can eradicate some of that. So, you know, taking away that maneuverability, which is exactly what a Rosa wants to do, is close the gap very quickly. And I'm sure people at home have had that same experience of not really having the time yet to adapt to what it feels like. The timings are kind of all a bit ski-whiff now with that speed gear in play. You don't have nearly as much thinking time to respond, and all of a sudden you got brought right up in your face. So bans coming in though for Hot Zone now. Joining Beatles up next, banning Byron and banning Fang. First pick is up, and it's Coop the Ace going with Colonel Ruff. So the response from Grasperdopin to soon come, and this might be better for them actually, because last time they had the first pick, right? So this time around they got a bit of time to think through their response, because I felt like it was a very dominant first start last time around for free win agents.
Yeah, I honestly really like having second pick here. I feel like there's a lot of different brawlers that can work well, and I think Ruffs is a great pick. It is good to address several different brawlers that, say, Grassmidoping could end up selecting. But at the same time, I don't think Colonel Ruffs is a dominant enough brawler to where it gives them such a clear-cut advantage to where having 2 really good picks here couldn't be enough for
Hello there,
so I honestly
Maunir.
not getting
What's up?
Coin toss here. You love to see the band.
I just started watching the stream.
We're gonna go with Ems and Bell.
Okay.
Once again, we're really seeing Ems get selected a lot on hot zone maps, especially tonight for this region, and being a fairly early draft choice here. I like Bell too, very versatile kit. I imagine they're going to be trying to go for some nest egg plays here, getting those nice bounce shots. But if I'm on the side of Response and Sergeant, I think the first brawler I'm kind of looking to here
FWA or Moon?
Somebody like Wiggly Spoo on the Bell is not going to be able to hit Sprout.
That's a good question.
Ems, not with the most insane range. Great
I will go with
looks like they're first picking Spike.
FWA, then also, but
very valuable pick for him.
In this
Yeah,
today's event,
really good last
Moon have played very much well, but still I will go with FWA.
Taking it themselves, and that's actually a really strong strategy. Sometimes you know what your opposition wants, and you just kind of take it from them. But I also like the fact that Grassmidopin
How to get points?
Consideration towards the M's,
Bro,
if they left
actually
that,
you are late.
open,
It's
maybe
already
open
semi-finals,
to attack.
second match going on.
Force them to pick a counter for it as their
How to get the points? Just go to event.brawlstars.com/en. There in the right hand corner you can see
Obviously,
which thing I am dragging.
early on to
There will be options coming on. You just need to select anyone. If you select the correct one, you get the points from there. And if you get
what are your thoughts?
more than
I still would like to really
1,000 or 1,000 points,
great way to address spike
then you
in
get
general.
all these
And now
things,
I kind of see more where the head
which
of
is shown
Grassman
here.
is at. I feel like, you know,
So if you have missed out today, tomorrow is the same event going on with different region.
honestly,
You
on the
can
response
try
side,
it
I really like this med
for
pick.
tomorrow
This
as well
should it all,
to get that pin.
for a really long time. I would
But
say
for
Meg's
today,
also
if you haven't started yet, then today's
strong one
things are over for you, bro.
in the
You need to go for it tomorrow.
really good, and we do see the Sprout pick coming in there. I just think that's a really solid pick on this map in general, especially when you've got these more mid to long range brawlers. It's going to be a direct counter into Spike as well, so I really like the thought process from Grassman in here a lot more. I think their draft is going a little bit better in this game mode than say our previous one.
Oh, Cooper Ace is actually going to be taking the Meg roll and goes down swiftly there in a wall to lay off the mid, leaving Response all alone, and he's going down as well. That's a great start. It's got to be said for Grassman and it's exactly how they wanted to play this one, and just try to stop Cooper Ace from getting the value that he wants. He wants that mech. Once that mech comes in, there's not going to be anywhere realistically for Grassman to go. So the longer they can hold him off, and that's another great way of doing just that. 2 consecutive takedowns on Cooper Ace on the left-hand side lane, and all the mid control to their disposal.
Wiggly Spoo doing a great job of cycling off these walls too. You know, they're just cutting off this middle area. And Coop Days, we're 53% in the game, and he just now got his super. They still haven't been able to execute a Meg robot yet. Cryptic going to be pushing forward as well, trying to get some tags on the response who's marked. This is going so well for the side of Grassman Doppin as we finally see Coop Days in his full form moving forward, but he's already very low HP. Ems is going to be able to shred through that. He's going to be able to advance forward and try and take down Wiggly Spoo. He finally does. And for the first time this game, we see free win agents on the hot zone for more than a few seconds.
Now, this is a lot of time spent from Grassman in the mid. 82% capture already. But I feel like if free win agents can really lock this down,
Bro, Mac
they
died.
can still get a win.
No
here.
issues.
I love the strategy.
Oh.
Breaking open their entire back cover so they can really maneuver this one to their disposal. And the Bell then will be able to get nearly as much value as a nice takedown there.
What do you guys think? If Mag is there, why
Closer, 50%
we should go with the Byron also, na?
Will
So that
free win agents continue this?
one can actually heal.
The door's wide open. That's a great takedown.
Oh, bro, they have opened all the things.
With that right hand side lane now fully exposed.
Honestly, at this point, I would say it's almost in their favor. You know, now that this entire map is wide open, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Sprout and Ims. All three of these brawlers have some mid to long range to him response. Just going to keep raining down.
Great comeback
Take a lead
by
mid there.
FWA.
They need to make
Easy.
a comeback here. They've just held down this mid so well. If Coop Days even gets a robot, I would say it's all but over now. And he does. They are going to be such a good comeback spot there. What a play from them. I mean, they were down such a tremendous amount.
Easy.
They played their strategy well. They were patient. They stayed confident, though. These are things that world champions of the game kind of do. That's in their blood. They stick with it.
Sprout is useless now, yes. Only those walls are very much useful for him. Otherwise, once they are destroyed, Sprout is just like a puppet.
I think their strategy.
He can't do much about that thing.
Yeah, and world champions are also able to remind their opposition that they've been there, done it, and held the gold. Taste dropping the pin. Say, yeah, this is why we're able to do just that. You might take me down 3 times in the opening moments and get that 82% lead, but I've been a world champ. I've got the pin, and I'm going to show you why we're able to do what we just did all over it. So you love to see it. Here we go then. Grassman with another good start, 17%, but not nearly as dominant as we saw previously. Definitely seems like now the free win agents are starting to get their flow, starting to remember why this comp worked out so well in their scrims, and it's looking very different, isn't it, Kenny?
Yeah, the only thing scarier than facing a previous world champion is facing a previous world champion. Has all the confidence of the world, as now we see them get a little bit of a team wipe here. Coop to Ace, able to recoup in the middle of the hot zone here. They're going to be able to get some extra percentage points as we go. Response with a good super there, though. It's going to slow down Wiggly Spoo, and now they're very close to getting a takedown on Pharaoh as well, who's forced to back away. I feel like Cryptic's had a tough time here, too. Sergeant doing a really excellent job so far, and they finally get a little trade there. Coop Days, though, in the meantime, meantime, has just continued to hold this mid area. Wiggly is going to need to land some shots here onto Coop. And he's already getting closer and closer to charging another Meg Robot. I believe he's 1 or 2 tags away, and there it is. He's going to be able to pop that whenever he wants to, and they're going to continue this map, actually, which I think is pretty smart to even open up their spawn side if they end
what
up
a comeback
right now. Doesn't look like they will.
FWA भाई ये बताओ final में FWA या फिर upper moon. I will go with FWA.
Yeah, this comp now is working harmoniously well, and you can see just how smart it was realistically, but Sergeant had to earn those supply drops to break them out like they've done. So you know, it wasn't just given on a plate, it had to be earned, but the strategy's shining through now.
Thumbs down pin.
The fact that, you know, he doesn't even need to capture the
Thumbs down pin from Pero.
just enjoying the moment, and why not indeed.
Bro, how to vote? Bro, live man, you are very much late for today's event. You can now vote for tomorrow's event because this is the final, semi-final, second match is going on. After that, directly final is going on, and you can only get few rewards from today. As you can see, you need 1000 points to claim the ultimate reward, that is
I was worried at the beginning.
this pin. And to get 1000 points, you are not having enough time to get to the 1000 now. Still, if you want to go and get the points, just go to events.brawlstars.com and get the points.
Yeah, it was just
You can get some rewards from there, but still, if you want that pin, you need to wait for tomorrow's event, which will be happening for another region. As for today's event, it is already over, bro. As you can see, semi-finals का second match चल रहा है. उसके बाद directly finals ही बचा है और कुछ नहीं बचा है. Nothing is remaining to get the more points. अगर फिर भी आपको जाना है तो event.brawlstars.com पर जाओ. साइड में राइट हैंड साइड में क्वेश्चंस आते रहते हैं, उस पे टिक करना रहता है कि भाई कौन जीतेगा, अपना तुक्का लगा और जीत जाओ. Who's the MVP? Sergeant. But right now they need one more win, na? It's not over yet. It's best of 5. So whoever gonna win one more, if FW win one more, then it's over for Grass Mopidin. And if Grass gonna win one more, then FW needs to try one more side.
But maybe they forgot themselves actually as well.
क्या खा रहे हो? मैं खा रहा हूँ soya
Like
sticks.
you rightly say, very easy with so many changes happening over here. You got your balance changes, you got your nerfs and buffs that are happening to other brawlers, and
Hello, Sarup Brawl Stars. What's up?
Dominant brawler in the meta last year.
भाई मैं team select नहीं कर पाया. कोई बात नहीं. All right, best of 5. Yes, it's best of 5 because it's semi-final.
So much happening.
And in final, that is gonna be best of 7.
And you know that's a really strong
Best of 7, guys.
explosiveness of something like Fang.
और विकास भाई तुमने क्यों नहीं सिलेक्ट किया? ये भी बता दो.
This quick sharp plays, whereas Meg is a
हर alignment, थोड़े से tokens, coins, star points, and one pin.
that super can be a real pain. You're not going to get any takedowns along the way either, so it really is like the long game approach there. But that was what Free Win Agents went in their approach to do. They had to get those roughs, supers cycling as well, making sure to get that maximum breakage possible to really take away everything that the Sprout was giving in terms of value to grasp it up. And so I think,
Bro, this is gonna take so long. Yes, definitely.
had to do. They were behind. They knew they were behind. They
भाई ट्यूशन था 12 बजे का.
themselves
भाई ये तो 1:30 बजे स्टार्ट हुआ है.
That is what
चलो कोई नहीं, कल ट्राई कर लेना. कल तो संडे है.
play is great. So I did
Best
love
of
to see
7
the
Gs.
pin drops as
Yes.
well, can't lie. I love a bit of
course.
relishing the moments. Yeah, the drop is underway. We've got the bands in, Kenny, Fang on the side of Grass Madopin, Byron on the side of Free Win Agents.
अरे तो खत्म कब तक होती है?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different.
Bro, it
directions
totally
to go.
depends
In general, I advise
in
on
what
taking throwers first.
time
Really wouldn't surprise
team
me
gonna
to see
finish
some
their
teams,
matches.
come in from either side.
Like Free Win Agents just win one more match,
And though I think time
they are just gonna be clearing for the finals. That means they are saving for another 2 rounds for best of 5 because they have already cleared in 3-0. If I'm putting it, if
once again we're seeing Colonel
if
Ruffs being drafted first,
best of 7, one team just finishes and win 4 matches, that's it. Simple. Matches are over. We have got the finalists.
where he can be synergized with a few different brawlers. You know, if they end up getting somebody like Gene.
भाई 12 से 4:30 का ट्यूशन
Really well.
का टाइम, अरे भाई
To address
फिर
it,
कुछ नहीं हो
though, they
सकता.
end up choosing here. They're going to take Max with that first overall, which I do like to see. I think Max is a very strong brawler right now, and somebody we've seen.
Because this is not a world finals where you can actually predict and select beforehand. In this one, you need to be present and vote. There is no any option to predict in advance.
I really feel like they've got
There is no option to predict in advance. You need to be present here.
we
Then only you can go for it.
pick, and I think rightly so. In the first instance that we saw free win.
Rest in peace, Pin. The pin is not that much good, bro. It's just
It worked
okay.
out phenomenally well. They got the spawn trap in, and that is what this is designed to do. And I'm pretty sure they were up against the roughs the last time, so it didn't deter them then. I don't know whether it's going to deter them now. We'll see.
We are just here to enjoy the matches while getting the rewards as well. Simple as it.
Interesting. Not too convinced of it yet myself, to be completely honest. I think maybe something to break open the map is good, but you've also got to have the range, because Carl honestly is just going to keep you doing that, and Gene is good. They're going to have to depend a lot on that magic hand to realistically be able to deter what is a really potentially dominant comp. This
Now the team have decided to ban, finally ban Fang.
having the speed to really get
By the way,
inside
chat
that zone,
miss.
the Carl to just continue to
life.
push back. And then
मेरे लिए chat miss. तुमने किसी और के लिए कुछ लिखा था?
I don't know whether Grassman have got this draft right, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, and I think there's brawlers on the table still for free win agents that they could.
भाई एक तो बात बहुत करते हैं. I know कि interesting होती है, but too much.
But it's a really, really great
अरे
counter.
क्या ही कर सकते हैं, वो लोग फिलर के तौर पर कर रहे हैं ना. जब तक मैच स्टार्ट नहीं होगा ऐसे तो बैठ नहीं सकते. अच्छा ठीक है, कर लो.
Getting Piper as your
अच्छा ठीक है, देखिए मैच स्टार्ट हो गया. ऐसा तो करना नहीं है. They need to talk. They are getting money for that thing only.
Played it into a Colonel Ruff's
I came for the other rewards. अगर पिन मिल जाए तो मजे आ जाएंगे. As I have major roster.
keep our eyes out for. I think we questioned it a little bit, but it did work out the first time. We'll have to see if they make it work again.
Yeah, go with the Piper's kind of smart, because ultimately the Stu wants to break open the map, so why not just have a brawler which wants to do exactly the same. A nice takedown early on, a nice tap from Sergeant. Sergeant was actually playing the car last time around. He's going to give that over to Response to have the mantle, and already everyone pushed back. I guess like, go with the Stu pick to counter the Carl. Maybe there is still some knockback, it's going to be said, to have on the field to deter Response. You're going to have probably the lamp blowout from Wiggly Square, I imagine, and also the supply drops coming in with air superiority from the roughs. But look at this already. 7 stars killing the blue star. It's looking pretty one-sided.
Sergeant is just taking shot after shot, and it's connecting right now. And I think a really key thing for them is having these walls already opened up. You know, that's really going to help this side of Piper just land even more. And Sergeant just demonstrating some insane mechanical skills. This is a player that a lot of teams were anticipating being a strong one to go up against, one that they feared and looked forward to facing off against in a lot of the surveys with our players this year. So he's
Oh, why they are giving points?
It is tied up. Blue Star in favor of free win agents, and Grassman not out of it yet.
Yeah, few drops of the ball there. All but Barrow very low there, getting away with those 4 stars just above the flying hook from Response. Taken down incredibly quickly by Grassman. And I've got to say, I feel like considering the lead that Free Win Nations had, maybe they're getting a little bit too cozy with this one, as now maybe this amount of coverage in the spawn could help serve them and their cause in the final 20 seconds that remain.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge defensive stall here as they grab another kill as well. Grassman 15 seconds ago, and as Sergeant gets closer, it gets more difficult, and that's a huge takedown for them too. I don't know if there's any way with 10 seconds remaining that they can really find enough kills. Coop Days in response are going to have to go in, and it honestly looks like they're throwing in the towel here. I've never seen somebody give up quite as early, especially in Bounty. I don't know in terms of math if they could have gotten the job done.
Thunderbolters पे raid कर देना,
surprised to see them,
if
you know,
possible.
that early, but
Thunderbolters पे raid कर देना.
costly mistakes there, a little over aggression.
Bro, choose card.
2-0 in the first.
In previous match also, they have chosen card and they have got succeeded. That is why they have chosen card once again.
Time and time again, and they had a really hot start. I'm just.
And actually they were leading, nah. They have just thrown the match.
Just got a little too confident when
by just going for the low HP brawlers and kill them.
Well, I tell you
They
what,
were having
I think
9-3 lead, I guess.
wrong, because I think that's history in the making. I think Kubte's openly outing responses to the sole reason that comp didn't work out. Which I
Look
think
at that.
is hilarious
It's
to
two
see.
killed that card once again.
Whether they can learn from that and bring it back to where they were hoping.
Now they are
to,
lead
because they had
5-4.
very strong lead.
They are on the lead.
They've now been able to
Bro is
re-establish
rushing a
themselves
lot.
with Blue Star as
Yes,
well.
they are rushing a lot.
Realistically now, keep this on their side and not get over-committal with those aggressive plays. Just play it slow and play it safe and win the race. That's kind of the message. Realistically, the free win agents have got to display this time round.
Yeah, Grassmodop, and I'm really liking the spot they're in right now too. Sergeant capitalizes on these long distance hyper connections.
Nice.
It's more difficult.
9-4 once again. Previous time score.
There as they
Wasted.
a missed pull from Wiggly Spoo there. They are very close to getting a takedown on Kubte's, but Wiggly
Nice.
Spoo getting a little too aggressive. Finally getting a little trade there from both sides. Another gadget coming in here. We're gonna see a little airdrop. Not going to do too much for him, though. They're not going to gain any benefits from it. Sergeant opening up the map even more, though. I think that's going to be a big key for them, is just continuing to do that. Pharaoh, though, getting really, really aggressive. It almost looked like that might have been a long dash there.
Oh, GG's. Come back.
The maximum value out of the spawn. 16 stars on their heads and the blue star, and the retreat is there. What a great capitalization.
Opening that map was a mistake.
There was a lot of body blocking attempts being made, but Sergeant was doing so well at the start of this game, but that only served to hand over more of a lead. 10 seconds now, we're finding free win agents in the exact same position they were in the previous game, but can they come out alive? No!
GG's.
Grassmodop hang on just a little bit longer as they take bounty as the set is theirs, and Wiggly Spoo feels about it exactly the same way that I do.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen a lot of emotion coming out. He should be jazzed up too. I mean, what a great set to take home. You know, making a good little comeback there in game number 1. And game number 2, definitely being more assertive with their positioning, getting those kills. And I think throughout it, they're proving they're not going anywhere. It's still 2-1. Anybody's game still on the table. You know, the job can get done. For
Majini is great with his healing.
this set.
Yes, that's true.
These players out, man. I mean, Wiggly Spoo proving
Still 2 matches to go.
round 2. They're not going
If
anywhere.
FWA win one match, then it's over for Grassmapidin.
They're willing to go at it once again here.
But if Grass gonna win one more match, then it's gonna be 2-2, and final match will be
Those opening moments is very
the winner.
you gotta look back and remember, haven't you? Like at the beginning of the matchup, it was so one-sided. I mean, it was just takedown after takedown. And I think that's kind of why Wiggly was the way he was towards the end, was because, like, you know, at the beginning they probably felt
Bro, can you show all your rewards?
but they were able to
Okay.
remember the strategy behind their draft. And,
Here you go.
And it's all about that very thing, making the mechanics work the way that you want them to, and trying to make your opposition play your game rather than you're playing their game. And that's exactly what they did. They seized those moments and timed it perfectly, by the way, as well, to get back into their spawn, not too prematurely, to really make those spawn trap moments count on the other side of the field. And free win agents now, yeah, they're going to be reminded with that going into Brawl next, to make sure that they don't overcommit and don't get over.
Rewards may be delayed.
You know, we even
As
saw
you can
the
see here,
response.
first two, mine first two was wrong, but after that,
like it was aimed at him at least.
3 back-to-back correct answers,
I've got to say,
and for that, I have just got the reward early on.
Max here, as we saw earlier, being such a prominent pick, I think there's a consideration that
So that means if you just
massively going in. We'll be
do
surprised if we see him
3 correct answers, it's over for you. You don't need to watch the whole stream and don't need to participate the whole stream. If you just select this one, then it's done. GG's, nothing to do.
Prioritize Crow, and I think somebody who's already a great brawler on this map. If
Just
it was
try
banned,
to-
I would not be surprised.
Try to deal with
If those are
3 correct answers and it's over for you. You don't need to watch the whole stream, or you don't need to interact the whole stream.
Is a little bit more
Just
map
try to
lead,
get
some of those
3 correct
opportunities
answers and it's
connect
done for
and
you.
multiple brawlers. So I think this one should be a really interesting one to watch. Pam, another one I'm going to be on the lookout for too here. I think a very strong brawler overall, and can just address a lot of different situations. Always more of a safe pick in drafts, I feel like, just because there's not too many really hard counters in the Pam.
Then what is
She
that
can address
mystery reward?
different
That's
situations.
nothing.
So, looks like we're going to see here, Crow is going to be banned, and we have Spike being banned. This looked very similar to when we saw Pinhole Punt earlier here tonight. I think Spike's a great option here too, and it does look like we're going to see Pam as well. So a little bit of predictability so far. We'll see how Grassmodopin responds. What kinds of picks are you thinking they could possibly go for, Ark?
thing is here, Spike rather is banned. So Fang is a great thing to have, but it kind of almost feels like that's a trap being led by free win agents that they're trying to lay, and that, you know, if Grasp it up and get it wrong,
I'm still only 630 points, and I put FWA.
Be left on the table.
Okay,
We're gonna go with
you can win very easily, bro.
I don't know.
They are already leading by
To be honest,
2-1.
I mean, it worked
That
out
means
well.
if they win one more match, then it's done for them.
First go-to pick, especially when you got the max as well, but that may be to follow. I prefer the Pam start to free win agents, and more often than not, I seem to have favored their picks. But there you go. Okay, now we're talking. Grasp it up, and you got my attention here.
Yeah, I feel like all the brawlers we mentioned we're almost speaking them to existence. I think we still have a chance for Fang to show up here as well. I just believe that Max and Gene synergy is pretty good here. You know, off the bat, Gene not a bad choice by any means, just not my go-to either, not my first choice. Sandy was one I had in mind actually for and maybe what they were aiming to finish here. Another good one that they could end up.
Bro, final, who will you vote?
I feel like that's a very.
I will vote for FWA, but Moon have played very much well.
Pick here. I'm curious
So
to see kind of what the
it's
third pick would be, and there's the
completely your choice, but I will go with FWA.
Sneaky good pick there. Sergeant going to be going with Ash, especially with
Free win agent.
Banana coming into the game. His new gadget going to be super helpful. This is the first time I believe we've seen Ash tonight, and I'm really looking forward to it. This is one that a lot of other regions are going for, and again, there's the Imps pick that I was looking for. I think it's gonna be a really good way to address
Yo, Tamanna, what's up?
this map. I love the synergy off the bat for Grass Midop, and I think this is one of their strongest drafts tonight. And I think honestly, in the old format, this is a team that we would have seen blindly walk up to this map. So I think this is a really good choices from both sides. I love the logic as we get to see the draft play out and just see kind of where both teams' heads are at. So I honestly liked it from both sides. Really, I don't see it being too heavily favored towards either one.
I was a bit skeptical of the Gene, but I could tell, like, the Gene pick rather, I could tell that you were kind of quite actually up for that, and now I'm very excited to see it. I think this is a great draft, actually. I think both teams have got an equal chance to make this work. Wiggly, though, under a lot of heavy fire and scrutiny. Cooper Ace trying to pinch us with a response, and Wiggly did a great job, in all honesty, to be able to evade as long as he did. There is the M Super going out as well, trying to deter this, but I don't see this being able to be stopped. There's also
GG's.
and that is going to be an early goal in 30 seconds there. Free win agents, yeah, starting things off with a bang.
Yeah, and I don't mind the Gene pick. As a standalone, I would have questioned a little more, but I think a great person to pair with Max here. Great takedown there, too. A better start off of this goal, and now Pharaoh going to be advancing forward, passing the ball to Cryptic, who's very weak, though, going to have to let loose and just kind of heal up a little bit. Coop going to be able to toss it into that bottom left-hand corner. They're going to be able to pocket it just a little bit here as Response and Sergeant are trying to play some defense of their own. Going to be throwing in the super to try and scout out the enemy there and see what they can do. Cryptic's still weak, though, finally going down. He stayed alive for what felt like a really
I've always scored easily. Yes, easily.
He's going to go in. And even
Tamanna, you feeling sleepy or what?
he can keep advancing forward, finally getting taken down, but some very healthy brawlers
Oh, bro.
on the side of free win agents. Can Coop Days grab this ball in time? No, he cannot. Cryptic playing just good enough defense there where they can hold off a little longer. Cryptic, though, slowly dwindling in HP. The Rude Sands kicking in, and now Sergeant with so much HP trying to move forward.
Oh, there we go.
No, they stop him just in time, and now it's just Response remaining.
I mean, they're doing a great job of hanging on. True credit to Grasp it up, but how long realistically can this carry on? Because Ace gets the pass through. Oh,
GG's.
but
Can you give me your ID of Brawl Stars? I have to save in my new account. Exclamation mark ID in the chat.
free win agents
For
with
that
this
thing.
kind of similar idea.
Just write down exclamation mark ID in the chat.
You get her up to that top part of the map and just stay in position. There's so much tankiness to deal with, and unless you've got something really hard hitting in terms of DPS, which is probably why they banned the spike, actually, to be honest, that would have been a great thing.
If FWA win this match, then it's over for Grasp in mud to pin.
Pressure on until those moments where they can just heal up and time their run accordingly. Grasp have got a lot still of utility left in the tank. And starting to make a push through now. As I stay down from Sergeant, but Cryptic could get an opportunity here if he can make this work.
Yeah, I don't think he is, unfortunately, being put to sleep there. Coop Days going to get the job done on that takedown, and they're going to be able to advance forward. And they just have so much HP on the side of free win agents. It's very hard, especially with that wall siphoned off there. They can't really move too much, and if Response throws down a super, that's even more pressure. Sergeant gets a takedown there, a kick over to the right. Sergeant going to be advancing forward.
GG's.
Side of free win agents here. One simple goal away from going on to being our other grand finals team and beating free agent Upper Moon in the other side.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit bleak, and I think the smiles from Wiggly Smooth going to be maybe deteriorating if things continue on. Let's see how things go. A final ditched attempt. There's a nice takedown there on the side of Freeman Agents. A response to them throw down the healing station as well, which is only going to serve to help his teammates who are all around the situation. Coop going back for the ball. Can they seal the deal right here and make themselves into today's grand final? Still off the line. It's going to be deterred for a little while longer, but we still need to see a goal on the side of Grasshopper if anything is going to change.
Yeah, an accidental pull from Wiggly Spoo there hurt my heart a little bit here, as now Coop J is going to get a pass. He's going to try and get a goal there. Bounced off by the friend zone. Wiggly Spoo back up and at him now, though, with Pharaoh. A little speed coming their way, and finally a little momentum in their favor. With 40 seconds to go, they do have enough time here to get another goal, bring it into overtime if they want to. Still plenty of opportunity, but just the way this has played out so far, the Free Win Agents roster has just been able to get to the other side and
31 seconds.
The other half of the goal.
Oh,
Larger of a nice take down the left. And again, the amount of healing.
nope, it's over. FWA.
This ball through. Coop Day is slow, but there's
It's
plenty of
over.
bodies
It's
around.
over.
Through and power.
It's over.
Crimson trying to hang on. He's doing a wonderful job, but it's going to be enough. Sergeant.
It's over for them.
And that will be
FWA
Free Win Agents
goes to the finals
grand
with
final
3-1.
FA Upper Moon in what is going to be absolute fireworks in the SCSA and ANZ region.
Former teammates are gonna get to face off once again. We're gonna see who gets the best of it in the first month, and definitely credit to Grass Madopin. They're a very new team for a lot of them. It's just
I've got this reward.
also transitioning
I have
to
Brawl
a
Stars.
rather than a coach. You know, great job to them. I think it's definitely something they should be proud of, taking on a very tough team and getting a set out of them even. So I don't think this is too big of a surprise, though, to a lot of us. I think these are the two teams we really expected to be making it to this grand finals based on the bracket here today, and it's one that I think is going to be a really fun one to watch.
Absolutely. This is like what I was hoping for actually going into today secretly again, thinking with my heart. I would love to see how ZCK will go about this one again. That former rivalry, not rivalry because they were on the same team back in Team Flash, but today they are rivals. But that also is something to take into
Who has been playing
because
Brawl Stars since 2017?
they know exactly how
I don't know.
like to play.
Who is playing Brawl Stars? Tell me.
How can they expose
I am
those
857, come on.
already utilize their knowledge and their understanding.
Who has been playing Brawl Stars since 2017?
This is the grand final coming up very shortly, and one that I think is going to be a fantastic one. But like you rightly say, I think Grass Madopin, love the name, love the plays, love the thought mentality behind their draft. Just wasn't overly convinced on it sometimes, but they did fantastically well against some tough opposition. Here is
अरे भाई तुक्का ओपी भाई साहब. I just guessed it.
I just want to be revived.
And it is correct. Laliu.
It was FA Sky took the win over Raconic Esports in the quarterfinals. Then Upper Moon.
Bro, there is nothing mystery reward, bro.
In the match number
Nothing up there.
it was Upper Moon that went on into today's grand final with the win.
I am having 1,295 points. Still, there is no nothing.
Esports going straight through to the semi-finals first.
I think they have missed out something.
Over a few nervous men to join them in that semi-final, and that was the match that we just.
हद है मेरी जिंदगी.
Agents then in our grand final today up against FA Upper Moon.
First.
Yeah, this is going to be one to watch, and I definitely agree with you.
FWA or Moon? I will go with FWA.
It's good to see former teammates.
FWA because they are having enough experience of world finals and now they have already cleared the stage very much efficiently that
Environment here.
I will go with
Teams are going to be
them only.
this first month.
In Fab, who took over the BSC Esports Twitter?
To the future world
Esports Twitter.
in the year.
Bhai batao bhai.
Establishing that early
Bobby?
100 points in your favor is
I guess so.
I mean, that'd be a huge thing.
No,
for them, especially
Boxer is the right
like
answer.
Mid-season
Nice.
invitationals, you know, having opportunities to maybe get looked at to go play in that for some nice cash for the players, obviously, but also some really good competition against teams that will more than likely also
Boxer is the right answer.
establish yourself early on in the year definitely has its benefits, and I think both these teams really want to make that clear that they want a part of it.
yeah, you gotta secure those points early on. As again, we are doing ourselves, watching from the sidelines, but nonetheless trying to earn ourselves some good rewards in terms of our predictions. Can we do? We're doing pretty well.
I have 884 points. Will I get it? Yes.
So far,
You can obviously get it.
% on the day. So
If you make it correct, then yes, you can get
I'll
it.
say my world finals results were, but today I'm feeling I don't know how it 100% works in terms of progression, but I mean, if we're undefeated so far, I feel like we're looking pretty
FWA has to win for me.
and some nice rewards in the game. So hopefully everybody at home has had
Bye FWA जीत जा वरना तेरी.
I'm feeling pretty good about it right now.
yeah. I mean, we can't do much better.
Boxer,
right now.
no.
And if we get
FW or Moon, I will go with FWA.
discuss that in just a
Go with
minute.
FWA if you want. Actually, it's your choice completely.
You head on over to events.brawlstars.com. That is where you can join us in our predictions and see what
I'm not a god or something that you should believe me, but if you are going with my
If you earn enough points
instinct, then I will go with FWA.
throws a pin for the BSC.
अब मेरे 900 हो गए. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. मतलब एक MVP गैस करोगे 75 वहीं से मिल जाएंगे. और इट्स बेस्ट ऑफ 7 है, तो मतलब जो इमोट्स आते हैं उसको भी एडजस्ट करोगे तो भी तुम जीत जाओगे.
I mean,
I'm going with FWA.
very accomplished team.
68% votes for FWA is going on.
The majority.
Now it's totally your choice, guys. If you go, were you wanna with?
Sponsored Coop to Ace.
You want to go with FWA or Moon?
Thinking with this
I
one,
have chosen FWA for now.
The thought process.
I'm sad. I am
Both teams have played
4CO.
beautifully today.
What is
I can really
4CO?
see it going.
That is
I'm
rank.
gonna stick with my gut. It's been right.
Who's
so
better?
far today. I'm gonna stick with
Obviously,
Freeway Agents.
FW is
I
better
think
with
we've got
obviously
players that have
more
played together before,
experience.
have won world championships together and played as long as they have, and now you're adding.
They're having much more experience.
A very gifted
FWA for sure.
player.
Now
That's something
73% votes for FWA right now.
against them, and I think this will be a very competitive match. I think Free Agent Upper Moon is definitely a team that if they took it away, I would not be blown away. You know, it's definitely something that's completely reasonable in terms of outcomes to think that. But I'm going to go with what I think is the safer pick here, the more established team in terms of how they've done in the past. It's super early on in the year too, so having that long time playing time with each other, you know, when you're relying on those situations, I think it comes down to that. So I'm going to go with Free Win Agents here and stick to my original pick.
I think that is a wise thing to do for sure. I gotta say, I know watching Orca play as well on Fang today has been wondrous to see, and I think that is also something, however, being said, that Free Win Agents know the danger of. Perhaps maybe in those eventualities.
Only vote FWA and 75%.
Seriously, whereas I think
I've already voted for FWA.
taking that very seriously. And again, CCK, a phenomenal player as well, and we've seen today.
क्या खा रहे हो? Soya sticks खा रहा हूँ, bro.
performing
Soya sticks, I guess सब लोगों को पता है क्या होता है.
Taking away from TH,
I'm eating soya sticks.
playing great.
It's like a
Also
snacks.
really impressed with Sargent on the side of Freeman Agents, and a player that I wanted to see how he was going to develop today. It's a new roster, and you never know.
तो जिसको नहीं पता वो हल्दीराम से soya sticks सर्च कर लो, मिल जाएगा.
Which matters most, and he's been cutting the mustard.
What are you eating? Soya sticks, bro. Soya sticks.
Closest match to
शेयर करो हमारे साथ.
in terms of
भाई अभी इतनी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं आई है कि मैं यहाँ से ऐसे फेंक के मारूं और तुम्हारे मुंह में चला जाए.
Either way,
Either way.
we are still, 90% of the way there. Almost.
I will reach 900.
We
Sad.
failed together. That's
How
what
many
we're doing.
points you are having right now, bro?
Okay with that. I can live with that 100%. And yeah, I think in terms of range of outcomes, this is one that could really go either way. I don't really see it being dominant on either side, though. I definitely think our semifinals were definitely on the more one-sided than compared to, say, our quarterfinal matches where, all of those were pretty much 2-1s. But now I think this is going to be one of those scenarios where we're seeing those sets 4 and 5 play out, and I hope so too. That's
It's
kinda what I
best of
expect
5 only.
Your grand finals
Nice.
here, when the two best of
I thought they are now follow the World Finals rule,
nothing less than to see both these
but
teams,
nope, they are
perform
best
their
of 5
absolute
only.
best and really show the whole world that
Ah,
CSZ is a region
cool.
that is not to be messed with. I think there's a lot of talent in this region, and sometimes I feel like people forget about that. They do only have one spot going into our world finals, but it's not because they're a weaker region. I think they've got a lot of good talent, and I think we're about
Why
to see
there are
this
so many
year.
bots coming? today.
Absolutely. Well, Bridge Too Far is the first map. Again, I'm a massive advocate for this in Heisman, rooting for it for a long, long time. So I'm pleased to see it. Bells Rock for knockout then will be our second game mode coming in with Gem Grab then for the third. Crystal Arcade, dry season for the
भाई मेरे पास 385 ही है, क्या करूं? कल खेलो ब्रो, कल भी है,
to Brawl in the
कल के इवेंट में ट्राई करो.
as well, and you know, I think that this would be very fitting to do so as well. And
कल दूसरे रीजन का मैचेस रहने वाले हैं,
yesterday about how
तो कल भी ट्राई कर सकते हो ब्रो, कोई जरूरी नहीं है.
Well, you know, FA Upper Moon was a team that knocked them down and conceded through and proceeded into the grand finals. So I think that will be on his mind as well, and they will not be underestimating their former teammate. But
Will be tomorrow esports. Yes, tomorrow is also a esports for different region.
Pick Pam as Coup Ace has been going for
Today CISA and ENS regions tournaments going on. Tomorrow most probably North America and other regions matches gonna be happening. So you can try tomorrow as well.
Again, we're seeing a low.
Let after the grand final, can you see the Rosa pin, please? I can see the Rosa pin right now. Here,
Especially on these more long to mid-range maps, such
here you can see the Rosa pin.
as safe zone, and even a little bit of hot potato here and
I
there.
already had it.
I do not mind the pan pick here. I think a lot of people at home really expect longer range brawlers. You know, we see Piper banned, but maybe Colette's and Bells of the world show up here too. And it looks like we're going to be taking 8-bit and Colette here. I know you were a fan of 8-bit here earlier today, and I think it worked out here too. So it looks like the side of free agent Upper Moon are right there.
If you want to see in bigger form, here it is.
Solid picks from both sides.
Reward unlock,
Still got Bell
claim in the
too.
game.
I imagine will probably be one of the picks here for free winning.
Here is the
longer range brawler, and also can help
reward
with dealing
in
with
bigger
the
form.
on 8-bit's side, which makes him really, really valuable here.
Yeah, you're right, Kenny. I do like the 8-bit pick. It's a risky one, especially combined with the Colette. We saw a few cracks and holes with that particular combination earlier today. So we'll see how that one plays out. But yeah, 8-bit's having a great sort of amount of control with the. You know, I imagine running.
I think the prediction. I think tomorrow the prediction will be made for second win. Nope, they have mentioned one pin per month. This is what they mentioned in the post, blog post, in which they have mentioned one pin for 1 month. And for this month, Rosa's pin is there, and for another month, there will be another pin. This is what they have written. I don't know what they have decided, but this is what it was written in their post.
Unless you break open the mid and have everyone clustered. So that is going to be a downside to Fang, but if Response plays it well, a great pick to secure at this stage, because then it takes it away from FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, hitting those Fang shots from a long distance can be really tough, and I was looking for Sprout there a little bit too. I think that's one that goes a little underrated here. Sure, there aren't a ton of walls in those middle lanes, but he does have the distance to get the job done. It can be really hard to reach him here, because honestly, Bell's the only one on the side of free win agents that has any sort of range compared to, say, 8-bit or Colette, who are those more mid to long distance. You know, Fang has a little bit of range with his kick, but it only does 400 or so damage, so not a lot to be done there. I kind of like the composition from both sides, but I think Upper Moons is one that you wouldn't normally see, but I think I'm going to end up liking it here, but I could see it really going either way. Bell's going to be a great pick to deal with 8-bit, and I think Sprout's going to be a really strong brawler for the side of Upper Moon to really address several of the brawlers on the side of free win agents.
Okay, well, let's see how it plays out. Response already under heavy fire, actually. Damage gear already being shown on the side of Response. I imagine probably one of the preferred gears on this map for sure. I think Sergeant actually is not running it, however. Coup Ace under a lot of heavy fire in the mid, and this is where I feel like you're absolutely right. The Sprout pick, very underrated here, but looking down that mid, it just brings so much pressure to your team to be able to force their way forwards, and already just a little bit of a sign of damage as clearly FA Upper Moon already making their mark on the safe, and there's more to come from Orca and Instinct as well, continuing this right-hand side lane pressure. I really like this drop.
Yeah, I'm starting to love this draft from free agent Moon more and more. You know, even with the bam play there, they tried to get sneaky with it and do some damage over on this Sprout, but he was able to just cycle another wall and really just take charge of this middle area, as now Response is left once again trying to get any value he can, but it's very difficult to hit those long distance Fang shots. They're now going to switch it up a little bit. They're going to throw Bell over onto 8-bit, which is what they should do, but Instinct getting a takedown there. Another cartridge being let loose, doing a ton of damage there, about 13% every time he fully connects with that. CZK going to be very close and personal with Coup Ace now, and they have a huge margin of lead right now. CZK finally getting taken down. Response can be able to move forward, and let's see if they can make anything of this push here. You know, they need a lot of percentage points here if they want to make a comeback.
Sergeant did well there. He was there for a very long time, actually, and I was hoping to see Orca get the takedown. He was only one shot away from doing so. He didn't quite get the shot that he was hoping for, but he is working these walls wondrously, I've got to say. Either choosing to block out response and force him back on the other side or block someone in. He's, the response utilizing the lake to great effect there and showing that he doesn't need to worry about walls when he can just shoot through the water. Great place from him, and already
bro, 1% remaining, bro.
From Upper Moon onto Freeman Agents, and I don't think there's anything they can realistically do about that. With one final shot there, a great start from them, and again, a draft that I think many didn't necessarily see coming, one that worked fantastically well. And I wonder how the on the other
why
side.
you told me free FWA will win, but now no pin for me. अरे इतनी जल्दी हार गए, बहुत बढ़िया.
I'd have to look back at the competition.
Nice.
Breaking abilities on either side realistically there, and I don't think there really is. So
as I said, it's totally your choice, guys. I will go with FWA
Honestly, I think
now as well.
who they choose to lane where, I think they did the best job on the side of Free Win Agents. You know, Bell onto the 8-bit would be my pick for them, but either way,
And at the start of
letting off
the game, you were suggesting me to choose different thing. Now you are telling me that you are choosing the
pretty much, and it's just allowing them to get
teams because I have chosen that thing. Wow.
at the high safe. Now we see Sergeant moving.
Things got changed very early.
Immediately,
Nice.
though,
I'm just coming to get it.
And Orca has just been sitting here in the mid behind his wall, hanging out, cycling. Yet another one there. I believe that's his third one this game even. And Sergeant finally getting a little bit of momentum here, but Instinct, a very healthy brawler. 8-bit is one with a lot of HP as Sergeant finally gets to advance forward, getting a takedown, but with only 552 HP, it's going to be very difficult for him to stay up here. A CZK finally takes him down. Response, though, getting some up and close time with the safe. They do a lot of damage here, but still a very large lead here.
Sir, India no esports team is there. अरे FW है ना भाई.
Live on that 2 HP and just juking.
मतलब पूरी Indians नहीं है उसमें, लेकिन ठीक है, एक Indian है बहुत है.
Thorn in his left hand side, but in the meantime, the damage that has already been dealt by FA Upper Moon is considerable at that, and they can just commit fully this down. A nice pop there from Instinct as well. Takes down all along the way to CK going in. A lot is being dealt with. There's still an opening, realistically though, here for Free Win Agents if they can recollect themselves. And in the meantime, Coop is staying firm on that left-hand side lane. But
वैसे भी ये best of.
surely they can finish this down.
This is best of 5.
It is going to happen. FA Upper Moon will take the first set.
Yeah, that was a statement. In personal opinion, I think that was a really, really strong showing from Free Agent Upper Moon. I think their draft was a little more untraditional, but I think it showed how resourceful they can really be with those picks. You know, they made each one of them count. They all had a purpose, and Sprout being somebody that we've seen this region.
Bro, it's only 5 games, not 7. Yeah, I know. Bro, it's best of 5. Yes, I thought this is they're gonna be following World Finals format, but no.
Really well with
It's best of 5.
When Agents there, and it led them to getting a nice win there. Both games were pretty dominant in the favor of Upper Moon.
So now no Rosa pin. You can try again tomorrow, bro.
Bit of a miscalculation.
Very sad.
It would have been definitely beneficial to bring in a wall breaker, I felt. That would have really eradicated the Sprout, but the Sprout was the final pick. It was why it was really smart from FA Upper Moon there to do just that. They knew that they were going to be able to really run riot.
Sir, you can make esports team. You are amazing and your trophies are high.
Being as dominant as he is.
I am not in esports field, bro. I'm just here for the fun.
Second time today that we've seen Fang fail.
Let the serious people who is in
Pleased for that same reason, because I think that sometimes
full time for esports, let them handle these stuff.
strong, they just think
Not us.
you can play that anyway. That's just gonna be an
I for the question which
you can play that anyway.
come.
That's
Can you
just
please
gonna
click
be
and answer
win.
quickly so you can show us the answer? Okay.
A wrap and move on to
Please
the second
click
set.
the
No.
answers immediately.
FF Moon played it
आए तो तब तो अभी कोई question आया है क्या?
and they thought that process through very well. But as we know, Free Win Agents are incredibly resourceful, and this is far from over. Knockout is next, and a tricky game mode actually under the circumstances for them though, because they are down a set. You know,
Nope,
what were
no
their
questions are there.
going into this one, Kenny, in order to try to tie up the sets going in.
Yeah, I think
I have
overall, it's an
750.
interesting
Can I
map.
win
There's
this?
several brawlers that show up
If you
here
have
a
chosen
lot.
the
It's
correct
one that
answer,
really seems
then
here again. I think
also it is
Sprout's
gonna be
definitely a great
difficult
brawler. Wouldn't be
because
surprised to even see it banned. Looks like
you
this
can
time
get
they're gonna go for
almost
take ban,
200
but
points.
Sprout picked first
I don't know about
there you
the
go.
remaining
Fake being banned
50.
here, which I really like
If
to
you
see.
are
So
having
I think
800, then yes, you can
definitely a
still
reasonable
win.
one to ban here.
I
So
don't know
very
about
risky and annoying. And in terms of
200
brawlers,
points, but
I would say Sprout
150,
and Sage
yes,
are
you can
looking
get
into it.
150
I wouldn't
points
say
still.
really the recent Grom nerf.
175
As
points
worried
actually.
about him as I was.
If you
This
choose
isn't
the
really
MVP,
gain much
75
from
points for
full
that
gadget.
thing,
Maybe they find some way to be
100
resourceful with
for
some
the
gadget.
correct
Just gotta implement
guesses,
it.
and
I really like this pick. I think Sprout's
almost
a good one here.
50
We're gonna go
for
with Gene and,
clicking that
we see
emote
something
button.
like, Ruff's getting picked here, which we've seen a lot tonight. They're going to elect to go for Stu, which is a more aggressive brawler, but I think this leaves the door wide open for Response and Sergeant to make some really, really good picks here. We've still got aggressive brawlers like Leon. We could see Bell get picked here. We could see Pam. I really like where they're at right now with free win agents. You know, last time I think it was a draft that definitely favored free agent Upper Moon, but now one of the earlier times we've seen Spike here tonight too. I like that pick too. Going to be a great way to address this too immediately. And now they've got one more pick to kind of do
People crying over a pin.
Yeah, I feel like Spike here is strong. We've seen it banned a couple of times already today, quite a lot actually. See CK into a position where he's got to be very careful with that magic hand to not pull a life plant along the way. Sergeant going in with Ruffs, and that's another very high picked brawler already today. I do like the comp. I don't know whether it's the stronger of this two, as the third and final pick coming from FF Moon yet to come, but something with some range would be great. They got the wall breaking abilities of the Stu if they want to utilize Breakthrough as the gadget, which I assume that is their process here. But definitely to have some more wall breaking abilities would leave the Sprout high and dry, or something along those lines, like maybe in a Brock or something. I gotta say, definitely Barley's not what I thought, actually. Definitely interesting choice. I assume there as well, Healing Tonic coming into play as the gadget of choice to give the team alongside the Magic Passes Gene some more healing utility. But yeah,
I have 708. Okay.
I was expecting range here, or something to really.
It's
Sprout
gonna be
and
difficult for you,
Gene
but
is always a
let's
good
try
knockout.
your best.
Byron definitely.
They might give extra points in the end.
How this one plays out. The okay, Barley going mid, Gene right hand side lane, Stu on Orca going left. Let's see how this one plays out.
I don't hate the Barley pick, honestly. I think what they were trying to think of is brawlers that could at least find a way to counter an opponent here, because like right now, for example, Orca being the Stu playing into a Spike is not a great matchup for them, but Barley's going to be a brawler that does counter Spike. We don't see Barley really at all in Knockout, though, which is why I kind of indicated that I really only anticipated, you know, Tick or Sprout being picked right now with the recent Grom nerf.
Why Response is not using
A little herbal tonic to help out the team.
Curveball?
Taking down a little bit of HP there, but he does manage to stay up. But yeah, very interesting choice there. Not one that I feel like is very traditional for Knockout.
It seems like Instinct's idea was to just match the throw with the thrower, and CZK gets a nice takedown, and Orca doesn't hesitate to go in on the aggressive onto Sergeant, but it might not pay off well.
GG's.
Oh, maybe it will! Orca coming in with the double takedown right in the nick of time. I was going to say that I'm not too sure about countering the Sprout with a thrower. I thought maybe just go with some wall breaking, but look how much of the map is now open as a result of Orca, and what a play to seal that first round from him. Done fantastically well there.
Why are you not using the curveball? Why are everyone playing like noobs?
We've seen long
I don't know, I'm not their
Traditionally,
coach.
I feel like Gasterkill's been the one.
Why you think I'm their coach?
To the world, but I think they're finding a lot of value out of it. And it's good to see a little change up and see that both star powers from Stu can really be utilized there. As we hear the nice evil Spike laugh come in there. Response still keeping his head up, though. I think they've got a good opportunity here. The Sprout wall coming in, really sanctioning off that entire mid area, splitting the map, leaving CZK in response to a 1v1 of their own. Good tags there, though. Response getting a super, but not connecting as much as I'm sure he wanted. Now finally getting a takedown, though. Instinct trapped here, though, behind this Sprout wall. Orca going to be very weak, too, and I think they're going to throw in the towel for this round and look to next one. They don't want to give any valuable supers to the side of free win agents, which I think might be a wise move on their end.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. And there's no supers now to start the round, whereas there's two on the side of FF Moon. So I think CCK will want to get an early pull here for sure. And
Egan didn't know they got countered by the
a
picks.
good progressive move from free win agents there, and a slow one at that. They've got to be very, very cautious. They do not want to be down here. There's the sandbags from the roughs of Coop to Ace, and that's a great deterrent of that magic hand. So I like the way this one's shaping up in favor of free win agents. They keep turning these screws. This one is going to look a lot closer.
Yeah, and this is what we love to see. Round number 3 being very intense. Response throwing a super, though, putting Orca in a very tough situation. This is the matchup they wanted.
GG's.
Coming in, and now it's a 3v2 in favor of free win agent. A Barley.
Oh, Barley is very much low. Why he's not using the purple, bro? Why?
He's finally healing up a little bit. There's still a little bit of life on the side of Moon, but now Response moving in, getting a takedown. CZK trying to get a pull, and that's going to be the end of game number 1. Nice little comeback there for free win agents.
Very nicely done. Gotta say, those sandbags really problematic for that Gene pick.
If Ropes breaks the brawl,
it seems
walls should be an easy win.
very smart pick, and that's not just because of the recent buffs to him as well on the damage side, but definitely causing a problem for FF Moon right now. There's the Herbal Tonic going out early on to try to get the positioning power, but yeah, still not really necessarily serving to much avail as Response as well. I think didn't point out not running Kerbal. I think running Fertilizer. So getting some more healing abilities off the back of that too. But let's see now as a few supers starting to get towards the stage of being formed, and some then players off the back of them hopefully to come, and both teams playing it a bit passively, and I think rightly so, to be honest, under the circumstances.
2 gadgets being used.
I think one of the problems that free agent Moon keeps finding themselves in is I feel like
Oh no!
through his Herbal Tonic gadget so early, you know, in the last game as well. They did get 2 of them down in game, round number 1 to establish some dominance and got them a win. But after that, it made it more and more difficult, and especially as this storm circle closes in a little bit,
oh, bro.
rely on that health.
Cornered.
Great wall coming in there.
Cornered.
Sergeant getting
Cornered.
here alongside Coop to Ace. He's barely able to stay alive. Finally going down though. A little hope there for Instinct. But
GG's. Come back or what?
The storm doing too much damage in the side of free win agents. Now on another round here, if they grab this one, it will put them at a 1-1. We'll have a tie ball game.
A very important takedown of CCK in the last round, but oh, he gets his own back here. A nice pull down, Coop Ace himself. This is the chance that FF Moon will
GG's.
They've got to secure, and Sergeant getting a clutch kill there.
Oh.
Very important time, because that was the opening. Shut the door very fast in the face of FF Moon. Now it's 2 versus 2, and this has got very interesting all of a sudden.
Yeah, 2v2 here, and I like the odds of free win agent. Spike can be a great way to match up against this Stu. And it's just
They're waiting for the poison clouds.
I believe Sprouts
Oh, bro.
an advantage since they can sanction
Oh,
off
GG's.
the walls, but now a good take.
What a comeback. What a comeback.
Response gonna have to take his time as well. A super coming out. Sprout able to move back just in time. The Response landing a nice little tag there, and now they should be able to get this job.
GG's. Comeback.
And it's gonna be 1-1.
1-1 all.
What a way to finish that off there, as we see Response here.
GG's. This is going intense.
Doing a great job.
This is going intense, and bro, I just
Too. So
noticed Luffy's playing with the other star
I
power.
think we were expecting here though, Ark. I mean, tie ball game so far.
Ah, yes.
Expect nothing less
He was
of the
playing with promotion.
Exactly.
What is the name of that star promotion?
Ready from free win agents.
Promotion क्या है वो? क्या नाम उसका? I don't know.
On the shelf there, which was
GG's. Nice comeback.
Yeah.
Now it's best of 3 remaining now.
Pinnacle moment, because knockout is
Now
not
best of 3 remaining.
in all honesty, very easy to kind of go down this line of failure actually, and you know, one person on your team that goes down at the wrong time push your team at a considerable disadvantage. So I think that was a really well thought through game for free win agents to really capitalize and double down on. This is now very interesting. This draft, so much importance is placed upon it as we go over towards Gem Grab and Crystal Arcade. I think though, it's fair to say, I'm sure you'll agree, Kenny, the drafts have been really on point in today's grand final.
Yeah, I think both teams have really demonstrated an understanding of the brawlers, how they currently stand. And, you know, Knockout's a very new mode, too. That could easily be one that both sides could mess up just because it's the freshest game mode being introduced into the BSC this year. You know, it's the least familiar to them. You know, I'm very surprised and, well, not surprised. I mean, both these teams are so great, but I'm just... It's very impressive how quickly they've been able to adapt. You know, they've been able to put themselves in a spot where they haven't had a lot of time to get familiar with these maps, and yet they're doing a great job with it. I think both teams drafted really well there.
Well, we'll see what the draft will be for Crystal Arcade, but you know, for me, a lot of brawlers that I'm expecting to see Pam. I mean, that's definitely a consistent pattern that we're seeing with free win agents. They just keep going that Pam pick, and every opportunity they get is the first thing. So I wonder then, for that same reason, whether, you know, FF Moon are going to start to ban it, because, you know, take away what you see as a pattern from your opposition. You know, that is going to take away their comfort, and if they haven't come prepared with a contingency plan for that, then you can really catch their team out high and dry. Let's see as the bans are coming in. So we Stu, which is an interesting one, but look at that, we are going to see a ban, but not from the team that I was expecting to see. So they lost the coin toss. That's why free win agents banned Pam, because they lost the coin toss, giving the first pick over to FF Moon. They wanted to eradicate that from the mix straight away. Here we go with the Sprout, the Spike, and the Ruffs then for free win agents. And the M's pick there, yeah, not going to get much value, it seems, from FF Moon. There's no tank to counter. Just going to go for some area denial then.
Again, Colonel Rose.
Yeah, very interesting so far. We'll see how that all ends up handling, but I think there's a few good options there. You've got Max on the board available, you know, Ash still in play, and it's interesting. It's clear that,
come on guys, do drop a like and subscribe if you're new here.
Have it themselves, so I think that's definitely a brawler that they're certainly favoring right now. They really like, so definitely respectable there. I think they know their strategy going into it, and they either want to be playing that brawler or they want it out completely.
Yeah, and again, you know, I'm just kind of curious to see what that kind of gem carrot choice is going to be as well, you know, because ultimately we've seen a great deal of Jean today. We've seen a lot of Bell today as well, but also Fang this is a map where Fang can really thrive on this side lane. So, you know, and response seemed to favor towards that, you know, even on the map where it wasn't ideal for him as well. So, but this is not that. This is a map where he can really put it to good use. So, I'm curious to see, but the ban being played, well, that's actually still from the previous matchup. So this Fang is still available here. I kind of always in my head go to Brock on Crystal Arcade. I think it's like old-fashioned in my kind of meta brain when it comes to it, but I just remember that back in the day Brock was so good at just eradicating that middle zone so successfully. Well, look at this though, the Max coming in, which I think is a great pick, and the Mortis. We haven't seen Mortis all day today, and what an aggressive pick for response to the pick then on the side of free win agents.
I kind of like it though. I like getting a little aggressive here, and I think Ems is somebody that doesn't necessarily handle Mortis really well. So honestly, kudos to free win agents for pulling out a brawler.
Oh, they are playing so much aggressive.
A bit of a riskier pick.
Oh,
Let's see how
bro.
they executed though, as now Sergeant gets a nice phase shift away. Coupe Days barely going down there too. Response though remaining on this left-hand side. He is staying aggressive the entire duration of the match so far, and they've got a huge gym lead because of it.
Well, I like the Byron pick for sure. If you can connect with it, all the more for it. But look at response, lurking on this left-hand side. Coming in is a nice super, didn't quite line up with Orca.
Oh.
Yeah, punishes the movement for it. So this is the chance, the best chance so far for FF Moon to push through these side lanes and really start to aggress the situation, because yeah, as time goes on and the Mortis becomes almost like more sneaky along the way, I don't think it fares well for FF Moon in all honesty.
Nice.
Yeah, even despite Orca dropping his super, which covered most of that sand
Oh,
storm,
bro.
Response just waited a few moments and pushed forward. This is a good takedown for them, though. The gyms are on the ground. They're definitely not going to want Mortis to pick that up. As the main aggressor for their side, they really don't want him to be carrying those gyms if they can help it. Moon, though, manages to pop a super, stay alive here. It is going to be a lot closer of a match than where we started here. It's going to be 8-6. And once again, free agent Moon claiming the mid ground once again. This is going to be a strong comeback for them if they can pick up a few more gyms.
Yeah, I like this situation that's occurring, but response is still lurking. And as the map gets open, more and more, it's definitely going to favor their strategy. So CCK doing a great job for me of earning those supply drops and breaking things open, keeping response at bay, and the pressure then still on to free win agents. Look how far back they forced the situation. Sergeant on 60 HP, response going in though, does not get paid off for his troubles, and there is the countdown for FF Moon.
They still have to maintain this positioning, though. If they grab one gem, that clock's gonna reset, or if they get a takedown and an instinct, now response moving forward. Sergeant gonna be very weak here, too, though. He's gotta be careful. Can't go down. They do get a nice reset here. If they can maintain their positioning, they can grab another gem and just reset this clock again. And now the tides are turning. This is looking really good for free win agents. Response getting a nice cycle there, and a great kill for them. Instinct's gonna be forced all the way back, and they're not gonna have an opportunity to pick up any gems in the meantime.
This is fantastic in the favor of free win agents. Response going to town on this. He's loving every minute of it. The gem's going to spawn. It's going to be too late. They've got to take down Sergeant, who's done a great job of staying on his feet this entire
comeback.
It went down
Super aggressive mode. MZ getting clapped. Nice super.
Gems. That's what you want from a great gem carrier, is a sturdy pair of hands, and that's what he brought to the table.
Yeah, I feel like they had a very balanced kind of organization there. They had Mortis, who had his job. It was to get to the other side, and it was to grab as many takedowns as he could. And I'm sure they're going to be looking to implement something similar there, but they stayed patient. They kept sticking with it, and even when things got a little...
One gadget wasted of him's. Oh, bro, they are playing so much aggressive.
Opportunities that they needed. Now CZK going down, too, in response. Already up to his shenanigans. Once again, look at the dash there. Coming in, getting a nice kill for them. It's going to be really looking good once again for free win agents off the start here.
Yeah, it's a really good start, and again, a great time to do so because the cover is still there. Ultimately, at the moment, there's not enough utilities from CZK to break things open, so Response can really make the most of his time right now. 6 gems in the pocket. Coop to Ace with a nice flank on the left-hand side will go down, but nonetheless, I think it was a positive elixir trade, you could say. Let's see what Sergeant can do here on CZK. Nice sandbags coming in as well as a good deterrent for it, and heal screen from Instinct, so this is their chance now. Pushing back on the mid and buying their time. They've got to start to slow this
2 gadgets of him is gone.
And it looks like they are starting to do just that.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing a little back and forth action, and what a great
good
response. They're looking to dive in and capitalize on that situation. You know, not the easiest job, but a great takedown there too. And now Response will be looking to do the same thing again. Teammates are there to help out though. Orca looking like he is going to be able to remain alive here. The heals coming in from Instinct 2 to ensure that. And look at this, they're going to be able to grab
7-6.
Now they have a small little lead here.
Yeah, it's worked out phenomenally well. They're getting that mid control, but Response is dangerous. They've got to be cautious. And with that Sandstorm coming into play, giving it a nice cushioning, and look at that! There it is!
GG's.
Timed it perfectly, and that is the exact way that free win agents were looking for. There's the 10th gem. Countdown is theirs. They've got to come back upon the free win agents spawn here for FF Moon if they want to continue this set. Otherwise, this one is going to be going the way of free win agents.
Yeah, it's a very pivotal moment for them. Great takedown from the side of CZK. Both sides going down there. However, Moon does have the mid control here. Do they have enough time to grab enough gems? If they remain in the mid, they could grab another one. This is definitely still...
Come on, Mortis needs to dash and get the...
Here any moment now. Can to get his team that
Easy, cheesy. 3, 2, 1. And GG's. Sad win.
Free win agents managing to...
Now they are leading with 2-1.
2-0 in our gym grab set, and now getting a very pivotal set in their favor. It's going to be 2-1 as we approach our next map.
Very nicely done. Gotta say, I did worry a little bit. I worried a little bit. Response carrying all the gems as a Mortis, not really where you want to be. Yes, you can evade and you can dash away and try to keep them at arm's bay, but you want to be able to go on the aggressive. There's actually Coop the Ace at the end of that match that went on the aggressive versus Sandy, which is not what you ever expect to see, but just getting in the mix, trying to get a few shots off here and there, just every little bit of HP shredded down. And what a turnaround. You got to hand it to free win agents. It was a great start from FF Moon. That
Bro, why
definitely
are you not getting any mystery rewards? Because there is no any mystery reward now. Why will you get mystery reward?
still
Look at that, 10 out out of 10 is already here. So why are you expecting 11 out of 10?
Going in then to dry season up.
It's only 10 out of 10. Why are you expecting 11 out of 10? Where that one person is coming from? One thing where it is coming from?
Avoid those spawn trappy kind of.
So do you think this Brawl Stars Esports with rewards is very fun to watch? As a content creator, yes, definitely yes. Because if you want to know that thing, just watch my views on this video and compare to other video, and you will know why watching esports is much more entertaining for audience as compared to watching this thing. Next day they will appear.
Kind of see some more almost
most probably
positions here. You know, in the old format, a really tried and true combination on this map was Gene Tix.
Hello, Anime God, you already reached 1000 what? Yes, I have already reached 1000. I have already claimed the rewards. Here you know.
But especially with the buff to Ruffs recently, and clearly
And let's see
really
how is it going in the
Ruffs is in. I could see that being a great way to address
game.
like Stu.
Let's open the game.
And brawlers that could be picked here 100%. So
Brawl Stars forever.
or even a ban, just considering how things have gone in the region here today. So that's kind of where my head's at, and we might get to see a little bit of some older compositions that worked well in the past in the old format that get incorporated here today.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see any Gene picks as well. Straight away, Ruffs will be the next thing you see. A definite brawler which is thriving off the back of those balance sheets.
Okay, all the 10 things are here.
It really is.
I don't know you guys can see or not, but all the 10 things are here.
Maybe haven't catered towards
I'm not gonna open it now, but I will open it
could definitely do a great number of plays, especially with some healing support behind
in
it.
few
Kind
minutes.
of playing the slow game.
Let's open the game
Advanced
in the
maybe with a
in the
along those lines, or
PC only,
support it in the eventuality
so that we can all just unlock the rewards.
or some crazy ideas. I mean, looking at a different county map, but Shooting Star, for example, we're seeing a massive rise in Sprout, of all things, to kind of see in the meta for Shooting Star. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we start to see some unique ideas being put into play when it comes to various maps along the way. Dry season.
I'm detecting seismic activity.
I'm detecting seismic activities. Here you go, guys. Let's get the rewards.
Nations themselves, bringing in the Carl, bringing in the Max.
Donation pin, claim.
In dry season, but Max definitely assert some
This thing, claimed,
Some response playing so well in that last set.
claim,
Would not be at all surprised if we see some ideas try to really advance and pressurize.
claim.
I
Claim.
think Sprout is one that you brought up that is super wise. Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a lot here.
Claim.
Clearly, I think the thrower of choice here in this region, so I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Claim.
We actually do see Ruffs end up getting banned here. I think reasonably so. I think he's in a great state right now, even before
3 more good things to get.
I wanted
Claim.
to keep eyes out for it, and it's good to see that Sesa and ANZ is clearly prioritizing it. Interesting here is
One more.
the Bell first pick. That's gonna be a good choice, I think. Gonna provide
And
between
claim.
the nest eggs. And even if they elect, you know, we haven't seen it come out yet, but Bell does have a new gadget that's a little bit of a bounce shot. Could be fun if they elected to bring it in here. I like this match pick though, going into a sharpshooter.
Let's try this thing out.
Very difficult to hit those shots when you have a lot of speed on your side. I'm curious to see who they end up pairing it with. That's who I was anticipating though. A nice.
Alright, गई नहीं pin? क्या बात कर रहे हो? I've sent the pin, ना? Why it is not gone?
have done. I think Bell is a great pick. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure.
Never mind.
As the very first one, it's just so interesting to
Three
see
things.
how each side responds to the other.
Special offers, 3 discoins.
Top choice you could possibly have here.
I love it. I mean, ban Ruffs, pick Gene makes perfect sense for me.
Okay,
And also
never mind.
combining Max,
We'll
as you rightly put it, is a great thing to have.
look at it later on.
Being able to dodge everything so well. The one advantage Bell does have ideally is like when the Max does have that.
Let's go.
Super. You get a lot of value, and it makes sense as well with the Pam, because ultimately, Bell would have been able to get a lot of value off the back of a healing station, have it on your own side, and that's
Next day they will appear tomorrow.
some good defensiveness, which
Okay, I have read that message.
FAF have gone for in this situation. They know they're going to be spending some time in their spawn. That is what this free win agents comp is designed to do. So they're going to be doubling down, blocking off some side lanes, having some heals, and
Bounty.
utilize as best they can under the circumstances. And
Belly.
it's a very aggressive pick to add to what is already
Bam,
looking like a very
and-
aggressive draft from free win agents getting.
I was kind of holding my breath too, because I don't think it would be easy to see another late Mortis pick here, which is how I imagine the last draft probably played out. Mortis is not somebody that goes early, but would have been a great choice into Sprout and Bell, to be honest with you. You know, not as much on the Pam side, but I mean, they were comfortable with it before. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. But Stu, obviously, a great option here to be nice aggro brawler to add on to the onslaught of Coop to Aces, Max, and Sergeant's Gene. I'm liking the composition on the side of free agents a lot. I think that's the one I'm going to give a slight favor to right now. You know, I think they're great brawlers on the side of Moon, but I like the strategy and how they can implement it. If they do it right, I think it's going to go in favor of free win agents here.
Yeah, Sprout was a good pick, but at the same time, I do feel like, you know, in that back spawn area with the speed, very, very hard when you got everything coming at you full force with a lot of speed behind it to really defend that situation. So Orca's going to be dependent massively so on Instinct and TZK. They have got the lead so far, and they're looking really like they're thriving, actually. Blue Star in their pocket also, just the 1 star then on the side of free win agents. But at the moment they are back in their spawn. They are not going to aggress this until they kind of recollect themselves so far. Response utilizing that shield gear as well will go a long way, but at the same time, so is DK, so is Instinct. There's a lot of defensiveness around this upper moon comp, so there does need to be a push from free win agents, and it's got to be done at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, I did give
Are you super?
time as the first overall.
Finally.
I still think it's a great pick, but it's clear that Instinct on this brawler.
What happened?
Speed only does you so well if you can.
They are having internet issues. Hello, Jason.
Doesn't really do you much good. Right?
Jason Nix Moto.
That's really all that
Hello
matters.
there, what's up?
Response, I think trying to get.
Hello, Ningamia Shang. How many did you score for your championship pin?
A little ring around the rosy almost.
I'm already having that pin, bro.
Those extra tags.
I'm having 1,340
It makes
for
some
now.
nice connections in a trade. There is honestly ideal, I think, for their side. CZK and Coop to Ace trying to get a kill there. Both sides getting very weak, but the heals immediately coming in for CZK, and he's already going to be able to get back in action if he chooses.
Explosive plays, unbelievable plays from Free Win Nations. Now Sergeant wants to target Orca. Everyone is now looking at Orca. He's got the blue star, and that one takedown will be enough. But is the time on this side? No, it is not. They've got to push this. They've got to push it now. But look at the defensives coming into play. Oh my God, it's a great pull. CK. That is not going to be enough. Upper Moon somehow come out on top, and
You play Brawl.
looking back, I feel like
You play Brawl.
they gave them
Yes, I do play Brawl Stars.
They needed to play it a bit more passively at the beginning. There was already so many stars that they were just able to then sit on in that back spawn area. I think that Free Win Agents have got a great comp to really seal the deal here, but they've got to be cautious in how they play it a little bit more so going into this next game.
Yeah, free agent Upper Moon does have a very versatile roster. I feel like they can play the good passive-aggressive game, you know, getting aggressive only when you need to, but they can definitely play the defense between Pam and Sprout here. On the side of free win agents, though, they are more of an aggressive composition. You know, if they get taken down pretty early there, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back, because now the side of free agent Upper Moon, like we saw last time, can kind of hunker down, you know, hold on to the lead as the clock dwindles down. And right now, we're definitely seeing a little more of that, you know, passive gameplay, I think, which I think is wise. You know, if the side of free win agents can get one a really good push in here, get some kills and a pull coming in there, now they have the first lead coming in for them. Another takedown as well. This is the most ideal thing that could have happened for them in terms of strategy. Instinct getting finally taken down, hitting a nest egg here for response, but honestly, that was perfect there for the side of free win agents.
GG's. Hello, Mayank.
Yeah, it was
क्या
exactly
हालचाल मेरे को भूल गया क्या
right this time, but now,
मयंक भाई याद नहीं आ रहा
now on the side
Sorry.
of Free Win Agents, they've got
अगर आप किसी और नाम से पहले आते थे तो बात अलग है मयंक नाम से तो भाई मैं पहली बार देख रहा हूँ
alive in the mix. He's got 4 in his head. Coop Ace got 3, and he goes down. That is going to turn things around. Oh, response as well. Dancing with death here. He might go down. If he does, oh, his ace starts to 9, but the return is strong from Free Win Agents, who have come back with 12 and the blue star just in the nick of time. I didn't think we're done yet, Kenny.
Coop Days got really aggressive there too, unfortunately landing on a nest egg, and that cost him his over-aggression, got him killed there. Orca was able to manage to find a kill along with CZK. It's going to be 12-10 here, 15 seconds to go, and the side of response still getting aggressive here, knows he can get the takedown to Orca. Another one coming into. It's going to be a 10-17 here, and I think we're going to have a match point on our hands.
bro.
We're going to be going into game number 3 on Bounty.
Oh, again, that championship pin coming out.
If
Not like a
FWA wins this one, then they're gonna be
only one
winning this whole match.
2020 will have at their disposal to use. And
Bro, मुझे तो जानते हो ना, हाँ भाई विनायक, मैं तुमको तो जानता हूँ.
very, very fierce.
मयंक, लेकिन मैं पहली बार मयंक नाम का कोई बंदा देख रहा हूँ, bro.
If they can get this one,
No idea of Mayank.
looks like that is a good start. 2 stars response, though not done. He's just going to stay in their spawn and keep using that gassy hill. He's supposed to come back out of it. I really like what's
FWA, if FWA wins this one, then they are just
far in this
gonna be winning the whole thing.
We saw in their composition when the draft was going on, and they're executing it a lot better in games number 2 and 3 so far. Kupte's phase shifting away. He's going to manage to stay alive here. A wall coming in for Orca, and the pull ideal there for CZK. He's going to let that one go, but it's going to manage to keep him alive. Another wall to kind of sanction off this team. It's going to separate him a little bit. Sergeant going to be all alone. It's now going to be 3 to 4. CZK not letting off either, and they're going to be able to find another kill too. It's going to be 5 to 4 now, a lead with about a minute to go here for the side of Free Agent Upper Moon. Great push there for them, as the side of Free Win Agents aren't nearly as equipped as I would say Free Agent Upper Moon are for being on the defensive end.
I loved that pinch. I really did. CZK and Instinct working so well to ensure that takedown, leaving Kupte Ace with literally nowhere to go. It was a 100% certainty takedown. But look at this now as everyone going in the spawn. Kupte Ace low. Response incredibly low also. They need this kill. They've got to get a kill now to be able to go back to their own spawn and play defense. But response looking low. And where it goes down.
GG's.
Takedown Upper Moonipe are not done yet. They are clinging on with all their might to this one.
We said this was going to be a close one from the get-go arc, and we might just get ourselves another set coming in here. It's going to be 11 to 4 now. A very weak Stu running away. Response barely hanging on. He's going to dash.
And this is going to be 2-2. By no pin for me now. Very sad.
It's all alone here.
Tika chal raha babua.
We're going to get our hands
ये esports चल रहा है.
5 for the first time today. I think that the side of Free Agent Upper Moon played their strategy super well.
GG's.
A good comeback there as we approach
Now
the set.
we get to the final match of the finals.
Oh, don't you just love it at the BSC when things get hot and spicy? And yeah, that is a fantastic way to keep the day ticking on. Oh my!
दोनों का score 2-2 का हो गया.
This is what we hope.
We have started from best of 5.
We wanted this to go.
We turned on to the best of 3.
Evolving.
Now it's on to the best of
So
1.
Beach coming up very,
Best
very
of
soon.
1.
Definitely some
Let's see.
points. I think
I have 877 points.
going into that.
Can I still win without FWA winning?
Either way,
If FWA winning, then it will be easy for you. And if not, then I don't think so.
everybody is effective in their own manner.
Only if they gives extra points,
Both
then
teams, you know, I
that
think
might be a different
fair to
case.
say more on the side of Free Win Agents there, but both team strategies were just very different. I personally favored the one that Free Win Agents had, but Free Agent Upper Moon played to their maximum potential and got the job done. You know, I think we saw multiple games there where both sides played what they should have been, and you know, it was just a matter of making sure that their strategies got executed. And 2 out of 3 times, you know, the side of Free Agent Upper Moon did it, and personally I'm kind of happy they did, because now we get an insane set number 5 to end our first monthlies of the entire year. I'm so excited to see how this one unfolds.
And I'm with you, and I was all for that comp. I like aggressiveness. I like fast pace, as I think we all do. But ultimately, yeah, it just goes to show sometimes having a slow and calculated approach, having more defensiveness, and just kind of being able to hold your own, I think is the key word to say, really. And it's not always an easy thing to do.
Hello Dragos.mdx. No, I have 857. Then
And compose.
can I win? Yes, you can actually win, because
I feel like
there will be MVP option. For that you will get 75 points,
in that
and if you guess
you got to give a huge shout
if you
out.
guess the correct team to win, then you are gonna get 100 points. That in total 175 points are in reserve for now.
Your opposition can really seize those moments, as we saw
Totally depends on your winning choice.
the Upper Moon.
If you have chosen the correct team who gonna win, then you're gonna get 100.
A max
And
ban
if you're gonna get
off the back of this one, I
75 more, then go for it. I have 5, 8, 7 points.
we see
Where?
these traits recurring along the way
Either.
from Free Win Agents. Will they be shut down, or will
And now it's gonna be Brawl Balls.
Fang and Stu? Okay, well that's the 2 brawls that I was just mentioning up for grabs. So this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and that means that there are a couple really good ones that I think this region.
Aye, sir. Hello, Maggie. What's up?
Immediately here.
Hello, Johnny
Super
Jones.
Beach now, but it should be pretty familiar to you. This is Super Stadium, same map, just the layout of the terrain looks a little bit different. Looks like they're going to be going with Sandy as a first overall pick. This is not the first time we've seen this tonight here.
पता नहीं क्या पता नहीं.
With an Ems pick as well. I like the Sandy pick here. I think it's a great lane pick. I don't know if it was my first go-to. I'm kind of surprised just given what we've seen tonight that they didn't go something like Spike, who's even been banned a lot. But I can see Pam being in the mix here. I can see
On the way to the hospital for my family to be in my room.
Strong brawler across the
Hospital?
world right now.
Why, bro?
Free agent Upper Moon taking advantage
भाई
of how much
F11 करते हैं फुल स्क्रीन कर दो. नहीं कर सकता ये बीच बीच में ये नोटिफिकेशन आते हैं जिसके ऊपर हमको क्लिक करना होता है for getting extra rewards. इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं. Hello Mr. C, what's up?
But yeah, definitely an interesting.
Please, why if any question come, please quickly put the answer, please. Yeah, I know. Let the question come.
Security, I guess.
What happened to your family?
You know,
Play Free Fire.
Know their place when it comes to their tanks.
Play Free Fire. ये तो नया ही था भाई. ये तो पता नहीं कहाँ से आया भाई Free Fire वाला तो.
Meg, we saw it once today. Not too sure about it myself, to be completely honest.
After this game, they will ask some questions. Yes.
Response. That is yeah, that's really interesting. I guess Freeman Agents have got a firm strategy in mind because they've gone with something very, very different to what I was expecting. I was expecting the Max to be a prominent feature here, and it just doesn't seem to be.
Griff somebody that
भाई cheating करवा रहे हो? Yes. हम चिमटिंग करवा रहे हैं. चिमटिंग.
Power matches were
We are doing चिमटिंग.
That served pretty well, I would say. More as a lane though, and I'm anticipating.
कितने घंटे की स्ट्रीम हो गई भाई ये? 4 hours 46 minutes. 4 घंटे 46 मिनट से स्ट्रीम चल रही.
Stadium here or Super Beach, Barley, and I think that's honestly a pretty solid pick here. You know, there's no tanks for Gale to get a hold of or Griff, who are going to be two really, really solid anti-tank brawlers. It's very interesting though. We're going to see how they play out against more normal brawlers.
जो भी ये मैच जीतेगा वो पूरा फाइनल जीत जाएगा. मेरे को भी पास करवा दो. क्या करोगे? प्राइस क्या है गैसिंग पे? मिल गया भाई, मेरे को प्राइस मिल चुका है. पिन थी रोजा की एक्सक्लूसिव पिन already मिल चुकी है.
Actually in Brawl Ball in the SCSA and ANZ region with that Twister Gadget able to lock down so many advanced opportunities then from the opposition response here. Going in very, very aggressive, gets taken down, and I think that's fair to say. But I can see his strategy going in, trying to break things over with the piggy bank, trying to
GG's.
Go straight through, and rightly so, the very, very early takedown. I was trying to say the response is trying to break open the map to deter what Instinct can do as the Barley, but that's why Instinct just went straight for the goal. He saw the opportunity, he seized it.
Yeah, I mean, great goal for them. And now all the heals coming in as Super going down too. In response, despite opening up the map on this right side, should play into his favor, but Instinct has simply won the lane out multiple times now, even managing to stay alive there with only 60 HP. I mean, those are kinds of lanes that side of free win agents probably should be winning, to be honest with you. You know, I love this Griff Super too, getting a lot of value in there too. Sergeant now moving forward. They're going to find a kill there. Response on this right side, pushing forward. They do need the ball, though, if they want a goal here. A good kick away would be beneficial. I think they're going to get it off to Response. He has an opportunity.
GG's, wow.
We've got
भाई मैच तो कुछ ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग चल रहा है.
On game number 1.
Lovely little knockback there from the Gale side.
How do you pick some trash comp? Let's see. Goldie awards कैसे मिलेंगे? वो तो आपके inbox में आएंगे. मैंने अभी दिखाया था. मैंने पूरे claim कर लिए 10 rewards. वैसे ही मिलेंगे.
It's going to shut down the approach of this Barley pick, which could be really, really difficult to deal with.
Ball fake, ball fake.
And Sergeant to heal up a little bit, and Response will take the lead now. At full HP, the push through coming through, and the chance now for the pushback again from Proven Agents. Upper Moon have got to defend a little bit better and not concede a second goal here before overtime.
Yeah, Sergeant really demonstrating that Gale's not just to be used for defense. You know, we saw the pushback there. It really allowed them to get the goal there. It's the big opportunity. The stun coming in there, too. I love that choice of star power. 1.5 seconds rather than 1 second is such a big difference. And I know it doesn't sound like much, but that's just an extra half second that you can't move and the other team has to really shoot at you and take you down. So I think that's going to really help them out here with all these walls on the map. You know, in overtime, it might not play as much of a factor, but I would say I still like this side of free win.
After the overtime, Gale is gonna be insane.
Pam does pretty well.
And now Gale is insane, bro. Gale is insane when it is already full, man.
Yeah, look how how quickly Response was able to throw that out, and CZK under heavy scrutiny here on the right-hand side. He's still staying alive though. Somehow Response though sees the deal, and this is a great pitch. There's no way that this doesn't end in a
Jesus.
and rightly so.
Inbox में Brawl Stars में ना yes inbox में मिलेगा.
Knew that they had the high ground.
लेकिन अगर आपने guess किया होगा इधर तो
perfectly to really capitalize on that super, but the pinch towards the end.
कितने points हैं आपके?
You know that they can go.
Yeah, I just think if this comes down to overtime, it's going to be favorable towards free win agents who
अगर ये अभी जीते
gadget to blow up some walls there, which I think is what they should be doing. You know, you want to give Instinct as tough of a time as possible. Some good takedowns there going between both sides. Instinct now going to be able to run forward, though, push that ball a little closer to the enemy goal side. Kuptes, though, just focusing on CZK along with Sergeant right now. A stun coming in. He gets taken down, though. Orca to the rescue, and they're going to be able to get a much-needed takedown there. Kuptes falling too, and this might be the momentum that Moon needs to get another early goal here. CZK going to be pressing forward as well alongside Orca on this left side. Super shot on the side of Orca. He could get sneaky with it if he wants to find some kind of goal opportunity. The wall going through there. The new gadget being implemented, but immediately taken down. CZK still up here. This is going to be a really good opportunity. Instinct going to be looking for a shot. The pushback, though. The Gale defense prevailing once again.
Defense, yeah, that was my ooh at the beginning of the match. I saw Acid Spray as the first play, and you can see why it's such a great map for it actually from Orca, and I think a really nice awareness of him and the method to utilize that at great value. Again, it will have a 20% less damage effectiveness when it goes through the wall, but nonetheless, great for area denial, great when you're on the aggressive, so I can absolutely see why it's working out well. But now, free win agents are starting to push their way forward. It's a nice standstill from Coop's ace. Great pressure onto Orca, and just about goes down there though, and look at Orca staying alive there in that little pocket there, trying to push the ball back through again and keep the pressure on. No goals yet, so this is really all for grabs. We may even see a slow push back towards the final moments of the game and a super shot, but Sergeant doing his best to keep ZZK and Instinct at the backing cool. Instinct trying to push the ball through now. This could actually be a great opportunity for Upper Moon.
Come on, use the super.
Really liking this for free agent Upper Moon. A goal here would be huge too, because there's only 30 seconds remaining in this match. Orca looking for a kill here, trying to back away and get the most value out of those images.
3,
This is gonna
2,
be a really clean opportunity.
1.
Orca with a big
GG's.
sign coming up, and they squeeze in the goal. 30 seconds to free win agents.
Guess करने का option कहाँ है? अब तो आप बहुत late हो गए. अब तो खत्म हो गया पूरा.
See, it's a perfect sandstorm to go down at the perfect time. 20 seconds remain. It is still match point from free to win agents, so they want to capitalize here. Oh, a bit of a miss maybe for Sergeant playing the slow and steady game. Can they get the ball back? Surely now they will be able to pass it through, but not taking any chances. They can't mess this up. No chance at all.
Again,
And Sergeant
Gale is gonna be insane in overtime, no matter what. I am still saying this.
But now, this is where free win agents can seal this deal. Coop the ace has the ball, looking for a pass off, goes for the shot. Instinct's all alone. This should be the moment that free win agents will take away. No! Instinct off the line. That is huge for free agents Upper Moon.
What a turn of events here. What looked like free win agents only having 20 seconds. You can never count them out. They get the goal, but then Moon Instinct hitting the insane shots there to get the defense that was very much needed. Now we have a standoff here. 30 seconds to go. Will either one of these teams be able to get a major takedown here that will allow them to get a goal? Barley on the Instinct. Get a little struggle here going into Respawn and Sergeant here. They now get a major takedown. This is looking really good. Orca has a super shot for a pass if he wants. Gonna go over
GG's 1-1.
here. That's gonna be 1-1, and it
Oh, bro.
couldn't any better.
1-1.
What an ending to that game, and
Now,
a game number
we have started from best of 5,
here today.
then we have reached best of 3, then we have reached best of 1, and now it's one match. Whoever wanna win this match, it's over.
And today, match point. One of these two teams only one game away from taking it all in this month, and I feel like the comps are pretty evenly matched. The playing and the skill levels are very evenly matched. It can genuinely go either way. One mistake here or there, or one great play here or there is all it will take as both teams start to collect themselves, and it's a great start. It's got to be said for FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, CCK can have a lot of HP, but the Twister going down. Get the really
GG's.
instinct and look
Well goal, bhai.
Look at the coordination from that goal. A pass from all 3 players manages to get them a nice early lead here. And I don't know if I've ever seen such coordination coming out from passes in Brawl Ball there. That was more.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. It was a great twister from Sergeant in the lead up to that moment to shut things down. But yeah, great plays from FF Moon to really capitalize. But look at this, Coup to Ace getting so much value. A nice down to Orca, potential pass, potential possibility of a pass here to respond to the right hand side lane, but they are playing this slow. 1 minute remains. They're in a great spot, and this could be a goal.
Oh, bro. अरे भाई, क्या चल रहा है? Now final goal. Now we are on to the final goal.
My heart is just in so many different places right now. I love not knowing how this game is going to end. It's been an absolute clash of two titans here. We're going to see who the first month's champions are here momentarily as response. Sergeant and Coupe Days are being tested right now. Sergeant does get super honest.
We are down to the final goal.
But the longer
I still have happy for you game charger.
Fierce right now. This is
Game changer.
the whole way through as we now enter a little bit of a standstill here as either side is looking to get that very pivotal kill.
We are down to the final goal. Whoever do the final goal, that team gonna be winning.
Honestly, wait until overtime and just wait out the clock. But if Freeway Agents do not push the ball forwards and start to make a move, which they are doing so now, it could prove costly. As look at this, it's just ZK. One pass here or there could be all the difference. As Sergeant going in with great taps, Coup to Ace as well with a Sandstorm to play. What a great time to have Sandstorm as well. He'll want to hold on to it just a little bit, maybe time this perfectly in. But at the moment, this is a fantastic opportunity for free to win Agents to take this. But at the same time, FF Moon have got to defend with all their might here.
This is looking really good for Free Win Agents here. Coupe Days gonna be 54, gonna get the quarter shot and a goal.
And we have got the winner.
Your monthly finalist.
FWA just won the match.
All night. What incredible game play from both sides.
Let's
there.
go. Yeah.
Finals. I couldn't ask for
Yeah.
to start off our year.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
at home is clearly gonna want to watch in the future months.
Bye.
What a way.
What a
to end
match.
the day, Arc.
Oh, I mean, Free Win Agents, you gotta hand it to their perseverance, because there was so many times during that matchup when everything was against them, let's be honest. But they came through, they powered through, but
GG's. What a match,
to
guys.
FF Moon, because the amount of times that we saw their resolve coming through, honestly.
Chat में मेरे 30 पॉइंट्स 30 पॉइंट्स में क्या ही मिलेगा 30 पॉइंट्स में तो आपको सिर्फ एक कॉइन मिलना था वो मिल गए होंगे आपको 5 पॉइंट्स उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं मिलेगा 1000 पॉइंट्स पहुंचते तो फिर बात अलग थी
I mean, the perfect outcome to this first monthly final in this region.
GG's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be marking my calendar next month for when, our next. This was incredible. I mean, the very first one of the BSC calendar year, and what an exciting one to watch. I think this is clearly going to be a region we all need to keep our eyes on. Both these teams.
Bro, still I have 1067 now, but still I'm not getting those up in. Bro, it is. You will get it in few hours.
These former teams.
As you can see,
I look forward to
more rewards are unlocked each month, but rewards may be delayed. As you can see down there, rewards may be delayed.
Well, it almost serves the same purpose. When you've got Max with the speed coming in, everyone has to get back onto the defense. Well, that's what happens when you have a Sandstorm as well. And I think towards the end, holding on to that was a really smart play from him as well. And
rewards may be delayed. If you ever reached 1000, then just wait for about 1 hour and check out your Brawl Stars inbox. There you will get the pin for sure.
It's been a very, very different story and quite the catastrophe when you think about it. All that hard work and then one little slip and it can be.
मुझे last में एक question आया सही guess किया 100 points मिल गए. But yeah, nice, well done.
This outcome today, I feel like they really did obviously do a lot of prep going in, and they just absolutely got their drafts on point. I think that's what we look for as casters. Absolutely, is to make sure that regardless as to what.
Should I refresh? Nope. You don't need to refresh or do anything. It will come, but delayed. You need to wait.
Yeah, especially in that last set, it really felt like both teams kind of had set strategies or brawlers that they really had in mind. Those weren't necessarily combinations that I see being played here a lot. And I think it worked out in both their favors. They both played it excellently at the end of the day. It just happened to go in Free Win Agents' favor. I liked where both directions were heading, though. I really respect that they stuck to their strategy. It felt like they were kind of not necessarily directed at
I lost my coins when I refreshed last time. That is why I said, no, you don't need to refresh.
Decided to go that direction with it.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna hear shortly from Response as well. I can't wait to sit down with him and have a little natter. But yeah, as you rightly put it, Kenny, I mean, a phenomenal way to.
Hello Divya, how are you? Only sir, will this point continue or it will again start from zero next time? It will continue because as you can see,
value a lot. But
more options are coming back, as you can see in their line as well. More rewards are unlocked each month. That means it will continue.
Grand final today has got anything to go by.
They have written in there, but I don't know for sure, but yes, it is written there. More rewards are unlocked each month.
Proud here. Great results from each one of them.
Today's prediction भाई साहब लगातार 5 correct. मजा नहीं life.
I mean, I can't wait to see how it all pans out through the year. We've got 6 more of these months where we're probably going to see these teams clash pretty frequently.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
and when will the next pins will be get? Next pin. Next 2 pins.
How are you doing? Congratulations.
Next 2 pins might be from different tournament. Not this one. Most likely next month you will get the next pin.
Really battle it out. All the way
बड़े मेरे 105 पॉइंट्स हैं. हाँ तो जितने पॉइंट्स हैं उस हिसाब से आपको रिवॉर्ड मिलेंगे. If you are having less rewards, that means you are having less points. More points, more rewards.
Thanks. Yeah, the games were absolutely insane. I mean, the entire the last set was just filled with us screaming like the game plan and stuff. It was just so stressful. This match was definitely the most stressful match I ever had in my career.
Wow.
Even more so than like the World Finals match, for sure.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's a statement and a half. Honestly, though, I mean, you say that it didn't look like that was the case. You looked so composed on the field, and especially in the player cam as well. You looked very, very calm and collected. I felt
I
at least.
Definitely was not. Yeah.
DJ Wu,
The first few sets I was shaking.
HXC.
Well,
hello there, what's up?
Show that even world champs can get their nerves. So I mean, massive credit to you and your team then for keeping as calm and collected, and a great way also to give praise to FA Upper Moon, who considering what you just said there, clearly worthy oppositions. I've got to ask though, a big question from you. What are your thoughts on Power Match, the draft format?
I did not get the option to claim the pin. Bro, it will automatically come into your
challenging around that as a
Brawl Stars reward page, but it will take some time. As you can see, I have already got the points right down here, I guess.
That I wanted since last year.
Yeah.
When they announced
At this time, I have already got the enough points, but I have got the rewards after so much long time. As you can see, it has taken so much long time after even completing the 1000 points.
Yeah, I think
look,
introducing this was definitely the right idea, but
after so much long time I got that reward, so you need to wait actually for almost
but yeah,
40 minutes later I got that reward.
Good to hear. Yeah, it's still early days. Maybe, who knows?
Or just go to your Brawl Stars inbox and check out the reward by yourself in your inbox, bro.
To not see as many mirror matchups as I'm sure to you as well. Like, that's always a nice thing to see, and allowing you to get some really nice clutch plays. Fantastic Mortis and very aggressive final picks I saw from you guys today, which was fantastic to see. I mean, speaking of your teammates, today you're up against your former teammate CZK. Talk us through what that was like for you, and being in that position there. Are you still friends after the battlefield and once the dust has all settled?
चैट मिस, कौन सी चैट मिस भाई? अभी आपका जवाब तो दिया मैंने आपको निष्का कि भाई तुम्हारे पास 105 पॉइंट्स है तो तुम्हें उतने ही रिवॉर्ड्स मिलेंगे, जितने ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे उतने ज्यादा रिवॉर्ड्स मिलेगा. पिछली बार पता है मेरा अपने आप लॉग आउट हो गया और वापस लॉग इन भी नहीं हुआ और मैं कैट बटलर जैसी नहीं ले पाई एंड मेरे 689 पॉइंट्स और अटक गया एंड वो मैं जीत सकती थी स्किन बट ब्रॉल स्टार्स के नशे. अरे अभी हो चुका ना 2 लोगों के साथ, ये आईसी प्लेस ब्रॉल स्टार्स के साथ जो आपके जस्ट ऊपर कमेंट किया है, और उससे पहले जो था दिनेश प्रीमो, और यू कैन से क्या नाम है भाई तुम्हारा इन गेम, इसमें क्या नेम है?
like throw along with me, so it was just like
ये गेम चेंजर, ये जो है इनके यही ना हुआ अभी, इस वाले में यही हुआ है, इनके बीच में से लॉग आउट हो गया अपने आप, बीच स्ट्रीम से लॉग आउट हो गया तो उनके पॉइंट्स नहीं दिखा रहा है। स्टिल दे गॉट रीच टू 1000, दैट्स कूल, 1000 पहुंच गए वो लोग, 400 पॉइंट का नुकसान हो गया लेकिन।
Response. Thank you very much for your time today and for your insight. Congratulations again, and please forward that on to you.
लेकिन उसका तरीका यही है, आपके पास अगर स्क्रीनशॉट है कि मेरे पास इतने पॉइंट्स थे, अपने आप लॉग आउट हो गया, तो आप हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट में अपने स्क्रीनशॉट को भेज सकते हैं और आपको मिल जाएगा वो उतने पॉइंट्स वापस।
Rest, my friend, and settle those nerves.
Yep, thanks a lot.
इस बार नहीं, पिछले बार वाले में बहुत आया मेरे को, बहुत गुस्सा आया मेरे को। वही मैं बता रहा हूँ कि ब्रॉल स्टार्स से है नशे, क्या कर सकते हैं।
That blows my mind. I loved how authentic he was with you. I loved that he still gets just as much enjoyment off winning these. You know, he said he was quite literally shaking, which I think a lot of us at home would not anticipate. The best of the world. You know, someone who's been here many times before. They still have jitters. They still have nerves. Like, their opponents are crazy good too. So I love seeing that just more authentic and true side. You know, you get to see their perspective on it too. Because during the matches, obviously, we don't get to see that their hands are a little jittery, that they're a little nervous. You know, they're fractions away from making really good or really catastrophic plays. You know, like, things really got intense there, especially in that final set. It really was a true back and forth, came down to the wire, and I just love seeing that side of him. I definitely appreciate it from a viewer perspective, that he was willing to be like honest with us and show that more like emotions that he was feeling too. You know, he gets just excited off of winning a monthly final as he did a world finals, and I think that shows the true level of competition in this region and just with each of them personally.
Absolutely that. I mean, keeping it real. I think it's very easy sometimes for people watching on to think that, you know, if you've got a load of accomplishments and skill and years of passion and hard work behind you, that you're just going to have just solid pairs of hands and just nothing is a worry in the world. You just got, you know...
that OP swag glass spin, I didn't get any skin also.
A challenge to these guys, and that everything means the world to them when they go through these motions. So yeah,
right, let me just...
give me your thoughts on the day and overall that final matchup. You know, did it go? I mean, obviously we had our predictions, but were there any moments
एक बार सदमे सा लग गया था,
change towards this team or that team, because it was an incredibly close day?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in terms of how things panned out, I think we kind of hit the nail on the head there. I think we really got pretty much everything expected. I think some matches were a lot closer than we anticipated than others. I think Free Agent Upper Moon clearly proving in that.
ये पेन हमारे पास ऑलरेडी आ गई है, लेकिन अभी जा नहीं रही है क्योंकि उन्होंने शायद उसको अपडेट किया नहीं है.
Barely by with that 3-2 victory, but I mean, it came down quite literally to the final moments. You know, I definitely don't think we can count them out, and I think this is going to be a great rivalry throughout the year. There were several other teams that I was impressed with too, though. I think this region does have some good depth to it. I think the Pyro gave a good fight up against Free Win Agents as well. Ashira is one that I think gave some great competition to Upper Moon, who made it this far too. And Sky, I do anticipating a little bit better in future months too.
लेकिन पिन तो मिल गई है बस के. बाकी रिवॉर्ड्स भी आ गए हैं इनबॉक्स में, जैसे कि देख सकते हो मैंने ऑलरेडी क्लेम कर लिया है सब कुछ. तो ये सब ऑलरेडी मैंने क्लेम कर लिया है, तो अभी कुछ बचा नहीं है क्लेम करने को.
Same thing that you said, because honestly, there's some teams there with 2-1s getting a set, even against some of these teams. Very, very challenging to do, and Byro to get one over on Free Win Agents, who went on to win the whole thing, that shows promise, and that cannot be underestimated at all. Well, again, Kenny,
can you do friendly only? ना भाई, 5 घंटे से स्ट्रीम चल रही है. It's time to go now. आज तो हम रात में भी स्ट्रीम नहीं करेंगे.
Be in our arsenal for the future. I'm excited to be able to
already 5 घंटे और प्लस मिनट से स्ट्रीम चालू है.
You all at home have the same experience, but if not, you got other opportunities in the future. There's more monthly finals to watch and get your hands on, so definitely make sure to stay tuned for those, because
so I guess it's time to end.
It's going to be like for the rest of the world.
All main things are done. Matches are over.
I mean, you say flex again.
Now just the normal talk is there.
For the BSC,
so,
mate, because 100%
time to end, I guess.
It's a really good start. Those guys, they got a lot to keep up with. But yeah, we've got so much to come here, guys. This is just the beginning. Later on today, we will have, of course, the LATAM South region starting from 12 p.m. Be BRT. That's the time zone. It's a bit of a weird one, not one that I'm very used to myself, but 12 p.m. BRT. So make sure that you're coming back for that stream next week as well. We're going to have, of course, North LATAM and North America region, EMEA as well. It's also East Asia. So there's so much to keep track of. So the best way, to do just that is to make sure that you're following at Brawl_Esports on Twitter. If you do that and turn on notifications, pop that bell on, genuinely makes a huge difference in not missing a stream. Again, if the SESA and ANZ region is anything to go by, I think we've set a huge precedent today for the regions to come, right, Kenny?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was super impressed with what I saw, and I think that spot for a golden ticket to the World Finals is going to be as intense as it's ever been. I mean, the competition has never been higher, I think, from this region. So I was super impressed what I saw today. And it was also really nice. This is the first one we've seen. The balance changes weren't implemented in our qualifiers. It was just so exciting to see how this region took those balance changes, implemented them, and what they saw in these brawlers and the potential they had versus kind of what we all thought coming into it. I think we had a lot of good predictions, but there were certainly brawlers that maybe I didn't expect to see drafted as early or see as frequently as we did before. So it was really fun to see that unfold. I'm super excited to watch here in a little bit how LATAM South does the exact same thing.
I'm still not getting the option.
Balance changes and new
I'm just showing it will come directly to your.
What I was going to say as well, because the regional.
It will directly come to your inbox, Brawl Stars in-game inbox. But make sure you get the screenshot of all the things, because just in case you don't get it, you can contact to Supercell, or you can say Brawl Stars help and support team by using that screenshot.
The first time seeing it implemented in the BSC, I have loved today. I mean, it's a great thing for us to be able to talk through the motions and really see whether our knowledge is all up there with what it's meant to be. But again, those regional differences, make sure that you tune into LATAM South later today to see how that draft will translate. It starts at 12 p.m. BRT. Mark that in your calendars and make sure that you come back for more, because again, we are just getting started. Kenny, give us any of your final thoughts for today. There's been so much that we've covered today, but what were your particular highlights?
Man, I mean, I don't think it gets much better than that final set there, but I think there are a few brawlers to take away from today that you might be able to expect from other regions. Maybe they'll find a little inspiration from Sesa. I think Pam was one we walked into today feeling really good about after seeing all these qualifiers play out. Wasn't one that was necessarily touched by these balance changes, and she is still very prevalent. The side of free win agents certainly thought so much to the point where they were even banning Pam, which is something I don't think too many more casual players, maybe that don't play Power League as frequently or watch professional matches as much, would have anticipated. I was really happy to see Colonel Ruffs get a lot of love here today, though. That was one before the show that in our pregame I mentioned, and it was really crazy to see him as much as we did, even being our first pick overall on several different maps and modes. So I think there's definitely a lot of changes coming in. I think we're all kind of figuring it out as a world right now of how these balance changes that came in earlier in the week are going to play out. And I think that's just one of the things that we're going to have to learn this year. Throughout the draft process, things are going to change. Each scenario is going to be a little bit different, and how you practice, how you play, how you scrim against other teams. The more scenarios you put yourself in, I think it's going to be better for these teams.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better myself.
Only I went to cycle. By the way, who won? Is it over? Yes, it's already over. And
next month in this
pre-win agents already won. FWA
this year
won the game, and last game was so much. Wow, क्या मैच था, मजा नहीं लाइफ. So many seesaw. कभी ये टीम आ गए, कभी मून आ गए, तो कभी FWA आ गए, FWA आ गए, तो कभी मून आ गए. और लास्ट मैच में तो भाई क्या ही बोले, लास्ट गोल तक गया मैच.
So all the viewers at home, of course, and hopefully you got your predictions all on point over at event.brawlstars.com. To the players, to the coaches, to the analysts, to the orgs, all of you guys competing at this high level, we would not be here without you either. To Esports Engine and all those workers tirelessly in the back.
भाई नहीं मिले points, कौन से points नहीं मिले?
Turn for the production side of things, bringing this incredible production to your screens. All of those people, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We'll be back later on today for the continuation, or rather the start of the LATAM South region from 12 p.m. BRT. Until then, we are goodbye for now, but make sure that you come back to the stream then. Goodbye for now.
Next will happen when 12 p.m. BRT, that means tomorrow. चलो इट्स ओवर गाइस, टाटा बाय बाय कर लो इसको, ब्रॉल स्टार्स चैंपियनशिप को टाटा बाय बाय कर लीजिए। चलो गाइस, एक्चुअली आई हैड गॉन समवेयर इसलिए। Jeez, are you streaming tonight? I don't think so. I'll be streaming tomorrow if possible, but not today. That means in tonight. Nope, I'm not. I'm not. Chalo guys. Most probably not going to be streaming, but let's see. बोली क्लेम लिखा आ रहा है तो क्लेम करो ना। क्लेम कर लिया मैंने ऑलरेडी मेरे इनबॉक्स में आ भी गया, मैंने दिखा भी दिया आप लोगों को। आई हैव ऑलरेडी गॉट दैट थिंग्स इन माय इनबॉक्स, आई हैव ऑलरेडी क्लेम दैट थिंग, आई हैव शोन यू गाइस एज वेल। हेलो दक्ष, hello Daksh, can I still get the pin? Yes you can, because next event is gonna be in few hours again। 1 hour 30 minutes में एक और है, हाँ पता है। लेकिन हमको तो रिवॉर्ड मिल गया, और हमारा तो रीजन भी यही था। वी वर इन साउथ एशिया। I don't think we're gonna be streaming tonight, but let's see. If we get into the mood of streaming, then we might do the streaming once again. I didn't get 1000 trophies. What happened now? Bro, there is another event gonna be happening in a few hours. You can try in few hours again for next region. That will be upon LATAM or EEMA, South Asia. These regions are still remaining. For that also you can just go and claim those rewards by getting those points. As usual, you need to follow the steps. By doing those things you can just go and claim that thing. But for Sesa and N's region, it's over for now. Rishit Jha, in the next event, will it goes from 0? I think so. Most probably it will go from 0. I'm not sure, because they haven't mentioned anything about this thing in their stream or anywhere else. Even in their blog also it is not written. So I'm not sure about that points gonna be resetting or not. But yes, you can still get those pin if you haven't got any chances to get those pins by participating in the next region's stream. When will the next event start approximately? Next region, let me check. Event.brawlstars.com, there you can just go there. In 1 hour 47 minutes, LATAM S regions finals gonna be happening. One hour 47 minutes, another event gonna be happening. If you want, you can just go and check out. I will also try to check it out if possible. Otherwise, I'm done with this one for now. If we are getting another pin or another reward, then I might be available. But right now, I don't think they are gonna be giving more than one pin for 1 month. Chalo guys. What about Jessie skin? Is it going to be able to collect it? Bro, Jessie skin already is gone, because Jessie skin was available in World League Finals. If you still want that pin, you need to purchase it. I think $7 is the cost of that pin now. Not that skin now, not pin. That skin, Cat Butler Jessie, if you still want, then you can purchase it. But you can't get it for free, because if you want that skin for free, you need to participate in the World Finals, which is already happened long time ago. So no any option to claim it for free. If you still want, you need to spend money, almost $7 to get that skin in your stock. Himesh, okay, so one question. I am doing this for the first time. So do we have to complete the quiz to obtain points or just watch the video for the pins and stuff? Even if you don't watch, it doesn't matter. But you need to interact with the questions and other things coming on to the right side of that stream. Even if you don't watch, you just stop the stream, it doesn't matter. You need to participate on the questions which are coming onto the right side. उसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं करोगे तब भी चलेगा. तुम स्ट्रीम देखो मत देखो चलेगा, लेकिन event.brawlstars.com पर जाके ही आपको क्वेश्चंस को इंटरेक्ट करना है. ये नहीं कि यूट्यूब पे चलेगा और यूट्यूब पे जाके स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं बैठ के, बोले यहाँ तो क्वेश्चन आ ही नहीं रहे. आपको event.brawlstars.com पर जाना है, वहाँ पे आपका पार्टिसिपेट का ऑप्शन आएगा. और अगर नेक्स्ट इवेंट जो जैसे कि मैंने बताया 1 hour 45 minutes ऐसा कुछ क्या बताया था मैंने, उसने में स्टार्ट होने वाला है. तो अगर आपको पार्टिसिपेट करना है, सो यू कैन स्टिल पार्टिसिपेट इन 1 hour 45 minutes and you can get those pin once again. Thank you very much. No problem, bro. Himesh. Chalo guys, already 5 or 20 minutes done for this stream. I will be back if possible with another stream. Till then, bye bye, take care and peace out. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend and your meals. Have a good one, guys. Make sure to drop a like and subscribe. See you guys once again later on. Bye bye.